Chapter 25-31. If I had another 100 strands of immortal qi, I would be able to break through to the 7th heavenly god realm. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. The Reincarnation Immortal Sutra was too stingy. He had haggled with it for a long time, but it only gave him 300 strands of immortal qi. But Lin Feng was satisfied that he had broken through to such a high cultivation level. For the next half a month, Lin Feng stayed in the sect. He visited some friends and talked about the recent situation and some interesting things. Of course, he also flirted with goddess-like female disciples like Xia Shiyun. Dancing Flame Fairy was not in the sect. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Dancing Flame Fairy had been looking for a secret place. She probably hadn't found it yet. Lin Feng decided to leave the Reincarnation Immortal sect and head to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Lin Feng only brought Bibi and Dragon Rabbit with him to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Xiao Tiantian also stayed in the sect to cultivate. With Lord Tortoise teaching Xiao Tiantian, she would be able to learn how to use her powerful strength well. Lin Feng took the spacetime wormhole to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Of course, due to the long journey, it would take at least half a year to reach the Southern Immortal Sea domain. This was a conservative estimate. If he encountered any delays along the way, he would need even more time. 3 months after Lin Feng left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. That night, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down. The thick bolts of lightning were as huge as mountains. Many people looked at the huge bolts of lightning that fell from the sky in horror. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was hair-raising. Looks like something is going to happen tonight. Lord Tortoise muttered to himself. It was too dark outside. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. The disciples of the Reincarnation Immortal sect were also hiding in their rooms to avoid the rain. A bolt of lightning struck down. A cultivator in a black robe could be vaguely seen amidst the rain. He walked through the forest step by step. The universal mirror of the Reincarnation Immortal sect did not notice his arrival. The black-robed cultivator arrived outside the barren mountain. Lord Tortoise frowned. You shouldn't have come here. The black-robed cultivator looked at Lord Tortoise and frowned. I'm here to pick up the young master. Lord Tortoise raised his eyebrows slightly. She doesn't belong to this world. I'm sure you know that. The black-robed cultivator's voice was extremely hoarse. If she continues to stay in this world, it will cause some terrible things. The black-robed cultivator said. Lord Tortoise asked, where are her parents? Why didn't you come personally to pick her up? Why did you send you instead? It's none of your business. The black-robed cultivator's voice was cold. Scram. Get her parents to come personally. Otherwise, you won't be able to take her away, Lord Tortoise said coldly. What do you want to do? Could it be that she had designs on the little master? You're courting death. I'll kill you today. The black-robed cultivator sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Lord Turtle in an instant. Then, he sent a palm strike at Lord Turtle. Even the void was destroyed. It was hard to imagine how powerful the black-robed cultivator was. A small fry like you dares to be so fierce. Lord Tortoise curled his lips. The black-robed cultivator revealed his killing intent. Even in that world, he was an existence that made people pale when they talked about him. Now, in a low-level world, he was actually called a small fry by an old turtle. The black-robed cultivator was naturally furious. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent. The magic power in his body surged out violently. The power of the divine ability he used became even stronger. Just as the attack was about to hit Lord Tortoise suddenly disappeared without a trace. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with shock. How could such a powerful existence exist in a low-level world? He simply couldn't believe it. He wanted to quickly travel through the void and leave this place, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He turned around with difficulty and saw Lord Tortoise holding a large stone club and looking at him with a smile on his face. In the next moment, the black-robed cultivator's vision turned black and he fainted on the ground. When the black-robed cultivator woke up, he found that he had been thrown at the foot of the mountain. He was only left with a pair of underwear. The rest of his belongings had been taken away. My storage ring, my everlasting armor set, the black-robed cultivator let out a mournful roar. There were countless treasures in his storage ring. His clothes, shoes, and even decorations were all supreme treasures. Only this pair of underwear was not a supreme treasure. If this pair of underwear was a supreme treasure, perhaps it had already been taken away. The black-robed cultivator naturally knew that it was that old turtle who had snatched his treasures. The black-robed cultivator was incomparably furious, and his killing intent was monstrous. However, thinking that the old turtle's strength was too terrifying, he could only endure it for the time being. The black-robed cultivator quickly left. On the way, he saw a rogue cultivator who had entered the ancient forest to train. The black-robed cultivator snatched the rogue cultivator's storage ring, found a suitable set of clothes, put them on, and quickly left. 4 months later. It was still night. The rain poured down. A pitilessly enchanting woman walked towards the barren mountain step by step. "Are you the child's mother?" Lord Tortoise looked at the woman calmly. "Yes, I'm here to take him away," the woman said. "Of course, that's not a problem. However, I've helped you take care of him for so long. Shouldn't you give me some benefits?" Lord Tortoise said with a smile. "What do you want?" the woman asked. "I heard that the Supreme Celestial Court appeared in that place. The rumors should be true, right?" Lord Tortoise said. "You know quite a lot." The woman frowned slightly. "I want the Epoch Dao source in the Supreme Celestial Court," Lord Tortoise said. "Chmph. You want the Epoch Dao source with just one sentence. You're asking for too much," the woman said coldly. "Look at what you're saying. We have some history, and I've helped you take care of your child for so long. Isn't it only right for me to hand over some Epoch Dao source?" Lord Tortoise said with a faint smile. "All right, here you go." The woman tossed a porcelain bottle to Lord Tortoise. Lord Tortoise held it in his hand and smiled after sensing it. "This thing is useless to you." The woman frowned slightly. "It's useless to me, but someone else can," Lord Tortoise said indifferently. The woman nodded and carried the sleeping little Tian away. Then, she left the Reincarnation Immortal sect. "Master, why did you agree to that old tortoise's request?" More than 10 people were waiting outside the Reincarnation Immortal sect, including the black-robed cultivator from before. When he saw the woman coming out, the black-robed cultivator said reluctantly. He hoped that the woman would teach Lord Tortoise a lesson. "I'm no match for him," the woman said. "What? How's that possible?" The group of people all revealed an aghast expression. They knew how strong their master was. However, their master had said that she was no match for that old tortoise. How could that old tortoise be so strong? Chapter 2532. The spacetime wormhole did not lead directly to the southern Immortal Sea domain, so Linfeng had to transit midway. Every day, there were large passenger ships carrying cultivators to and from the various ancient cities. Linfeng also boarded a huge ship. He spent a lot of money to rent a huge training room. First, Linfeng took out the evil corpse ring. The origin of this evil corpse ring was extraordinary. Linfeng obtained it in the ancient city. Previously, his cultivation was not enough, so he could not open it. Originally, Linfeng thought that he could open it after breaking through to the heavenly god realm, but after breaking through, he still could not open it. However, during this period of time, Linfeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly god realm. Naturally, his strength was not something that could be compared to when he had just entered the heavenly god realm. Therefore, Linfeng wanted to try again. However, this time, Linfeng still failed. The evil corpse ring was very extraordinary and difficult to open. "I still can't open it. Just what is inside this evil corpse ring?" It actually set up such a powerful restriction. Linfeng could not help but frown. Could it be that I have to wait until the giant god realm before I can open the evil corpse ring? Linfeng could not help but think gloomily. He kept the evil corpse ring, then took out the monkey fur. Linfeng began to comprehend the monkey fur. He was still hoping to comprehend the 72 transformations from the monkey fur. This was the inheritance of the great sage, heaven's equal. Once he succeeded, it would definitely shock the heavens and gods. Just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Feng once again entered the world of Flower Fruit Mountain. Everywhere, there were spirit monkeys running and playing. It was very lively. Lin Feng did the same as before. He entered the water curtain cave, then sat cross-legged on a chair made of white tiger skin. Lin Feng tried to comprehend something, but he kept feeling that he was still lacking some opportunities. The water curtain cave hid a huge secret. Perhaps it was related to the 72 transformations, or perhaps there was an even bigger secret. However, Lin Feng did not succeed in comprehending it after many attempts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, Lin Feng had been trying to comprehend the Tao within the monkey fur. But so much time had passed. Still, he didn't manage to gain anything. My 72 transformations, Lin Feng couldn't help but wail. He really hoped that he could successfully cultivate the 72 transformations. If he could master the 72 transformations, it would definitely be one of his trump cards. Back then, the great sage equaling heavens had relied on this mystic skill to conquer the entire world. Do I have to go to Flower Fruit Mountain to comprehend this ability? Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. He thought of the Flower Fruit Mountain next to the eastern sea of the Martial Heaven continent. Within the white mist, there was a powerful restriction. When the matters in the 9 states Great World are settled, I will return to the Tianwu continent and make a trip to Huagua Mountain to take a look. At the same time, I will bring Shangguan Feia and the others to the 9 states Great World. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. After leaving the Tianwu continent for so many years, Lin Feng also missed Shangguan Feia and the others. The 9 states Great World was the true sacred ground for cultivation. After bringing Shangguan Feia and the others over, their cultivation would also improve greatly. Of course, returning to the Tianwu continent was a matter for the future. For the time being, Lin Feng still needed to stay in the 9 states Great World. There were still many things that had not been settled here. Lin Feng rested for a few days. Then, he began to cultivate the white tiger aura. This kind of aura was extremely difficult to cultivate. Lin Feng still had not succeeded in cultivating it. However, Lin Feng had already grasped 2 types of aura. He believed that it was only a matter of time before he succeeded in cultivating the white tiger aura. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. The huge ship finally arrived at the Southern Sea. Lin Feng had been in seclusion for 4 months, but he still had not succeeded in cultivating the white tiger aura. The difficulty of cultivating the white tiger aura was much more difficult than the Great Fate technique. As they were about to reach the Southern Immortal Sea Domain's cultivator gathering place, Lin Feng did not continue cultivating. The Southern Immortal Sea Domain had many modified gathering grounds. Some of the modified gathering grounds were larger and more powerful, while some of the modified gathering grounds were smaller. However, one could not underestimate any of the cultivator gathering places in the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. A place that could form a decorated gathering place. There would definitely be a complicated relationship between them. Behind these decorated gathering places, there would usually be a peak power supporting them. Otherwise, these decorated gathering places would not be able to be built. This was Lin Feng's second time coming to the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. The last time he came, it was with the Empress. Lin Feng followed the Empress and found the things left behind by Nua. It was only then that Lin Feng found out that the Empress was actually a descendant of Nua. Later on, the Empress left without saying goodbye. She left with a heart full of worries. After entering the starry sky world, he did not know where she went. Now that he came to the Southern Immortal Sea Domain again, he thought of the Empress. Lin Feng realized that he missed the Empress quite a bit. Lin Feng, let us out, give us a chance to negotiate. Xu Miaoqing and Xue Qianwu, who were suppressed in the 4 ferocious cauldrons, transmitted their voices to Lin Feng at the same time. Negotiate? I'm not interested. I'm rather interested in the 2 of you. Lin Feng immediately laughed. Xu Miaoqing was a cunning and ruthless woman. She was Dugu Ditian's fiancée and had an irreconcilable relationship with Lin Feng. Xue Qianwu was a traitor of the Snow Clan. They had been suppressed by Lin Feng for a few years. The Land of Women was a hero's grave. The Southern Immortal Island was one of the largest gathering places in the Southern Immortal Sea Domain. After arriving at the Southern Immortal Sea Domain, Lin Feng brought Xu Miaoqing and Xue Qianwu to the island. The Southern Immortal Island was very lively. People came and went. Experts were everywhere. You've served me for half a month, so I won't make things difficult for you. Now, I'll give you your freedom. Of course, if you want to be my concubines, you're also very welcome, Lin Feng said with a smile. I'll kill you. Xu Miaoqing glared at Lin Feng fiercely. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She had lost all her dignity. All of it had been trampled on by Lin Feng. She wished she could cut Lin Feng into pieces. You're welcome to kill me anytime, anywhere, Lin Feng said with a smile. Xu Miaoqing quickly left. What about you? Little Wu-Wu, why don't you stay and accompany me? Lin Feng looked at Xue Qianwu with a smile. Chenpage. Xue Qianwu snorted and glared at Lin Feng fiercely before leaving quickly. Lin Feng let Xu Miaoqing go because he wanted her to lure Dugu Ditian over. When the time came, he would kill Dugu Ditian. As for Xue Qianwu, after all, this woman was from the Snow Clan. Now that she had repented, there was no harm in letting her go. However, Lin Feng expected Xue Qianwu to return to his side sooner or later. This woman was very ambitious. Relying on him was her best choice. Lin Feng rested on the island for 3 days. On this night, a paper crane flew to Lin Feng's residence. Chapter 2533. It had been a long time since Feng Yaoguang sent a letter to Lin Feng. Now that he saw her letter, Lin Feng was overjoyed. The paper crane burst into flames. Feng Yaoguang's figure appeared. Husband, Yaoguang is going to do something very important. I might not be able to send you any more letters for some time. Please wait for me. Once I'm done, I'll return to find you. Feng Yaoguang said affectionately. Said Feng Yaoguang. She stretched out her hand as if she wanted to caress Lin Feng's face. However, she couldn't touch Lin Feng. In the end, Feng Yaoguang's figure vanished without a trace. Yaoguang. Lin Feng was very reluctant to part with Feng Yaoguang's figure. Feng Yaoguang's letters expressed her longing for him. How could Lin Feng not miss Feng Yaoguang? It was clear that Feng Yaoguang had gone to do something extremely dangerous. However, Lin Feng had no idea where she had gone. Lin Feng couldn't help Feng Yaoguang. He only hoped that everything would go smoothly for Feng Yaoguang and that she would be safe. Suddenly, the Demon Lord said, she went to the Undying Realm. It must be the Undying Realm. Lin Feng was shocked. The Undying Realm? Yaoguang went to the Undying Realm? Is this true? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord nodded and said, that's right. It must be the Undying Realm. I remember some things about the Undying Realm. Earlier, I saw an aurora streaking across the sky behind Feng Yaoguang. That was the Dao light of the Snow Domain, a type of Dao light born in the Undying Realm's 72 domains. Apart from the Snow Domain, there is no other place where you can see such a Dao light. The Undying Realm. The Undying Realm. I didn't expect Yaoguang to go to the Undying Realm. Demon Lord, could it be that you have remembered how to go there? Lin Feng asked. As the #1 major world among the 3,000 major worlds, the Undying Realm was naturally a place that everyone dreamed of going to. Moreover, it seemed that only the Undying Realm could help cultivators break through to the Great Emperor Realm. Of course, it might be possible in other places as well, but Lin Feng didn't know where those places were. He only knew that the Undying Realm had this ability. Another example would be an existence like the Red World Fairy, who knew the Great Fate technique and could change fate. A person like the Red World Fairy could break through to the Great Emperor Realm no matter where she was. Because she could defy the heavens and change fate. I only remember some things about the Undying Realm, I don't remember how to go there, the Demon Lord said. Hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng felt a little helpless. However, he was actually somewhat prepared for this outcome. The Demon Lord's memories were currently incomplete, and it was indeed too difficult to obtain the method to go to the Undying Realm from him. The Demon Lord continued, "Right now, you should still think about improving your strength as soon as possible. The Undying Realm is filled with experts and countless geniuses. Your talent can be considered top-notch in the 9 regions, but in the Undying Realm, it can't be considered top-notch unless you can awaken your bloodline at a deeper level. Before going to the Undying Realm, the most important thing you need to do is to improve your strength." Lin Feng naturally understood the meaning of the Demon Lord's words. He nodded. It was indeed the same as what the Demon Lord had said. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Even if he wanted to think about other things, his cultivation wasn't enough. What was the use of thinking about it? Lin Feng planned to stay on the Southern Immortal Isles for a while. Since the Reincarnation Immortal Scripture had been deduced, there would be a change in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. It should be during this period of time. Lin Feng spent most of his days in seclusion. At night, he would go out and have fun. During this period of time, Lin Feng discovered that there were many cultivators of races that he had never seen before in the Southern Immortal Isles. For example, there was a cultivator with 9 eyes and 8 arms. He was extremely ugly. There was also a cultivator with a human body, a pig's head, and a dragon's tail. He didn't know what race that cultivator was from. The local customs of the Southern Immortal Sea domain were similar to the other domains. The composition of the cultivators was also similar. As the Dragon Sect Master, Lin Feng was very familiar with the races that lived in the Southern Immortal Sea domain. Moreover, he had been in the 9 regions Great World for so many years, so Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the races in the 9 regions Great World. He had never heard of these races before. Lin Feng inquired about the news in the Bai Xiao Pavilion and found out that these races had come to the 9 regions Great World from the Heavenly Sage Great World. The Heavenly Sage Great World was the home of thousands of races. The 9 regions Great World was a world dominated by humans. In ancient times, the 9 regions had begun to decline, but the Heavenly Sage Great World had entered its heyday. So, the densely packed races of the Heavenly Sage Great World united and began to invade the planets of life in the Starry Sky World. The 9 regions Great World was also occupied by the thousands of races back then. Many forces were destroyed in the resistance. This period of history was about 500,000 years ago, so there were detailed historical records. At that time, the major forces of the 9 regions formed an alliance to fight against the thousands of races, but the thousands of races were too powerful. The 9 regions alliance couldn't fight against them at all. If nothing unexpected happened, the 9 regions alliance would be defeated. At that time, there were only 2 outcomes for the 9 regions alliance. They would either be destroyed or become a vassal of the thousands of races. During the crisis of the 9 regions, the 100 saints of the human race appeared. Under the joint forces of the 100 saints of the human race, the cultivators of the 9 regions united against a common enemy and finally defeated the thousands of races. The rise of the 100 saints of the human race was very sudden. They were the most powerful group of human cultivators since the ancient times, and they appeared together. Not long after defeating the thousands of races, the 100 saints of the human race left along the Starry Sky ancient road. More than 500,000 years had passed, and now the cultivators of the thousands of races had descended on the 9 regions Great World again. Lin Feng felt that the arrival of the cultivators of the thousands of races in the 9 regions was definitely not a good thing. The ambitions of the thousands of races were too great, and they had enslaved countless planets of life. Most likely, the myriad races also wanted to turn 9 regions into the object of their enslavement. After Lin Feng left the Bai Xiao Pavilion, he walked towards his residence. At this moment, there was a commotion on the street. There was a great battle ahead. A human cultivator and a cultivator of the thousands of races had a conflict. In the end, the human cultivator was directly killed by the cultivator of the thousands of races. Chapter 2534. This cultivator's words naturally infuriated many people because the people of the myriad races were simply too arrogant. Otherwise, how could they kill people on the street? Lin Feng saw the cultivator of the myriad races. It was a cultivator from the silver wing race who had a pair of huge silver wings. That pair of wings was like the most powerful Dharma treasure. With a light shake, the sky would collapse and the earth would crack. The silver wing race was an extremely terrifying race. Among the myriad races, they were considered a royal race. Such a race had produced a great emperor in their ancestors, and their bloodline was abnormally powerful. Back then, the 9 continents were just slaves of the myriad races. Now that the myriad races have returned to the 9 continents, how dare a lowly race like you challenge the dignity of the myriad races? You deserve to die. The silver wing race cultivator sneered and provoked the cultivators of the 9 continents who surrounded him. Aren't you a little too arrogant? Back then, the myriad races were driven away by the 100 sages of the human race and the cultivators of the 9 continents. Now, you have the nerve to show off here. How ridiculous. Are you slapping your own face? Someone replied with a sneer, not giving the other party any face. His voice was cold and filled with sarcasm and disdain. The 100 sages of the human race are just a flash in the pan. They have long been buried in the starry sky world. On the other hand, the 9 continents are still prosperous and powerful. In the eyes of the myriad races, the 9 continents is a great world that is about to be enslaved. When the time comes, all of you will become the slaves of the myriad races, the silver wing race cultivator said coldly. This person was very arrogant and his words were filled with provocation and arrogance. This silver wing race cultivator did not take the 9 continents seriously at all. This aroused the anger of many people. This is not a place for you to be arrogant. I think you'd better scram back to the heavenly sage great world. A cultivator stepped out and said coldly, Shu Qian. It's him, the son of a peak master of the longevity immortal sect. He was ranked 17th in the ranking competition of the prodigy ranking. Someone recognized the identity of the cultivator and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. More than 1,600 years ago, Shu Qian shone brightly in the prodigy ranking competition and obtained the 17th place. Later on, Shu Qian also obtained a great opportunity in the 9 continents immortal realm. His strength became more powerful. Now that more than 1,600 years had passed, no one knew how powerful Shu Qian was. Cultivators from lowly races are all so overconfident. The silver wing race cultivator placed his hands behind his back and cast a sideways glance at Shu Qian, his tone filled with disdain. Who are you calling a lowly race? You are the lowly one. Many people couldn't help but roar. Shu Qian was a human. The 9 states world was a world dominated by humans. More than 90% of the cultivators were human cultivators. Other races, such as the Yarrow clan and the Devil clan, were rare. Most of the surrounding cultivators were also from the human race. The silver wing race cultivators' insults towards Shu Qian were also insulting them. These words could be said to have incurred the wrath of the crowd. Lowly race. You only know how to talk, but you don't dare to fight. The silver wing race cultivator continued to provoke the surrounding human race cultivators. He glanced at the surrounding human race cultivators in disdain and revealed a mocking expression. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight against the silver wing clan cultivators. However, they were held back by their companions. The strength that the silver wing race cultivator had displayed previously was too strong. If they fought against the silver wing race cultivator, wouldn't they be courting death? The human race cannot be insulted. Shu Qian's voice was cold as he took a step forward. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. The aura that permeated the air caused everyone to be shocked and moved. That's right. The human race cannot be insulted. Many people shouted. Shu Qian's words stirred up the emotions of the surrounding human race cultivators. Shu Qian's cultivation is strong. He will definitely be able to defeat this arrogant fellow. When the time comes and this fellow is trampled under his feet, I can't wait to see his expression, a cultivator said. Many people chimed in and cheered for Shu Qian. They hoped that Shu Qian could show the might of the human race. Reversal of heaven and earth. Shu Qian attacked. He didn't hold back at all and unleashed his best ultimate skill. The moment the reversal of heaven and earth was unleashed, everyone felt as if the universe had been turned upside down. Even the cultivator's willpower would be affected. Those who were slightly weaker would have their willpower turned upside down when faced with the reversal of heaven and earth. What reversal of heaven and earth? Let me have a look at the true ultimate skill. The silver wing race cultivator was extremely arrogant and didn't take Shu Qian seriously at all. Rushing thunder palm. The silver wing race cultivator opened his palm and slapped it towards Shu Qian. Instantly, endless amounts of divine thunder descended from the sky. He was bathed in the thunderbolts as though he had turned into an immortal thunder god. The silver wing race cultivator took a step forward. With every step he took, the void would distort. When his palm slammed down, it instantly broke Shu Qian's mystic skill. How could this be? Shu Qian's face was filled with disbelief. He retreated hastily, wanting to avoid this terrifying strike. However, it was already too late. The speed of the silver wing race cultivator was way too fast. In an instant, he arrived before Shu Qian and slammed down with his palm. Shu Qian's roar shook the heavens. He wanted to defend against this strike of the silver wing race cultivator. However, he wasn't able to do so. Bam! Following a violent collision sound, Shu Qian was sent flying. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Countless bones in Shu Qian's body were broken. Thud. Shu Qian fell onto the ground, unable to move at all. He was severely injured. Too weak. He can't even take a single strike from me. Is this the strength of a genius of the human race? Indeed, you are from a lowly race. How dare you call yourself a genius with such a weak cultivation state? What a joke. The silver wing race cultivator laughed out in disdain. Haha. In this world, we of the myriad races are naturally the rulers. In the ancient era, the human race was our slaves. If we were to trace back even further, the human race was nothing more than livestock that we reared. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races who were watching the show spoke out. These people let out a mocking laughter. The surrounding human race cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. However, the silver wing race cultivator was way too strong. Even an expert like Shu Qian was defeated instantly. Even though they were infuriated, none of them dared to challenge the silver wing race cultivator right now. After all, a moment of hot-bloodedness could cost them their lives. After cultivating to their current cultivation state, everyone is very rational. The geniuses of the human race are just a bunch of trash. There's no way they can be compared to the geniuses of the myriad races. Let's go and find a place to have a drink. The silver wing race cultivator looked at the surrounding cultivators of the myriad races and said. The group of cultivators left together. This birdman is so arrogant. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Little brother, lower your voice. Don't let that person hear you. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Some of the cultivators said. They were worried that Lin Feng would be in trouble if he offended the silver wing race cultivator. Chapter 2535. The cultivators around Lin Feng quickly moved out of the way. Now that the silver-winged clan cultivator had heard Lin Feng's mutterings, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Everyone sympathized with Lin Feng. However, they did not want to be implicated in this matter. Therefore, they hid far away. Lin Feng said indifferently, I said you're a birdman. Don't you understand human language? Hearing Lin Feng's mocking and rhetorical question, the cultivators of the silver-winged clan were all shocked. Hearing this, the surrounding human cultivators felt extremely satisfied. However, when they thought about how powerful the silver-winged clan cultivator was, yet, Lin Feng was still mocking the silver-winged clan cultivator. Now, only death awaited him. Many people felt sorry for Lin Feng. It was truly a pity that he was going to die in the hands of the silver-winged clan cultivator at such a young age. Are all the cultivators from the lowly races this stupid? Why are they rushing to their deaths one after another? The silver-winged clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng with an indifferent expression. His tone was extremely cold and disdainful. The way he looked at Lin Feng was also filled with arrogance. Previously, even Shu Qian was not taken seriously by the silver-winged clan cultivator. Moreover, A young cultivator like Linfeng was even more disregarded by the silver-winged clan cultivator. You keep saying that others are from the lowly races. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Perhaps you can't even be considered a human. At most, you're a birdman. This pair of wings is really good. No matter if it's stewed or roasted, the taste will definitely be excellent, Linfeng said indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up into a mocking smile. Stewed or roasted? This brother is awesome. Does he think that the silver-winged clan cultivator's wings are chicken wings? Immediately, a cultivator laughed and said, "Let's not talk about how strong this brother is. Just based on his ability to mock others, he's simply invincible." Following that, another cultivator said. The silver-winged clan cultivator was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His pair of wings was the pride of the silver-winged clan cultivator. They shook gently. They could tear apart the void. They could shatter the sky. However, in Linfeng's words, it was actually stewed or roasted. The silver-winged clan cultivator's way. Not chicken wings. You lowly lifeform, do you know the consequences of provoking me? The silver-winged clan cultivator looked coldly at Linfeng. Said Linfeng indifferently. Are you talking about yourself? A birdman who didn't fully evolve into a human? A failed evolution like you is indeed a lowly race. Failed evolution? Many people were stupefied and staring at Linfeng of the way of the silver-winged clan. The silver-winged race cultivators believed themselves to be high and mighty. They looked down on the human cultivators, believing that the human cultivators were a lowly race. To the to the. To the clan to clan. For the cultivators of the silver wing race, this was an enormous humiliation. This caused them to be extremely enraged. You're courting death. I don't mind killing you. The silver-winged clan cultivator was filled with killing intent as he walked towards Linfeng. You think you can do that? If we were to fight, you're not even worth my attention. I can probably take away half of your life with just a few punches and kicks. Linfeng said coldly. You're courting death. The silver-winged clan cultivator snorted coldly as he sent a palm strike towards Linfeng. An endless amount of thunderbolts were formed. It was the same rolling thunder palm that he used against Shu Qian. This mystic skill was formed with an endless amount of thunderbolts. Its power could be said to be apocalyptic. Even with Shu Qian's tyrannical cultivation base, he was still defeated by the rolling thunder palm of the silver-winged clan cultivator. One could tell how strong this mystic skill was. Now that they saw the silver-winged clan cultivator using the rolling thunder palm to deal with Linfeng, the expressions of the human cultivators changed. This mystic skill is way too strong. That little brother wouldn't be killed right away, right? That's really possible. The faces of the human cultivators were extremely ugly. Linfeng represented the human supremacy cultivators. Naturally, they did not wish for anything to happen to Linfeng. How dare he challenge the dignity of the myriad races? He must be tired of living. Brother Gongsun will probably only need one move to kill this brat. The surrounding cultivators of the myriad races sneered. In those people's eyes, Linfeng was going to die. Bam! Linfeng attacked and sent a punch towards the silver-winged clan cultivator. Originally, everyone thought that Linfeng would be defeated or even killed by the silver-winged clan cultivator. However, no one expected that when Linfeng collided with the silver-winged clan cultivator, Linfeng sent the silver-winged clan cultivator flying. The thunderbolts surrounding the silver-winged clan cultivator were completely shattered. Plop! The silver-winged clan cultivator fell to the ground in a wretched manner. Oh my god! What did I just see? This little brother actually defeated the silver-winged clan cultivator with a single palm strike? Isn't that a little too powerful? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The human cultivators shouted in disbelief. The combat prowess Linfeng displayed was simply too strong. It made them feel as if they were in a dream. The cultivators of the myriad races had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had not expected something like this to happen. They found it hard to accept. I'm going to kill you. The silver-winged clan cultivator roared furiously. His eyes had turned blood red. Previously, he was high and mighty, looking down at Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes. But now, he was defeated by a cultivator he looked down on with a single move. For the silver-winged clan cultivator, this was a great humiliation. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the silver-winged clan cultivator's body. He soared into the sky and flapped his wings violently. Every time his wings flapped, they would form an extremely strong storm. A huge storm was formed, sweeping through the world and surging towards Lin Feng. That violent storm wanted to devour Lin Feng. Brother Gongsun has used the power of the immortal slaying silver wings. That's one of the trump cards of his race. That kid is dead for sure. Seeing the silver-winged clan cultivator using his wings to deal with Lin Feng, the cultivators of the myriad races shouted excitedly. They looked at Lin Feng as though they were looking at a dead man. The surrounding human cultivators could also sense how terrifying the wings were. They could not help but look at Lin Feng worriedly. Kid, you're the first person to make me use the immortal slaying silver wings. Today, I'm going to tear you into pieces. The silver-winged clan cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a gaze filled with killing intent. He charged towards Lin Feng with lightning speed. Lin Feng laughed coldly. He took a step forward and leaped into the air. In the void, Lin Feng lifted his right leg and stomped down. The storm formed by the immortal slaying silver wings was shattered by Lin Feng's stomp. The silver-winged clan cultivator was sent flying by the tremendous force of Lin Feng's stomp. Thud. Dust flew everywhere. The silver-winged clan cultivator fell to the ground once more. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he descended from the sky. Chapter 2536. Pu. The stomp from Lin Feng caused the Silverwing clan cultivator to cough out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his entire body twitched. The strength that Lin Feng had displayed was simply too strong. The surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. Every one of them stared with gaping mouths. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was especially true for the cultivators from the myriad races. Their faces were extremely ugly to behold. They had assumed that the Silverwing clan cultivator would be able to deal with Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, this was the outcome. It's a completely one-sided battle. How satisfying. Yes. Seeing the arrogant Silverwing clan cultivator lying on the ground and getting trampled on is truly inspiring. This fellow had looked down on us humans before. Now, however, he is being trampled on by a human cultivator. What a slap to his own face. He thinks too highly of himself. He kept saying that the human race is a lowly race. Now, he can finally prove who the lowly race is. Seeing Lin Feng trampling on the Silverwing clan cultivator, many cultivators began discussing excitedly. Who is he? How is he so strong? Some cultivators asked curiously. They did not recognize Lin Feng. I don't recognize him. Could he be from one of the hidden families? Some cultivators said. I recognize him. This young master is the number one on the genius list, Lin Feng, said a young cultivator. A young cultivator said. He had also participated in the prodigy ranking competition, but his ranking was only around 1500, which wasn't particularly ideal. However, he had watched Lin Feng's battles against others. He had watched the battles where Lin Feng defeated the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son, the Qing Emperor and the others. Thus, he was able to recognize Lin Feng. What? He is Lin Feng. Isn't he too young? It feels like his lifespan is less than 100 years, no? How many years has he been cultivating for? Less than 100 years. The current Lin Feng has only been cultivating for around 30 years. He is very young. He can be considered a peerless genius. After Lin Feng's identity was exposed, the surrounding cultivators were filled with shock. They might have heard some things about Lin Feng before, but seeing was believing. Now that he had seen Lin Feng in action with his own eyes, he knew how powerful Lin Feng was. Furthermore, he was ridiculously young. He was so young, yet so powerful. The future. It was truly limitless. You keep saying that the human race is a lowly race. Now, do you know who the lowly race is? Lin Feng looked down at the silver wing race cultivator with a cold expression on his face. Brat, hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, when the experts of my clan arrive, you will die without a grave. The silver-winged race cultivator glared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. Before this, everything had been smooth sailing for him. And yet, after suffering such a huge loss to Lin Feng, the silver-winged clan cultivators wanted nothing more than to hack Lin Feng into pieces. Do you think that I would be afraid of a bunch of birdmen like you? Especially a birdman like you. You are already a prisoner and yet, you still dare to squawk non-stop. Do you really think that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Feng looked at the silver-winged race cultivator with a cold expression. If you dare to touch me, you will be dead for sure. The silver-winged race cultivator said coldly. He felt that Lin Feng was trying to scare him on purpose. The silver-winged race was so tyrannical. Who would dare to provoke them? Do you really think that I am joking with you? Lin Feng said coldly. He raised his right hand and slashed out a sword chi. Pu. The sword chi shot out. It sliced off one of the silver-winged race cultivator's wings. Fresh blood spurted out as the silver-winged race cultivator let out a miserable shriek. You are dead for sure. No one can save you. Not only will you die, but your family and friends will also die because of you. The silver-winged race cultivator looked at Lin Feng with a venomous gaze. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not say anything. Instead, he slashed out a sword chi and sliced off the other wing of the silver-winged race cultivator. This pair of wings is not bad. One can be stewed while the other can be roasted and eaten, Lin Feng said with a smile. Then, he kept both wings. The surrounding cultivators looked at Lin Feng in shock. None of them had expected that Lin Feng would actually dare to attack the silver-winged race cultivator. From the looks of it, Lin Feng might really be planning to kill the silver-winged race cultivator. Spare me. Spare me. Please spare me. The silver-winged race cultivator was terrified. His arrogant demeanor was completely different from before. He could sense a dense killing intent from Lin Feng. The silver-winged race cultivator knew that Lin Feng was not joking with him. Lin Feng really dared to kill him. Moreover, Lin Feng was not afraid of the silver-winged race cultivator behind him at all. It's too late to beg for mercy now, Lin Feng said coldly. Then, he slashed out another sword chi. Pu, the sword chi flew out. The sword chi sliced off the silver-winged race cultivator's head. The silver-winged race cultivator is dead. Good job, he is indeed the number one on the prodigy roll. How domineering. The human cultivators were greatly encouraged, and they roared excitedly. Previously, the silver-winged race cultivator had killed the human cultivator and insulted the human race. Xu Qian had also been defeated easily by the silver-winged race cultivator. The silver-winged race cultivator had humiliated the human race even more. This had caused the human cultivators to feel extremely aggrieved and angry. However, the silver-winged race cultivator had been killed. Moreover, he was killed by the human cultivator Lin Feng. This caused the human cultivators who were feeling extremely aggrieved to regain their confidence and dignity. The human race cannot be humiliated, Lin Feng said coldly. After saying this, he swaggered off. Soon, the news of the silver-winged race cultivator being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the southern Immortal Island. During this period of time, a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had entered the 9 continents' great world. Many of them had gathered at the southern Immortal Sea domain. The experts of the myriad races had probably guessed that there would be a change in the southern Immortal Sea domain. Therefore, the cultivators of the myriad races had gathered there. The cultivators of the myriad races were high and mighty. They were filled with contempt and mockery towards the human race. Although they were in the territory of the human race, they looked down on the human race. Now that they had heard that the silver-winged race cultivator had been killed by a human cultivator, many of the myriad races were extremely furious. We don't have to do anything for now. The silver-winged race is strong enough. Isn't it easy for them to deal with a human cultivator? Provoking the myriad races is simply courting death. Let's wait for the silver-winged race to kill that brat. Some of the cultivators of the myriad races spoke out. They were all waiting for the silver-winged race cultivator to make a move. The outside world was in an uproar. Lin Feng was grilling wings in his residence. He was staying in a high-class inn. There were many courtyards in the inn. There were many courtyards in the courtyards. Lin Feng rented one of them. The wings of the silver-winged race are really extraordinary. There are immortal lights surging around them. They must taste really good, Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Looking at the grilled wings that had been grilled to a golden color, his saliva was about to drip out. Outside, more and more cultivators were gathering. There were human cultivators, demonic beasts, and cultivators from the myriad races. A storm was brewing. Chapter 2537. Just how deep is this fellow's heart? He is actually roasting a wing in his courtyard. That huge wing should belong to the Silverwing clan cultivator, right? A cultivator could not help but comment when he saw Lin Feng roasting the wing. The situation was so tense and the cultivators from the myriad races were about to attack. And yet, Lin Feng was still acting so leisurely. Many people could not help but want to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what he was thinking. The cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes. Lin Feng's actions had thoroughly angered them. The cultivators from the myriad races felt as though their dignity was being challenged. The cultivators from the myriad races attached great importance to this. Because of that, they wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. The taste is really good. Seeing that the wing was almost done, Lin Feng began to chew on it. As he ate, he praised his cooking skills. Everything else aside, this fellow's mentality is truly admirable, a cultivator lamented. To be able to maintain such a mentality in the face of a colossus like the myriad races was truly inconceivable. Lin Feng had long since noticed the cultivators outside. However, he did not care about them. At present, he was only concerned with destroying the huge roasted wing before him. The taste of the roasted wing was simply too good. As expected of a wing from the Silverwing clan, the quality of the meat was truly top grade. Tens of experts flew over from afar. All of them were emanating cold killing intent. The Silverwing clan is here. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. As a royal race among the myriad races, the Silverwing clan was exceptionally strong. This time around, there were not many Silverwing clan cultivators from the great heavenly sage world who had come to the 9 prefectures. However, there were top-notch experts among them. Although Lin Feng was strong, he was still too young. In many people's opinion, Lin Feng should be able to kill off the Silverwing clan cultivator from earlier. After all, the Silverwing clan cultivator was only a young cultivator from the Silverwing clan. If Lin Feng were to encounter a middle generation or older expert from the Silverwing clan, only death would await him. Of course, if the leading figure of the Silverwing clan's younger generation attacked, Lin Feng would definitely die. A peerless genius had appeared in the younger generation of the Silverwing clan. That peerless genius was very young, but his cultivation base was extremely high. Many experts of the older generation weren't a match for that genius from the Silverwing clan. It was said that the bloodline of the Silverwing clan's genius had undergone a mutation. Among the special bloodlines, the mutated bloodline was an exception. Cultivators with mutated bloodlines were far more powerful than cultivators of the same level. Challenging someone of a higher rank was too easy for them. However, that prodigy had yet to come to the 9 regions. The leading silver wing race cultivator was a middle-aged man. When he spread his wings, they were more than 10 meters long. With a light flap of its wings, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Gongsun Shuo. That person became a quasi-emperor 2 million years ago. I wonder which celestial plane he is currently at. Some cultivators of the myriad races muttered to themselves. A quasi-emperor had to ascend the 99th step to reach the great emperor realm. The 99th step was equivalent to the 99th celestial plane. Every time one ascended a step, their cultivation base would increase tremendously. Therefore, 2 cultivators of the same quasi-emperor realm might have a world of difference in their strength. After such a long period of time, he must have cultivated to an extremely high level of the quasi-emperor realm. I didn't expect Gongsun Shuo to personally make a move. This is really unexpected. It seems like that kid won't be able to escape today, many cultivators of the myriad races sneered. They were looking forward to the show that was about to unfold. They were looking forward to seeing Lin Feng being tortured to death. They didn't want him to be killed directly. If they killed Lin Feng directly, it would be letting Lin Feng off too easily. Did you hear the discussions of those people of the myriad races? The leading silver wing race cultivator seems to be very powerful. Some human cultivators said worriedly. Lin Feng had protected the dignity of the human race. This cultivator didn't want Lin Feng to die in the hands of these people of the myriad races at such a young age. But now, the strength of this silver wing race cultivator could only be described as peerless and terrifying. Therefore, this cultivator couldn't help but be extremely worried about Lin Feng. I heard him. He entered the quasi-emperor realm 2 million years ago. Who knows how terrifying he is now? Someone replied with a frown. The mood of the human race was obviously gloomy and solemn. The faces of the myriad races were cold and filled with killing intent. The dozen or so silver wing race cultivators stopped in the void and looked coldly at the courtyard. When they saw Lin Feng eating roasted wings, the bodies of the dozen or so silver wing race cultivators trembled violently. They were obviously angered. You deserve to die. One of the silver wing race cultivators was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and held a huge bow in his hand. Then, he took out an arrow. He wanted to kill Lin Feng with this arrow. That's the black flame bow. It's said that it's made from black flame magic copper. It's a supreme treasure and is even more powerful than many bronze weapons. When the cultivators of the myriad races saw the huge bow that was surrounded by black flames, they immediately cried out in surprise. Bronze weapons were rather special. Generally, they were treasures created during the Bronze Age. Among the many bronze weapons, the most famous were the bronze weapons. Because the Bronze Age was too long ago, there wasn't a complete cultivation system. Therefore, it was very difficult to equate bronze weapons with the treasures of the current era. Some bronze weapons were even more powerful than emperor weapons. However, there were also some bronze weapons that weren't very powerful. Although this black flame bow wasn't a bronze weapon, it was a supreme treasure that wasn't inferior to a top-grade bronze weapon. It was said that in the past, a silver wing race's emperor-level ancestor had fought with another emperor-level existence. In the end, that emperor was killed by the silver wing race's ancestor with the black flame bow. Therefore, this black flame bow had an extremely extraordinary status in the silver wing race. Not only was it powerful, but it also had a glorious history. Is this bow really that powerful? This is truly unimaginable. Many people cried out in surprise when they heard the words of that silver wing race cultivator. The human race cultivators were even more worried about Lin Feng. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races had cold expressions on their faces. They knew that Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Therefore, they looked at Lin Feng with a mocking expression. The silver wing race cultivator had a cold expression on his face. It was filled with endless killing intent. The arrow in his hand wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was a powerful magic arrow that was densely covered with runes. The runes emitted terrifying fluctuations. Now, the silver wing race cultivator narked the arrow and pulled the bowstring. The energy between heaven and earth surged wildly into that arrow. That arrow emitted an aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. When they felt the energy emitted from that arrow, many people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. The energy absorbed by that arrow was simply too terrifying. Swoosh, at this moment. Chapter 2538. Is Lin Feng going to meet with a calamity? Many human cultivators cried out in alarm. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They really wanted to help Lin Feng. However, their strength was limited. Right now, they could only pray for Lin Feng and hope that nothing bad would happen to Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. The speed of the arrow was simply too fast. It streaked across the sky like a falling meteor. Many people thought that Lin Feng would be killed by the arrow. However, at that moment, they saw Lin Feng actually open his hand and grab the arrow. He's grabbing the arrow with his bare hands. Some cultivators cried out in alarm. They had guessed Lin Feng's intention. Is he crazy? Countless people were dumbfounded. His overestimating himself. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered and looked at Lin Feng with indifferent expressions. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Feng directly grabbed the arrow with his hand. That was a magical arrow. Moreover, it was a magical arrow shot out by a supreme treasure like the black flame bow. Such a powerful arrow was actually caught by Lin Feng with his bare hands. Wasn't this too terrifying? Powerful. He's simply too powerful. This Lin Feng's cultivation has definitely reached an unfathomable level. The humans cheered. Lin Feng represented the dignity of the human race. Now that they saw how powerful Lin Feng was, many human cultivators were unusually excited. As for the cultivators of the myriad races, their faces sank. The situation in front of them made them feel unusually angry. This was especially so for the Silver Wing clan cultivators. Each of their faces looked uglier than the other. It's a waste for such a powerful treasure to fall into your hand. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, "You dare to insult me?" The Silver Wing clan cultivator with the black flame bow looked at Lin Feng with murderous intent. This cultivator was called Gongsun Qin. His martial soul was very special. It was an arrow martial soul. People with such a martial soul were born to be sharpshooters. Therefore, the black flame bow fell into Gongsun Qin's hands. His arrow martial spirit combined with the black flame bow was able to release the power of the black flame bow. Furthermore, once his arrow martial spirit was activated, it would hit its target 100% of the time. No one would be able to dodge the arrow martial spirit's attack. "I don't even want to waste my time talking to you anymore," Lin Feng said indifferently. His words were full of contempt and disdain for Gongsun Qin. This made Gongsun Qin extremely angry. As a cultivator of the silver-winged race, Gongsun Qin was used to being high and mighty. The humiliation he felt was driving him crazy. "Little bastard, today I will let you have a taste of the power of my arrow martial spirit." Gongsun Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Rumble. Waves of destructive energy waves spread out from Gongsun Qin's body. Gongsun Qin began to activate his martial soul. Endless black flames burned fiercely. The space around the black flame bow started to distort. A pitch-black energy arrow was formed. This was the energy arrow formed by Gongsun Qin's martial soul. It was called the Dark Demon Arrow. Gongsun Qin is infuriated. He is going to use his ultimate move to deal with this brat. This brat is dead for sure. That's right. Once Gongsun Qin activates his martial soul, the Dark Demon Arrow formed by his martial soul is invincible. That brat won't be able to catch it with his bare hands. The cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed. Obviously, the cultivators of the myriad races were quite familiar with Gongsun Qin's methods. In the eyes of the myriad races, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Whoosh, the Dark Demon Arrow was released by Gongsun Qin and shot toward Lin Feng. The Dark Demon Arrow was too fast. It was so fast that the cultivators could not see it clearly with their naked eyes. The spectating cultivators could only see a flash of black light. Nothing else could be seen clearly. That black light was actually the Dark Demon Arrow. This Dark Demon Arrow is quite interesting. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He originally wanted to lock onto the Dark Demon Arrow's trajectory and catch it. However, Lin Feng realized that he could not lock onto the Dark Demon Arrow's trajectory. It seemed that the Dark Demon Arrow could not be caught with his bare hands. Since he could not catch the Dark Demon Arrow, Lin Feng decided to give up. He quickly got up and moved to the left. The Dark Demon Arrow brushed past Lin Feng's body and shot toward him. He dodged it. Many people shouted in shock. The human cultivators were extremely excited. The myriad races cultivators had gloomy expressions. 9-star alignment. Gongsun Qin's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. He shot 9 arrows in a row. One arrow after another. The 9 arrows were flawless. There was no way to dodge them. However, everyone realized that Lin Feng was actually able to dodge all 9 arrows with ease. How astonishingly fast does he have to be in order to dodge all 9 arrows? Many people's faces were filled with deep shock. At this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived in front of Gongsun Qin and sent a punch toward him. "You're courting death." Not only was Gongsun Qin's archery superb, but his cultivation was also extremely strong. He was many times stronger than the silver wing race cultivator that Lin Feng had killed earlier. Gongsun Qin's talent might not be comparable to that silver wing race cultivator. However, Gongsun Qin had cultivated for a long time. Diligence could make up for stupidity. Moreover, Gongsun Qin's talent was also very strong. Therefore, when he saw Lin Feng coming to his side to attack him, Gongsun Qin was not worried at all. Gongsun Qin wasn't worried at all. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. Dracophant arm. Lin Feng sneered and used the Dracophant arm to attack Gongsun Qin. Bang! When the two fists collided, Gongsun Qin felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surging into his arm. Next, his arm exploded. Ah! Gongsun Qin screamed and wanted to retreat. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not give Gongsun Qin the chance to do so. He immediately used Sky Splitter. A blade light condensed and slashed toward Gongsun Qin. Gongsun Qin could not react in time and was split into two by Lin Feng's blade light. The black flame bow fell into Lin Feng's hands. Gongsun Qin's corpse fell to the ground. All of this happened in a flash. Even when Gongsun Qin was split into two by Lin Feng, many people could not react in time. Gongsun Qin was killed. How is this possible? Gongsun Qin had such a strong cultivation and the black flame bow, but he was killed just like that. The cultivators of the 10,000 races could not accept this. Too strong, too strong. Lin Feng is much stronger than the rumors say. He killed Gongsun Qin so easily. What is Lin Feng's cultivation level? Could it be a quasi-emperor? Ah! A boundary emperor? How old is he? Even the Red World Fairy did not enter the boundary emperor realm at this age. The cultivators of the human race whispered to each other. They thought that Lin Feng might be a boundary emperor. Chapter 2539. These human cultivators had a better understanding of Lin Feng. After all, they had heard a lot of rumors about Lin Feng. In the past, when they talked about Lin Feng, it was mostly because Lin Feng was the disciple of Master Tortoise. The fact that Lin Feng had obtained the first place on the prodigy roll in one fell swoop had caused a huge commotion in the 9 prefectures. It had shocked countless people. Even though everyone knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary, they did not expect Lin Feng to be this strong. It was truly unbelievable. "Little bastard, you are courting death. Attack together and kill him." Gongsun Shaw's eyes turned red when he saw Lin Feng kill Gongsun Qin. His gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with an extremely dense killing intent. It was an expression that seemed as if he wanted to slice off Lin Feng's flesh piece by piece. That expression was simply too terrifying. Following Gongsun Shaw's command, the dozen or so Silver Wing clan experts behind Gongsun Shaw all charged towards Lin Feng. These Silver Wing clan experts flapped their wings. In an instant, terrifying light beams shot out from their wings one after another. Those light beams shot towards Lin Feng. It seems like the two sides are going to have a decisive battle. Lin Feng's cultivation is indeed unexpectedly strong. I wonder if he can withstand the attacks of so many Silver Wing clan cultivators. I hope he can. I really don't want Lin Feng to die here. Many human cultivators watched the battle nervously. The myriad races cultivators had the exact opposite thoughts. They hoped that Lin Feng would be killed. The more miserable his death, the better. Facing the attacks of the dozen or so Silver Wing clan cultivators, Lin Feng did not fight them head-on. He quickly retreated to avoid the attacks of the Silver Wing clan cultivators. Then, Lin Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow. The black flame bow was a supreme treasure that was controlled by Gongsun Qin. Gongsun Qin couldn't unleash the full power of the black flame bow. Although Gongsun Qin had an arrow martial spirit, his physical body couldn't draw the black flame bow. Therefore, when Gongsun Qin used the black flame bow, he only pulled it back a very small distance. Of course, if it were anyone else using the black flame bow, they wouldn't be able to draw it back either. Gongsun Qin used the black flame bow. At the very least, The black arrows condensed from his arrow martial spirit could release extremely powerful attacks. This was something that no one else could compare to. Lin Feng did not possess an arrow martial spirit, but Lin Feng was able to draw the black flame bow. In order to unleash the power of the black flame bow, one had to draw the black flame bow to the fullest. Just like Lin Feng. Draw the bow and shoot an arrow. Lin Feng gradually drew the string of the black flame bow. As the black flame bow was continuously drawn, the energy of the heavens and earth continued to gather. And the energy was increasing. This was the terror of the black flame bow. The black flame bow was able to actively absorb the energy of heaven and earth to form arrows. And this energy arrow could unleash the true power of the black flame bow. Those magic arrows or the black demonic arrows condensed from Gongsun Qin's arrow martial spirit were unable to unleash the power of the black flame bow. Finally, Lin Feng drew the black flame bow to the fullest. The energy of heaven and earth continued to surge. The energy arrow condensed from the black flame bow became more and more powerful. How is this possible? Seeing Lin Feng draw the black flame bow to the fullest, even Gongsun Shuo's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The black flame bow was a very special treasure. It required physical strength to draw it. No matter how strong one's magic power was, if one's physical body was not strong enough, one would not be able to draw the black flame bow. Even in the Silver Wing clan, only that great emperor-level expert was able to achieve this. And now, the black flame bow was drawn to the fullest again. However, the person who was able to draw the black flame bow to the fullest was a young human cultivator. And everyone knew, the physical bodies of human cultivators were extremely weak. Therefore, Gongsun Shuo did not know how Lin Feng was able to draw the black flame bow to the fullest. Su, a pitch-black arrow pierced through the void as it shot towards a silver-winged clan cultivator. "Hurry up and dodge!" Gongsun Shuo could not help but shout. However, the arrow shot out by the black flame bow was simply too powerful. Even if the cultivator wanted to dodge, it was too late. Pu. The black flame bow pierced through the cultivator's body. Seeing this, the killing intent of the other Silver Wing clan cultivators soared to the sky. They were about to attack Lin Feng. But at that moment, Lin Feng shot out arrow after arrow. Su. The black flame bow was extremely terrifying. One energy arrow after another was condensed from the black flame bow and shot towards the Silver Wing clan cultivators. Activate your magic treasures to destroy those energy arrows. Some of the Silver Wing clan cultivators shouted as they brought out their magic treasures to defend against the incoming energy arrows. However, they had underestimated how terrifying the energy arrows were. The energy arrows pierced through the magic treasures brought out by the Silver Wing clan cultivators before continuing to shoot towards them. Although the Silver Wing clan cultivators were extremely fast, they were unable to outrun the energy arrows. Pu. Ripping sounds rang out one after another. One after another, the Silver Wing clan cultivators were killed by Lin Feng's arrows. Blood splattered everywhere. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Heavens! This is a one-sided massacre, be it the human cultivators or the cultivators from the myriad races, all of them revealed looks of shock. The battle before them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. Originally, they had all assumed that Lin Feng would die in this battle. In the end, however, it was Lin Feng who was slaughtering the Silver Wing clan cultivators. The Silver Wing clan cultivators were extremely strong. However, the black flame bow in Lin Feng's hand was even stronger. Additionally, Lin Feng could fully unleash the might of the black flame bow. The Silver Wing clan cultivators could only blame themselves for being so unlucky. Of all the people they could provoke, they had to provoke Lin Feng. Not long after, Gongsun Shuo was the only one left alive among the dozens of Silver Wing clan cultivators. Moreover, Gongsun Shuo had already charged in front of Lin Feng. His eyes had turned blood red. "I will definitely tear you into pieces," Gongsun Shuo roared as he slammed his palm towards Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Gongsun Shuo was indeed an expert who had entered the Boundary Emperor realm 2 million years ago. His palm slammed out and even the void was split open. Currently, It was no longer suitable for him to use the black flame bow at such a close distance. Lin Feng hurriedly kept the black flame bow. Then, he activated the arm of dragon and elephant and punched towards Gongsun Shuo. The thing that Lin Feng was least afraid of was close combat. Gongsun Shuo's cultivation was strong. However, he was far from qualified to fight Lin Feng in close combat. Bam! Following a dull collision sound, Lin Feng and Gongsun Shuo collided violently. Everyone saw that Lin Feng did not move at all while Gongsun Shuo was sent flying. Wow! Chapter 2540. Lin Feng's physical body was unparalleled and invincible. Even if a great emperor were to arrive, his physical body would not be able to match up to Lin Feng. To be able to fight with Lin Feng at such a close distance, naturally, Gongsun Shuo was no match for Lin Feng. The fact that Gongsun Shuo was beaten up by Lin Feng to the point of spitting out blood was something that was absolutely earth-shattering. This was even more shocking than when Lin Feng had used the black flame bow to kill dozens of silver wing race cultivators consecutively. That was because Gongsun Shuo had already entered the boundary emperor state 2 million years ago. Right now, he was definitely not as simple as a boundary emperor state. However, to think that someone with such tyrannical strength would be beaten up by a single punch from Lin Feng to the point of spitting out blood. This was simply way too unbelievable. And yet, such an unbelievable thing was happening right before their eyes. They had no choice but to believe it. Everyone's hearts were filled with astonishment. The battle prowess that Lin Feng had displayed was absolutely shocking. Phew! Lin Feng chased after Gongsun Shuo swiftly. His speed was simply way too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Gongsun Shuo. Now that Gongsun Shuo was injured, Lin Feng naturally had to seize this opportunity to defeat or even kill Gongsun Shuo. Gongsun Shuo's cultivation state was extremely tyrannical. If Lin Feng were to miss this opportunity, it would be much more difficult to kill this person in the future. Boom! Lin Feng channeled his epoch dominance and suppressed Gongsun Shuo directly. At the same time, he deployed the arm of the dragon elephant and slammed it towards Gongsun Shuo. The epoch dominance was intimidating. The arm of the dragon elephant attacked. Multitasking. The battle prowess that Lin Feng displayed was simply heaven-defying. Gongsun Shuo's face changed immediately. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late for him to dodge this strike of Lin Feng. Therefore, he had no choice but to strike out against Lin Feng. However, Gongsun Shuo was stunned by Lin Feng's epoch dominance. His cultivation state was reduced by at least 30%. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, his cultivation state was reduced by another 20%. Due to his hasty attack, he did not have enough time to activate his powerful divine ability. As a result, his cultivation was reduced by another 10%. As a result, Gongsun Shuo was unable to unleash his full strength. He was unable to resist Lin Feng's attacks at all. Bam! The two sides collided once again, and Gongsun Shuo was once again sent flying by Lin Feng. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking was heard as Gongsun Shuo's right arm snapped. The power of Lin Feng's attack just now was simply too tyrannical, directly blowing off Gongsun Shuo's right arm. Is this the so-called high-level race? How laughable. You dare to mock the human race with such strength? Do you really think there's no one left in the human race? Lin Feng stepped forward. His black hair danced in the wind. He was like an archaic fiend god, arrogant and domineering. He's so handsome, many of the onlooking female cultivators screamed, wishing that they could marry Lin Feng right now. They were even willing to become Lin Feng's concubines. There were countless young girls who were deeply attracted to Lin Feng, unable to extricate themselves. The human race was greatly encouraged, and many of them had excited expressions on their faces. Lin Feng's appearance had lifted the spirits of many of the humans who had lost their confidence. The arrival of the myriad races during this period of time had dealt a huge blow to many of the human cultivators. That was because the strength of the myriad races was simply too tyrannical. On the human race's side, there were very few people who possessed special bloodlines. As for the myriad races, almost everyone possessed a special bloodline. Perhaps, This was the strength of the bloodline. But right now, Lin Feng was still able to suppress the Silverwing race boundary Emperor state powerful beings without using his own bloodline. It was said that the physical bodies of the human race were weak. But Lin Feng's physical body was so strong. Who said that the human race was a lowly race? While the innate conditions of the human race might not be comparable to the other races, the human race was more malleable and had a higher potential for growth. As long as they worked hard in their cultivation, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, Lin Feng's appearance had given many of the cultivators a renewed confidence in their cultivation. Bam! 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 Along with the dull sounds of collisions, one after another, Gongsun Shuo was sent flying again and again. He kept coughing up blood. There were also many wounds on his body. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Lin Feng was simply too domineering. He suppressed Gongsun Shuo to the point that he did not even have a chance to fight back. Lin Feng's physical body is too strong. We have to distance ourselves from him. Otherwise, Gongsun Shuo will not have any chance to turn the tables in this battle, a myriad races cultivator said in a serious voice. Gongsun Shuo naturally knows that, but that kid's speed is too fast. He's like a shadow following him. Gongsun Shuo has no chance of shaking him off, another myriad races cultivator said. The other myriad races cultivators nodded as well. Now that Gongsun Shuo was indeed in trouble, he could not shake off Lin Feng at all. In a situation where both sides were fighting in close combat, Gongsun Shuo had already been severely injured by Lin Feng. If this continued, he would die soon. Bam, 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 Lin Feng's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. Gongsun Shuo kept blocking Lin Feng's attacks, but gradually, Gongsun Shuo could not hold on any longer. Gongsun Shuo's face was as white as a sheet. The human cultivators clenched their fists because they felt that Gongsun Shuo would soon be killed by Lin Feng. He was really showing off the might of the human race. Just as Lin Feng was about to focus all his strength on killing Gongsun Shuo, a terrifying beam of light shot out from Gongsun Shuo's dantian. Martial soul! A cultivator exclaimed. That beam of light was Gongsun Shuo's martial soul. Martial souls were an ability that only humans had. Other races did not have. However, if other races mutated their bodies, perhaps one of their ancestors had the bloodline of the human race. They could also awaken a martial soul. As a result, a small number of cultivators from other races also possessed martial souls. For example, Gongsun Qin, who was killed by Lin Feng. The current Gongsun Shuo belonged to this group. Gongsun Shuo's martial soul was very terrifying, and the beam of light he shot out was extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Gongsun Shuo had been waiting for a rare opportunity to unleash his martial soul, wanting to kill Lin Feng with a single blow. Finally, he had been waiting for this opportunity. At such a close distance, Lin Feng could no longer dodge the beam of light. Die, kid! Gongsun Shuo sneered. Said Gongsun Shuo with a ferocious smile on his face. He could already see Lin Feng dying under that light attack. The terrifying beam of light was about to hit Lin Feng. Swoosh! Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng unleashed the heaven patching technique. He dodged Gongsun Shuo's attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng stepped out from behind Gongsun Shuo. Lin Feng leaped out of the void. Then, he turned into a yin-yang Dao diagram and shot toward Gongsun Shuo. Immortal slaying wings. Gongsun Shuo reacted extremely quickly. He quickly turned around, and a pair of huge wings flapped rapidly, slashing toward Lin Feng like two peerless swords. Clang! Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram collided with Gongsun Shuo's immortal slaying wings, creating a clanging sound. The two sides clashed for hundreds of rounds. Lin Feng's yin-yang Dao diagram tore apart Gongsun Shuo's immortal slaying wings. Then, the void Dao diagram slashed toward Gongsun Shuo. Puff! In the next moment. Chapter 2541. Lin Feng was like an immortal god. He stood in the void and scanned the surroundings coldly. Anyone who met Lin Feng's gaze hurriedly lowered their heads. Lin Feng was too powerful. No one dared to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes. Even those arrogant cultivators of the myriad races had no choice but to lower their heads now. Lin Feng's strength had shocked them. Before the silver-winged race cultivators attacked, some cultivators of the myriad races had said that if the silver-winged race couldn't kill Lin Feng, they would be willing to help and kill Lin Feng to restore the dignity of the myriad races. But now, these cultivators of the myriad races also shut their mouths. They knew that they couldn't compete with Lin Feng in terms of cultivation level. If they really went against Lin Feng, they would only die in the end. Any race in the 9 prefectures can come, but remember that the 9 prefectures is a world dominated by the human race. If you come to the 9 prefectures, be obedient. If you dare to insult the human race again, no matter what race you are, I will kill you all. If you are not convinced, you can come and find me. I will kill all of you until you tremble in fear. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and said in a sonorous voice. This was equivalent to warning the myriad races. It was also a declaration of war against the myriad races. He was not afraid of the myriad races. The surrounding cultivators of the human race felt their blood boiling. Who would dare to say such words to the myriad races? But Lin Feng dared to. The cultivators of the myriad races were exceptionally furious. Killing intent surged in their hearts. But now, they were intimidated by Lin Feng's sharpness and did not dare to say anything. The fate of those silver-winged race cultivators was still lingering in their minds. They could not forget it. The news of Lin Feng killing 17 experts of the silver-winged race quickly spread throughout the 9 prefectures. This news caused a huge uproar. During this period of time, the myriad races could be said to be arrogant and domineering in the 9 prefectures. However, the cultivators of the myriad races were powerful and terrifying. No one dared to provoke them. Now that Lin Feng had appeared out of nowhere and killed so many experts of the myriad races with his absolute strength, it was simply inspiring. Blazing Sun State, Divine Land City. This ancient city was adjacent to the Return Ruins Sea region, so people came and went, and it was extraordinarily bustling. At present, all the cultivators in the ancient city were talking about Lin Feng. Qingfeng Tea House. Many customers gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking tea and chatting. Several cultivators were sitting together, discussing Lin Feng's matter. Lin Feng said that if anyone dares to insult the human race again, no matter what race they are, I will kill them all. If anyone refuses to accept this, they can come find me. I will slaughter your myriad races until you tremble in fear. These words were too domineering, completely ignoring the myriad races. They really didn't know what kind of person Lin Feng was. They really wanted to see this person and experience his supreme demeanor. A blue-clothed cultivator said. Lin Feng has indeed brought honor to the human race. The myriad races think too highly of themselves. Do they really think there's no one left in the human race? Another green-robed cultivator said. The myriad races are much more obedient now. Until now, no one dares to challenge Lin Feng's prestige. It seems like the myriad races are scared out of their wits. The only old man among them said with a smile. The rest of the people also smiled. Chimpage. It's just a mere Lin Feng. Who does he think he is? The myriad races have many experts. Just you wait. I will soon take this kid's head. Cold laughter came from the stairs. More than 10 cultivators walked down the stairs. These people had clearly heard the conversation of the other cultivators. This group of people were all cultivators of the myriad races. The one who spoke was a cultivator with golden wings. Moreover, he had a purple horn on his forehead, which looked a little like a dragon's horn. Who are you? How dare you boast so shamelessly here? Are you stronger than Gongsun Shuo of the Silver Wing race? Some of the human cultivators sneered. They didn't think that this cultivator could kill Lin Feng. Gongsun Shuo was a boundary emperor, but he still died in Lin Feng's hands. And this cultivator in front of them was too young. He definitely hadn't cultivated for more than 300 years. Gongsun Shuo is only a boundary emperor who reached the 13th step. How can he be compared to our young master? A cultivator from the myriad races said coldly. The human cultivators in the tea house couldn't help but frown. They felt that something was wrong. Perhaps that arrogant young master really did have terrifying strength. The cultivator from the myriad races continued, "Our young master is from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race. He has both the Golden Eagle bloodline and the Dragon bloodline. He is an extremely rare possessor of two bloodlines. A mere Lin Feng is like an ant in front of our young master." The cultivator from the myriad races was very arrogant. His words were full of disdain for Lin Feng. Twin bloodlines. Many people were horrified. They felt that this was going to be troublesome. Any cultivator who had twin bloodlines was extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, this cultivator who had twin bloodlines was from the myriad races. The human race is a lowly race. This is a saying passed down from my ancestors. Your ancestors were just livestock raised by my race. It won't change even after billions of years. The young master from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race sneered. He didn't hold back and directly insulted the human race. Insulting the human race? You're courting death. Let's attack together. There are so many of us. Can't we defeat a mere dozen people? A cultivator said coldly. Attack, many people responded. Boom. A great battle broke out. Hundreds of cultivators attacked the dozen cultivators from the myriad races. You lowly ants don't even have the right to make me attack. The cultivator from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race said coldly, filled with endless killing intent. The dozen cultivators from the myriad races behind him attacked. These people were very scary. Phut! The sound of flesh tearing could be heard. A human cultivator was killed. Soon, the entire tea house was covered in blood. Take their heads, it's a small gift for Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. The young master from the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn race said coldly. Yes, young master. The dozen cultivators from the myriad races replied. They chopped off the heads of the dead cultivators. During this period of time, more and more cultivators surged into the southern immortal island. There were human cultivators as well as many from the myriad races. Lin Feng had killed dozens of powerful beings from the Silverwing race. Furthermore, his words had long incited the killing intent of the myriad races. There were many powerful beings among the myriad races. Many of them wanted to kill Lin Feng, who had dared to challenge the authority of the myriad races. Attaining the Tao through killing. Hopefully, some powerful beings can come. That way, I'll be able to temper my killing intent and cultivate my white tiger dominance successfully. Lin Feng could not help but mumble to himself. The reason why he had said those words was to show off the might of the human race. Secondly, he wanted to attract more powerful beings from the myriad races. Lin Feng wanted to go on a killing spree. He wanted to kill until the myriad races trembled in fear. At the same time, he wanted to temper his killing intent and cultivate his white tiger dominance successfully. After all, the white tiger had attained the Tao through killing. Lin Feng had been trying to cultivate the white tiger dominance for a long time, but he had yet to succeed. He guessed that it was because his killing intent had yet to reach the requirement to cultivate the white tiger dominance. That was why he had been unable to cultivate it. Chapter 2542. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. An old friend has come to visit. Aren't you going to come out and welcome him? A voice rang out from outside. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He leaped up and quickly arrived outside. Under the night sky, a flame Chelene shrouded in divine light stood in the courtyard, looking at him. Lin Feng was incomparably excited when he saw the flame Chelene. A flame Chelene. It was actually a flame Chelene. Lin Feng had not seen the flame Chelene for 20 years since they had parted on the Qianwu continent. Lin Feng was filled with gratitude toward the flame Chelene. In the early stages of his cultivation, it was the flame Chelene that had led him onto the correct cultivation path. One had to know that the initial stage of cultivation was the time to lay down the foundation. It was also the most important time. If there were any problems during the initial stage of cultivation, if something went wrong during the early stages of cultivation, it would be a huge problem in the future. The flame Chelene was equivalent to Lin Feng's first teacher. Lin Feng and the flame Chelene were like friends and teachers. Lin Feng was naturally overjoyed when he saw the flame Chelene. Damn, I didn't expect you to become so amazing in such a short time. How shocking, said the flame Cheline with a grin. Lin Feng said, I've experienced too many things and suffered too many hardships to reach this level. It really wasn't easy. How have you been these years? Not bad, the flame Cheline smiled and said, back then, I came to the 9 prefectures with the Great Peng King, the Peacock King, and the others. After that, I entered the sacred land of the demonic beasts to cultivate. After coming out of seclusion, I heard about you and came to see you. The Great Peng King, the Peacock King, and the others were Lin Feng's old friends. After not seeing them for so many years, Lin Feng missed them. Of course, he also missed the little Peng King, Feng Yaorao, and the others. It had been many years since he had seen them. How are they doing? Asked Lin Feng. They're doing well, said the flame Cheline. Then, it revealed a mischievous smile and said, Feng Yaorao is doing well as well. However, she sometimes spaces out. She's probably thinking about someone. Fire Cheline knew about the relationship between Lin Feng and Feng Yaorao. Now, it spoke about Feng Yaorao's matter. There was even a hint of ridicule in his voice. Lin Feng smiled and said, It seems that I have to find time to pay a visit to the demon race's holy land. Of course, there's no problem. You'll definitely be very popular then, Fire Cheline said with a smile. Lin Feng asked, Are the various demonic races related to the myriad races? The Fire Cheline replied, There are indeed some connections. In fact, the 9 states world's demonic beasts are divided into the following types. The first type is that these demonic beasts were born in the 9 states world. These demonic beasts are not related to the other demonic beasts, such as the phoenixes, peacocks, rocks, and killins. The second possibility is that some of the bestial beasts came from somewhere else, but they didn't come from Heavenly Sage Great World. These bestial beasts have nothing to do with Heavenly Sage Great World, such as the Dragon Clan, the Golden Crow Clan, the Sky-Devouring Toad Clan, and so on. The third possibility is that this group of demons were abandoned by the thousands of races in the Heavenly Sage Great World when they retreated. Later, they slowly develop. Oh, abandoned clansmen? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Cheline in surprise. The Fire Cheline nodded and said, That's right. Most of these clansmen were the clansmen who were abandoned when the 10,000 clans were defeated by the 100 saints of the human clan in ancient time. Will these clansmen be a threat to the 9 states world? Lin Feng frowned. The Fire Cheline said, I'm guessing that these abandoned clansmen hate the other demonic beasts even more. Back then, these people should have been executed, but the 100 sages spared them due to the heavens' benevolence. This group of cultivators gradually took root in the 9 states world and integrated into it. What's the difference between the myriad races and the other demonic races? Lin Feng asked. The myriad races are very special. Because they were born in the Heavenly Sage Great World, they all have a special rune between their eyebrows. That rune is twisted together like a demonic rune. However, many of the myriad races can hide this rune. Some of the myriad races' cultivators with amazing talent can even control the ability to activate that rune. They can use that rune to communicate with the world origin of the Heavenly Sage Great World, and then use the world origin of the Heavenly Sage Great World to increase their battle strength. Moreover, their cultivation is much faster than ordinary myriad races, the Fire Cheline said. Lin Feng said, No wonder the myriad races' cultivation speed is so fast. I didn't expect them to have such an ability, the Fire Cheline said, That's why the myriad races are so high and mighty. Their ability is something that cultivators from other great worlds don't have. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the Fire Cheline said. Cultivators from other great worlds were not like the myriad races, who had runes between their eyebrows and could communicate with the world origin. This ability was heaven-defying. But no matter how heaven-defying this ability was, it did not give them the right to humiliate the human race. The Fire Cheline said, Come with me. We're going to do something big. What big thing? Lin Feng looked at the Fire Cheline in surprise. He, a huge merchant ship from the myriad races has arrived. Do you know what's on that ship? The Fire Cheline grinned. Lin Feng asked, What is it? Just one thing is enough to tempt you. "There's a damaged heaven-shaking steely in that merchant ship," the Fire Chelin said. "What? A damaged heaven-shaking steely?" Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. His voice became much louder, and his breathing quickened. "He also had a piece of the damaged heaven-shaking stone steely here. Is it from the same heaven-shaking steely as mine?" Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath before asking. The Fire Chelin knew that Lin Feng also had a damaged heaven-shaking steely. "I'm not sure, but we can only verify it after we snatch it," the Fire Chelin said. Lin Feng nodded. Heaven-shaking steelies were too important. These heaven-shaking steelies were one of the greatest secrets of the myriad worlds. Refining a heaven-shaking steely was simply too difficult. Lin Feng had a damaged heaven-shaking steely, and he had been using his magic power to nourish it. Therefore, if this damaged heaven-shaking steely could be repaired in the future, it would definitely belong to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was naturally eager to repair this damaged heaven-shaking steely and take control of it. In the future, he might be able to use this heaven-shaking steely to kill the black fog creature when he encountered it. Why would such a heaven-shaking steely be transported here? Lin Feng was puzzled. An almighty cultivator of the Yarrow clan has calculated that something will happen in the southern immortal sea domain. When the time comes, the heaven-shaking stone tablet will appear. Perhaps the myriad races have grasped some powerful methods and can borrow the power of the heaven-shaking stone tablet that is about to appear. They can make the incomplete heaven-shaking stone tablet reveal its hidden secrets. Chapter 2543. Lin Feng said, "I've studied this heaven-shaking stone steely for a long time, but I still can't figure out its secrets. The myriad races are really extraordinary. Let's not delay any longer. Let's go." The Fire Chelin nodded and soared into the sky with Lin Feng. In the dark night, the two of them quickly left. There were many cultivators wandering around Lin Feng's residence, even at night. All the major forces, including the human race, the myriad races, and the devil race, wanted to know Lin Feng's movements as soon as possible. Therefore, they sent many people to monitor Lin Feng's every move. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin's departure could not be hidden from these spies. "Go back and report that Lin Feng ran away in the middle of the night." The cultivators of the myriad races hurried back to report. They thought that Lin Feng was afraid, so he ran away in the middle of the night. The human race cultivators also sent the news to the forces behind them. Of course, it was not just the human race cultivators. The devil race and other forces also sent the news back. "He ran away. Send people to chase after him. We can't let that kid run away. Now you know how to be afraid. It's too late. This kid is already on the must-kill list of the myriad races. He will die without a doubt. Send the experts of the races to hunt him down." Originally, it was not good for the myriad races to surround and kill this kid on the southern deity island. Now that he's out of the southern deity island, we can surround and kill him without worry. The various major forces of the myriad races also began to send experts to hunt down Lin Feng. The myriad races valued their reputation very much. In the southern deity island, the myriad races could not surround and attack Lin Feng in front of everyone. However, the top experts of the myriad races did not appear. Therefore, the myriad races were waiting. However, things were different now that Lin Feng had left the southern deity island. There were many boundary emperors among the myriad races. Under the leadership of these people, the myriad races planned to surround and attack Lin Feng. Although there were no peerless experts overseeing it. However, in the eyes of the myriad races, although Lin Feng's cultivation was very powerful, he was not a peerless expert. With so many of them surrounding and attacking Lin Feng would definitely die. Therefore, the myriad races were full of confidence. When Lin Feng left the southern immortal island, many spies followed Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin easily shook off these people. By the time the myriad races arrived, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin were long gone. "There must be a peerless expert on that merchant ship. If the two of us attack that ship, we'll be courting death. What do you plan to do?" Lin Feng asked the Fire Chelin. Since the Fire Chelin had asked him to deal with the myriad race's merchant ship, Lin Feng guessed that the Fire Chelene must have thought of a way. That merchant ship is coming from the Sinkhole Ocean and will pass by the space-time reversal sea region. The Fire Chelene laughed. Space-time reversal sea region? This is where the Red Dust Immortal Sect is located. That's right. The Red Dust Celestial Sect is located in the space-time reversal ocean. Moreover, your dragon sect isn't far from the space-time reversal ocean. The Fire Chelene laughed. Lin Feng asked, "You want me to mobilize the dragon sect's army to attack the Myriad Race's merchant ship?" Lin Feng raised his brows slightly. That's right. However, we can't attack them directly. Instead, we need to adopt a strategy, the Fire Chelene said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The Myriad Races are incomparably arrogant. When they arrive at the space-time reversal ocean, they have two choices. The first is to take the risk and pass through the space-time reversal ocean, and the second is to go around it. With the character of the Myriad Races, they definitely won't choose to go around. They will choose to pass through the space-time reverse flow sea. But the space-time reverse flow sea is incomparably dangerous. There are terrifying restrictions everywhere and shattered space-time laws. The slightest carelessness could lead to death." That's right. You're best at setting up formations. When the time comes, you can make full use of the various terrains in the space-time reversal ocean to set up a killing formation. Then, you can mobilize 1,000,000 troops from the Dragon Sect to activate the formation together. Even if the Myriad Race's merchant ship has a great emperor guarding it, we'll still be able to skin them alive. Ha 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 ha. Alright, let's return to the Dragon Sect to mobilize the troop. Lin Feng laughed. The development of the Dragon Gate was going very smoothly. Now, it had become a colossal force in the ocean region. Lin Feng's return to the Dragon Sect caused a commotion. Many Dragon Sect cultivators had never even seen their sect master, Lin Feng. Of course, they had heard too many things about Lin Feng. Especially during this period of time, Lin Feng had killed so many experts of the Myriad Races. He had threatened that if the Myriad Races dared to insult the human race again, he would definitely kill them until they trembled in fear. This had made many people's blood boil. It was even more so for the Dragon Sect cultivators. Lin Feng was the sect master of the Dragon Sect. Every Dragon Sect cultivator was proud of being a member of the Dragon Sect. After returning to the Dragon Sect, Lin Feng caught up with everyone. Then, Lin Feng asked Du Zhu to mobilize 1,000,000 troops led by Du Zhu. Then, they boarded the ancient ship of war and followed Lin Feng to the space-time reversal ocean. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelene worked together to set up a grand formation in the space-time reversal ocean. In order to set up the grand formation, Lin Feng used more than 30,000 precious formation materials. He connected many of the shattered voids in the surrounding 15 kilometers with the grand formation. In addition, Lin Feng also set up the Immortal Extermination Grand Formation and the Mystic Pin Grand Formation. Just as the Fire Chelene had said, such a powerful formation. More than 1,000,000 cultivators activated it together. Even if the Great Emperor came, he would skin him alive. What Lin Feng didn't know was that his actions had been discovered by someone a long time ago. Red Dust Immortal Sect. Red Dust Cliff. The Red World Fairy was dressed in men's clothes. Her face seemed to never grow up. She still looked like she was 16 or 17 years old. How can it be so easy to plot against the Myriad Races? The Myriad Races foundation is unimaginable. The Red World Fairy frowned slightly. Fine, I'll help you hide it from the Myriad Races so that the primogenitors won't be able to sense what's going on here, the Red World Fairy muttered to herself. Her hands kept forming hand seals. A powerful force of destiny descended from the sky. Defying the heavens and changing fate, hiding from the heavens, Honorable Immortal Hong Chen murmured. The powerful force of destiny surged into the void and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where it had gone. Amidst the endless waves of the sea, a huge ancient ship 10,000 meters long sailed over. This ancient ship was the merchant ship of the Myriad Races. It was the ship of the Myriad Races Alliance. The Myriad Races Alliance was the strongest faction in the great heavenly sage world. It was formed by many of the top factions of the Myriad Races. This ancient ship was called the All Saints Ancient Ship. The captain was an expert of the nine-headed insect race called Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. He was a famous expert in the great heavenly sage world. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints was drinking and having fun with many experts of the myriad races in the main hall. Beautiful women surrounded him. It was extremely extravagant. Lord Heavenly Sovereign, we're about to reach the space-time reversal sea. It's said that the dojo of the strongest expert of the 9 provinces great world, the Red World Fairy, is here. Chapter 2544. Upon hearing the words Venerable Immortal Hong Chen, the noisy hall immediately quieted down. The Red World Fairy, the Red World Fairy. I've heard her name more than once in Heavenly Sage Great World. The 9-headed bug couldn't help but say. The 9-headed bug wore a golden chainmail, which was probably a powerful supreme treasure. It had a human body and a serpent head. The 9 gigantic heads were incomparably terrifying. They were simply too ugly. When this terrifying existence spoke, its voice was like thunder, but it also had a sinister tone. I heard that this woman went to that place, and even fought a progenitor. A myriad race cultivator said uncertainly. The Red World Fairy was only around 4,000 years old. Could she fight a progenitor of the myriad races? It sounded unbelievable. This is probably just a rumor. It's not true at all. No matter how strong the Red World Fairy is, she's only cultivated for 4,000 years. If she really met a progenitor of the myriad races, she would have died long ago. One of the cultivators from the myriad races immediately scoffed. He did not believe the words of another cultivator from the myriad races at all. But since it's rumored that the Red World Fairy is the strongest in 9 provinces great world, there must be some basis for it. The Red World Fairy's cultivation must be unfathomable. There's no need for us to get into a conflict with the Red World Fairy, right? Why don't we take a detour? Another myriad races cultivator said. This myriad races cultivator was more cautious. TMPH, what's there to be afraid of? We have so many experts here. Why should we be afraid of the Red World Fairy? It's fine if Immortal Reverend Hong Chen doesn't show up, but if she does, we'll capture her and pluck her energy. Think about it, plucking the #1 expert of 9 provinces plane. Isn't that interesting? A myriad race cultivator covered in scales couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. His words caused many of the myriad race cultivators to smile knowingly. However, the space-time reversal sea is dangerous. We need to be careful when we cross it. Someone reminded. Our ancient ship can cross the starry sky. A mere sea won't be able to harm our ancient ship. Someone else disagreed. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said. There's no need to take a detour. We'll cross the space-time reversal sea directly. I actually hope that the Red World Fairy will appear so that we can experience her techniques and see if she's as powerful as the legends say. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints couldn't help but sneer. Rumble, the 10,000-meter-long ship quickly traversed the world ocean. Soon, they entered the space-time reversal sea region. Reporting to the sect master, the ships of the myriad races have already entered the space-time countercurrent sea and are now sailing towards us. The spy Lin Feng had sent had come back with some important news. Ha 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 ha, they're finally here. This time, they won't be able to leave. The fire Chelin laughed loudly. Kill these people. And he would be able to obtain the heaven-shaking steely in the myriad race's possession. Lin Feng hoped that the heaven-shaking steely was the same as the one he had obtained. If it was the same heaven-shaking stone tablet, Lin Feng would take an important step in repairing the heaven-shaking steely. Pass down the order. Tell everyone to get ready, Lin Feng said. Du Zhu hurriedly passed down the order. Next, they had to wait for the myriad race's arrival. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 days later, an earth-shaking rumble resounded. A huge ancient ship sailed over. It was none other than the myriad race's ancient ship, All Saints. They are here, the fire Chelin said. Prepare to activate the formation. Lin Feng nodded. The ancient ship continued forward for another dozen li and arrived at the center of the formation. Lin Feng activated the formation. The formation runes intertwined, sealing off the area. The densely packed great formations completely sealed off this region of the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of chains colliding could be heard. These were the Emperor runes formed by Lin Feng. 9 Emperor runes streaked across the sky. It wrapped itself around the ancient ship, All Saints. The ancient ship could no longer move forward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The cultivators outside shouted. The upper echelons of the myriad races who were enjoying themselves in the hall turned grim. Someone actually dares to attack us. Could it be the Red World Fairy? An expert of the myriad races asked. Come, let's go out and take a look. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints sneered, then stood up and walked outside. The other upper echelons of the myriad races stood up as well. When the group of experts arrived at the deck, they saw 9 thick Emperor runes locking down the ancient ship like 9 chains of order. The surroundings were filled with formation runes. This place was completely sealed off. However, they did not see anyone. It was obvious that the person who had set up the formation was hiding in the formation. The Red World Fairy, is that you? Is this the demeanor of the strongest expert of the 9 provinces' great world? A coward who only dares to hide in the shadows? Come out and fight me if you dare. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints sneered. This person was extremely arrogant. He was provoking the Red World Fairy, hoping that the Red World Fairy would show herself. Lin Feng sneered. If the Red World Fairy really did make a move, you would have died many times over. Do you think you still have the chance to shout here? Who are you? How dare you scheme against the myriad races? Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' expression darkened. Lin Feng said indifferently. If you want to know who I am, you can ask King Yama when you go to hell later. Ignorant fools, how dare you challenge the dignity of the myriad races? All of you must die. Destroy these Emperor runes. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said coldly. Rumble, terrifying beams of destructive light shot out from the All Saints' ancient ship. The beams of light wanted to destroy the 9 Emperor runes that Lin Feng had set up. Follow me and activate the formation to exterminate these people, Lin Feng shouted. He began to activate the array. Meanwhile, the million cultivators who were hidden in the deployment spell released their own strength at the same time and helped Lin Feng activate the deployment spell. A loud rumbling sound was heard. Endless spacetime force poured down, forming a spacetime storm, and bombarded the ancient starship. The Immortal Slaying Grand Array formed a 10,000-meter-long Immortal Slaying Sword and slashed towards the ancient ship. As for the Xian Pin Grand Array, it formed a Xian Pin Gate. The Xian Pin Gate was 8,000 meters tall. It was like a towering mountain that slammed down on the ancient ship. Meanwhile, the Deity Realm Avatar controlled the ancient starship, Shenyuan. Chapter 2545. Boom boom boom. A series of earth-shaking noises resounded through the clouds. All sorts of powerful attacks were launched at the ancient ship. This ancient ship had a mysterious origin, but it was a supreme treasure on the same level as the Shenyuan starship. However, no matter how powerful the ship was, it couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. Moreover, the ancient ship was now locked down by Lin Feng's 9 thick Emperor runes. There was simply no way to counterattack. He could only passively take the beating. Therefore, the overwhelming attacks landed on the defensive formation of the ancient ship. Even though the ship's defensive barrier was extremely strong, it began to crack after receiving several attacks. My lord, the enemy's attack is far more powerful than we thought. The giant spirit stone cannons on the ancient ship are extremely powerful, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Great Formation here is too powerful. If I'm not wrong, the Great Formation here is a combination of Great Formations, including the 2nd and 3rd ranked Shenmi Great Formation and the Immortal Slaying Great Formation. Besides, the people who set up the formation are extraordinary. They connected the formation with the space-time reverse current of the sea. Therefore, when they activated the formation, the space-time reverse current of the sea also attacked the ship. We have to face the Xian Pin Great Formation, the Immortal Slaying Great Formation, the ancient ship, and the space-time reverse current of the sea. We have to think of a solution quickly, otherwise, the defense of the ship will be destroyed. Once the defensive formation of the All Saints ship is destroyed, we will be completely exposed. At that time, we will have to face the enemy's attack directly. The enemy is too well prepared. All of us will be annihilated. On the All Saints ship, an expert of the myriad races who was proficient in formations said in a solemn voice. His expression was extremely ugly. It was because he was proficient in formations that he knew how terrifying the predicament they were in was. When the rest of the upper echelons of the myriad races heard this expert's words, their expressions changed drastically. They had been so arrogant before. He even said that even if the Red World Fairy came, he would be able to suppress the Red World Fairy. He even wanted to pluck the Red World Fairy. But the Red World Fairy did not come. They didn't even know who their opponents were. They had actually fallen into a desperate situation. It was like a slap to their faces. We have underestimated the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, an upper echelon of the myriad races said with a gloomy expression. Even though he didn't want to admit it, now that things had developed to this point, he had no choice but to admit it no matter how unwilling he was. It's useless to say all this. Let's quickly think of a way to break the other party's attack. Otherwise, all of us will die here. What can we do now? The other party deliberately set up this trap to kill us. They have calculated everything. They want to trap us to death. I'm afraid we can't escape from such a terrifying attack. The upper echelons of the myriad races began to discuss among themselves. Everyone was anxious. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said, "What are you panicking about? The battle has just begun, and it's not certain who will emerge victorious. I'll use the sacrificial technique to communicate with a Lord Primogenitor. As long as we can communicate with that Lord Primogenitor, his power will descend and these people's formation will be broken." The eyes of the upper echelons of the myriad races lit up when they heard Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' words. These people rely on their formation. As long as we can break their formation, they will be like tigers without teeth. We can slaughter them as we wish. Ha ha ha, if that's the case, then that's great. Lord, please use the sacrificial technique to communicate with the Lord Primogenitor. Several upper echelons of the myriad races cupped their fists and said. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints nodded. With a wave of his right hand, an altar appeared. There were many tributes placed on the altar. Lord Primogenitor, please descend with your power and help us get rid of these lowly beings of the 9 prefectures. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints knelt before the altar and chanted an incantation. Then, he cut his palm. His blood dripped into a cauldron placed in front of him. The upper echelons of the myriad races were waiting for the Lord Primogenitor to appear. However, after the sacrificial ceremony ended, there was no movement. What's going on? What's going on? Why isn't there any movement from the sacrificial ceremony? Everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They were filled with anticipation, but what they received was disappointment. Everyone's expression became extremely gloomy. Something's wrong. I can't sense the Lord Primogenitor's aura. Someone has blocked the heavenly secrets of this place. We're trapped here, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said solemnly. What? How can this be? Doesn't that mean we're doomed? The expressions of the upper echelons of the myriad races changed drastically. Crack. 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 At this moment, the cracks on the ancient ship's defenses were getting worse and worse. Let's negotiate. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape this calamity, one of the upper echelons of the myriad races said. We're not willing to lower our heads to these lowly races, one of the upper echelons said coldly. In the eyes of the myriad races, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were lowly cultivators. They looked down on the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. The myriad races had always been high and mighty. In fact, they were not only against the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. The living beings of the planets outside the 9 prefectures. In the eyes of the myriad races, they were all lowly races. They were only worthy of being their slaves. But now, they were forced to negotiate with the lowly races in their eyes. Many of the myriad races found this hard to accept. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said, "Let's get through this calamity first. Once we're through, we'll tear these people to pieces." Then, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints said, "Black Fiend Evil Lord, You negotiate with them? Yes, my lord. A black-robed cultivator of the myriad races replied. Then, he shouted, friend who attacked us secretly, we're willing to negotiate with you. You can name any conditions you want, but please let us leave. What do you think? Ignore them. Attack with all your might. Lin Feng sneered and gave the order. The myriad races were vicious and merciless. Their words could not be trusted. Since they attacked, Lin Feng had no intention of letting them leave alive. Boom, 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 boom. Their attacks became even more ferocious. These people have no intention of negotiating. Damn it, damn it. They are trying to kill us all. The upper echelons of the myriad races had grim expressions. Previously, they had been high and mighty, insufferably arrogant. But now, in the face of death, the upper echelons of the myriad races were restless like ants on a hot pan. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Under the attacks of the Immortal Slaying Array, the Shenyuan Grand Array, the Shenyuan Ancient Starship, and the Spacetime Reversal Storm, the cracks on the All Saints Ancient Starship became more and more severe. Finally, the defensive restrictions on the All Saints Ancient Starship, it directly shattered. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth bombarded the All Saints Ancient Starship that had completely lost its defensive capabilities. Hurry up and run. Chapter 2546. Bang, 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 bang. All sorts of attacks rained down on the Myriad Saints' ancient ship. The ancient ship had a huge origin, was extremely precious, and was extremely powerful. However, the ancient ship sank after taking on such a ferocious attack. The cultivators who did not manage to escape in time were all killed inside the ancient ship. Break out. Let's break out of this, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints roared. He did not want to think about anything else. He only wanted to break out of this place as soon as possible. As long as he could break out of this place successfully, he would come back for revenge when the time came. Originally, there were about 10,000 cultivators. Now, there were only 6,000 or 7,000 left. They all gathered around Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. All sorts of defensive Dharma treasures were brought out. The cultivators of the myriad races activated their Dharma treasures to block the attacks as they quickly moved toward the edge of the array. They wanted to tear the array apart and escape. However, Lin Feng did not give them the chance to do so. The Immortal Exterminating Sword formed by the Immortal Exterminating Array, the Gate of Xian Pin formed by the Xian Pin Array, the huge Spirit Stone cannons on the ancient ship, and the Spacetime Reversal power poured out from the Spacetime Reversal. When these four types of attacks fused together, the destructive power was simply too terrifying. It was an unstoppable attack that destroyed the defensive Dharma treasures of the myriad races. Fart, fart, fart. Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The bodies of the cultivators of the myriad races were constantly being torn apart. One by one, the cultivators of the myriad races were killed. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, spare me, I beg you, spare me. I'll leave the 9 states and return to the great heavenly sage world. I'll never set foot in the great heavenly sage world again. Please spare my life. Many of the cultivators of the myriad races begged. Originally, these cultivators of the myriad races were each more arrogant than the other. They viewed the cultivators of the other races as ants. But now, these cultivators of the myriad races were like stray dogs. Don't stop. Attack with all your might, Lin Feng ordered. These cultivators of the myriad races did not deserve to die. Lin Feng did not pity them. All sorts of attacks were launched. No matter how strong the cultivators of the myriad races were, they could not withstand the overwhelming attacks. The number of cultivators from the myriad races was constantly decreasing. Soon, there were only about 3,000 people left. If you kill us, the myriad races won't let you off. When the primogenitor descends to the 9 prefectures, he will definitely make the 9 prefectures flow with blood. The cultivators of the myriad races roared loudly and began to threaten Lin Feng. They wanted to instill fear in Lin Feng so that he would let them go. But Lin Feng didn't care about their pleas at all. Various powerful attacks continued to bombard the cultivators of the myriad races. This was a completely one-sided battle. The number of cultivators from the myriad races was still decreasing. Soon, there were only 2,000 people left. Then there were 1,000 people. 500 people. The cultivators of the myriad races tried to break through the encirclement again and again, but they were unable to break out. On the contrary, the number of people kept decreasing. Almost everyone felt a deep sense of despair, because they really couldn't find a way to escape. Under the continuous attacks, the cultivators of the myriad races were killed one after another. Soon, there were only a few dozen cultivators left. No matter how powerful the cultivators of the myriad races were, they didn't have the strength to resist. The most terrifying thing about Lin Feng's side wasn't the array formation that Lin Feng had set up. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Feng had brought over 1 million cultivator army. And these arrays were activated by the 1 million cultivator army that Lin Feng had brought over. The 1 million cultivator army itself was terrifying enough. Moreover, the 1 million cultivator army supported the arrays to attack the cultivators of the myriad races. Anyone who was trapped in the arrays would feel despair, let alone the cultivators of the myriad races. I curse you all to die a horrible death. Many cultivators of the myriad races began to curse. Before they died, they began to curse. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he ignored the curses of the cultivators of the myriad races. Fart. 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 The cultivators of the myriad races continued to die. In the end, only Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was left of the myriad races. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was also severely injured. 3 of his 9 heads had been chopped off. If not for the strong defense of the golden armor on his body, Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints would probably have died. Right now, Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was simply mad with hatred. He had great strength. But there was nothing he could do. He could not unleash his own strength. This made Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints so aggrieved that he wanted to die. Who exactly are you? Why are you trying to kill us? Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints roared furiously. He really wanted to know Lin Feng's true identity. At the very least, after he died, he would not die without knowing the reason. You want to know? I just won't tell you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Kill him. Lin Feng ordered. Among the cultivators of the myriad races, only Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was left alive. All kinds of attacks bombarded Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints held the scorching dragon flame saber in his hand and blocked all kinds of attacks. But in the end, he was still unable to block them. The golden armor on his body was destroyed under the continuous bombardment of all kinds of attacks. I hate this. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints roared. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints roared furiously, his eyes turning blood red. If he had been defeated and killed in a battle, Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints would not have been so resentful. But now, he did not even have the chance to use his cultivation. He was unwilling to die so tragically. He continued to resist for another 15 minutes. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints could not hold on any longer. The immortal slaying sword cut Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints in half. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints' blood dyed the sky. Heavenly Sage Great World. 9-headed insect clans Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. Those who were qualified to place their primordial spirit lamp here were either direct descendants of the 9-headed insect clan or extremely powerful side bloodlines. Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was not only a direct descendant of the 9-headed insect clan. His strength was also extremely terrifying. This was because Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints was an expert who had stepped onto the 90th stone step. But now, Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints' primordial spirit lamp had shattered. The servants guarding the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall turned pale when they saw Heavenly Venerable 9 Saints' primordial spirit lamp shatter. They scrambled out and reported this matter to the Grand Elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall. The Grand Elder of the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall then reported this matter to the clan leader of the 9-headed insect clan. Many of the 9-headed insect clan's higher-ups were led to the Primordial Spirit Lamp Hall by the clan leader. According to the time, Heavenly Venerable Nine Saints should have reached the Nine States Great World. He is a quasi-emperor who has stepped onto the 90th stone step and has many experts by his side. Who in the Nine States can kill him? Chapter 2547. This was also what puzzled the others. With Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' strength and the many experts around him, logically speaking, no one should be able to kill Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. Yet, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints had fallen in 9 continents. At this time, another high-ranking member of the nine-headed insectoid race said, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints could communicate with the primogenitor through the sacrificial technique. No one could kill him. If he encountered any danger, he could borrow the power of the primogenitor to avert the danger. The group of high-ranking members of the nine-headed insectoid race frowned. This matter was full of peculiarities. The leader of the nine-headed insectoid race said, It's useless to talk about this now. The key is that our heaven-shaking Steely has fallen into the hands of others following Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' death. I need to go to the Heavenly Sage Alliance to explain this matter. Send people into 9 continents to investigate the cause of Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' death. Find out who dares to touch our people. Yes, leader. The group of high-ranking members of the nine-headed insectoid race hurriedly replied. After Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' corpse was fished out, Lin Feng took his storage ring. The remaining cultivators' storage rings were also collected. As for the corpses, they were all gathered together. Lin Feng released heavenly fire and burned the corpses to ashes. At this time, a black light shot up into the sky from the sea. An ancient ship was suspended within the black light. This ancient ship was none other than the All Saints. The All Saints' ancient ship was very extraordinary. Although it was almost destroyed previously, it had now recovered to its original state. This ancient ship clearly had an extremely powerful ability to repair itself. Now, this ancient ship wanted to escape without a trace. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng sneered and quickly chased after it. He had sent people to salvage the ancient ship, but there had been no movement. He did not expect the ancient ship to recover completely. This was a top-grade ancient ship. It was not much inferior to Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient ship. Naturally, Lin Feng would not let this ancient ship escape. He opened his hand, and lines of Emperor runes were formed, sweeping across the void. The Emperor runes shot towards the ancient ship, wrapping around it. The All Saints swept out beams of destructive light in an attempt to destroy the monarch runes formed by Lin Feng. However, the monarch runes were simply too powerful. In the end, the All Saints ship failed. The Emperor runes wrapped around the ancient ship. Next, Lin Feng used the 8 God-sealing seals to seal the ancient ship. Then, he took out a glass bottle that was used to store ancient ships. Buzz. A powerful devouring power was released from the glass bottle. That powerful devouring force enveloped the ancient ship, the eminent holiness. All Saints shrunk rapidly and flew into the glass bottle. Beat the gongs and retreat. Let's go. Lin Feng said. Woo woo woo, a bugle horn sounded, and the army gathered and quickly left the space-time reversal sea region. After leaving the space-time reversal sea region, the army returned to the Dragon Gate. After returning, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin broke the restrictions on Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints storage ring. Lin Feng's godly awareness penetrated the deployment spell, and he was pleasantly surprised. Heavenly Venerate Nine Saints storage ring was filled with a dazzling array of treasures. Of course, the reason Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised was because he saw a heaven-shaking Steely. The moment Lin Feng saw the heaven-shaking Steely, he knew that it was the one he needed. It was the gap on the Steely. It was connected to the gap on the heaven-shaking Steely he had obtained. The 2 Steelies clearly came from the same heaven-shaking Steely. Lin Feng took out the heaven-shaking Steely from the storage ring and the heaven-shaking Steely he had obtained before. Then, he connected the 2 Steelies through the gap. Just as Lin Feng had expected, the 2 Steelies could be connected through the gap. Ha 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 ha, it's indeed one heaven-shaking Steely. I've finally collected the second one. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh loudly. Every time he collected a heaven-shaking Steely, he would be one step closer to repairing the damaged one. Lin Feng was overjoyed and looked forward to it. He would wait until he repaired the heaven-shaking stele. At that time, he would kill gods, Buddhas, and demons if they blocked his path. He wouldn't have to be afraid of the foreign creatures or even the creatures from the previous era. He could just take out the heaven-shaking steles and kill them all. This was why the heaven-shaking steles were so terrifying. The heaven-shaking steles were simply invincible. This is the incantation. The fire Qilin found a jade tube in the storage ring. After sensing it for a while, it tossed the jade tube to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube and found that there was an incantation imprinted on it. The incantation was called the Heaven-Shaking Incantation. The Heaven-Shaking Incantation was very miraculous. When chanting the incantation, different heaven-shaking steles would be able to sense each other. The myriad races might want to use the heaven-shaking incantation to create a connection between their heaven-shaking stele and the completed heaven-shaking stele that was about to appear. This way, some of the secrets contained in the heaven-shaking stele might be revealed. Of course, the myriad races weren't sure if the secrets would be revealed. However, this method was definitely worth a try. Heaven-shaking incantation, heaven-shaking incantation. This is great. The heaven-shaking incantation is the incantation to activate the heaven-shaking steles. Although I can't refine the heaven-shaking stele now, I can refine it when the Armageddon War arrives. With the heaven-shaking incantation, my chances of refining the heaven-shaking stele will be much higher than others. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Found it. I've finally found it. The fire Qilin shouted excitedly. It was practically dancing with joy as it took out a treasure from the storage ring. The treasure was engulfed in flames. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a piece of beast bone. The beast bone was emitting intense fluctuations. Moreover, the beast bone was surrounded by blood qi and runes. There was a kind of saint energy contained within the beast bone. What kind of bone is this? Lin Feng was shocked. This bone was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng felt that it wasn't inferior to the saint bone he had refined the first time. This is the saint bone of one of the fire Qilin race's primogenitor. It's still intact even after billions of years. It contains unimaginable power. Now, I'm going to enter seclusion to refine this saint bone. As long as this saint bone fuses with my body, I'll complete a major transformation, the fire Qilin said excitedly. All right, you enter seclusion here. I'll go outside and check if there are any other treasures in the storage ring. Lin Feng said. The fire Qilin nodded. Chapter 2548. As a member of the Qilin clan, the fire Qilin's talent was extremely high. Back in the Tianwu continent, when Lin Feng was still weak, the fire Qilin was already one of the peak experts of the Tianwu continent. It was known as the Flame Sage. It was born from flames, so this name was indeed very suitable for it. If not for the fact that its divine power had been devoured by the Sage Royal Stone, the fire Qilin would have been forced to cultivate again. It was unknown how strong the fire Qilin's cultivation had become. After coming to the 9 prefectures, the fire Qilin had undergone a bloodline baptism in the ancestral land of the Yarrow race. Now that it had undergone a second bloodline awakening, its cultivation had skyrocketed. Now that it had obtained the sacred bone of a primogenitor of the fire Qilin clan, how strong would the fire Qilin be once it was refined? Perhaps only Lin Feng himself would know. Lin Feng left the secret room. Lin Feng returned to his room and began to look through the other treasures in his storage ring. Lin Feng saw many ancient maps of the starry sky. There were more than 200 jade tubes that recorded the routes of the ancient maps of the starry sky. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. The contents of these ancient maps of the starry sky were extremely shocking. Many of the planets marked on the ancient maps of the starry sky were undeveloped planets. If he could enter those planets and develop them, who knew how much resources he could obtain? This is a map of the great sage world's factions. Lin Feng looked at the jade tube in his hand in a strange way. He had sensed something different from the contents of the tube. This jade tube had a huge map imprinted on it. On the map, there were countless markings indicating the locations of the various forces in the great sage world. The strength of each faction was also recorded in great detail. Even which factions had enmity with each other was written clearly. It seems that the myriad races are not as united as one. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He put down the jade tube and continued to search for other treasures. There were piles of godly stones and celestial iron in his ring. Those godly stones and celestial iron were extremely precious, and Lin Feng needed them. Divine artifacts were hard to come by mainly because the materials to forge them were not easy to find. That was why many deities in the world of cultivators still had ordinary magic treasures, but did not have divine artifacts to protect themselves. It was because they couldn't find the materials to forge divine artifacts. Lin Feng estimated that the immortal iron and immortal stones in the storage ring could be used to forge 5,000 to 6,000 divine artifacts. At that time, he would be able to equip another powerful army. In addition to these divine stones and immortal iron, there were also all kinds of heavenly treasures. There were also many precious array formation materials. In order to arrange the array formation, Lin Feng had used up more than 30,000 array formation materials. He had spent a long time collecting array formation materials, but because of this battle, they had all been used up. However, there were about 70,000 to 80,000 types of rare and precious array formation materials in this storage ring. Lin Feng didn't just replenish the array formation materials that he had consumed. Furthermore, there were an additional 40,000 to 50,000 types of array formation materials. With so many array formation materials, it was enough to kill several top experts. What a moving treasure trove! Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. In the corner of the storage ring, there were more than 1,000 magic treasures. The quality of these magic treasures was extremely high. There were a total of 632 heavenly deity-level magic treasures. There were a total of 360 giant god-level magic treasures. As for pseudo-emperor-level magic treasures, there were a total of 8. This was truly an eye-opener for Lin Feng. This was the first time he had seen so many pseudo-emperor-level magic treasures. The Demon Lord said, logically speaking, if you can find enough materials, these pseudo-emperor-level magic treasures can evolve into emperor-level magic treasures in the future. Lin Feng smiled wryly. But the most difficult thing is to find the materials. The great emperors looked everywhere for them, but they couldn't find them. Therefore, the great emperors had no choice but to turn their treasures into great imperial weapons. They couldn't turn their treasures into great imperial weapons. That's right. This is why emperor-level magic treasures are so precious, said the Demon Lord. There was a saying, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. That was exactly what it meant. If the emperors couldn't find those precious materials, they couldn't forge true emperor-level magic treasures. Not to mention the emperors, even the fleeting immortals wouldn't be able to forge true emperor-level magic treasures. If they didn't have enough quality materials, they wouldn't be able to forge true emperor-level magic treasures. The only pity is that there isn't a defensive pseudo-emperor-level magic treasure among these 8. Lin Feng frowned slightly. His purple-gold heavenly sphere was also a pseudo-emperor-level magic treasure, but it had been destroyed. That was why Lin Feng lacked a powerful defensive magic treasure. Defensive magic treasures are rare to begin with. Especially this kind of high-grade defensive magical equipment, they are even rarer, said the Demon Lord. Lin Feng nodded and continued to search for other treasures. There was a mountain of origin crystals in the storage ring. What surprised Lin Feng was that they were all high-grade origin crystals. A high-grade origin crystal was roughly equivalent to 10,000 normal origin crystals. There were a total of 200 million high-grade origin crystals. That was equivalent to 2 trillion normal origin crystals. Of course. Normally, no one would be willing to exchange high-grade origin crystals for low-grade origin crystals. That was because high-grade origin crystals could greatly increase one's cultivation, and low-grade origin crystals couldn't compare to them. Lin Feng also found many insect eggs in the storage ring, but he didn't know what kind of insect eggs they were. At the same time, he also found many precious insect materials that could be used to cultivate insects. Big flame grass, blazing fire flower, green vine ghostface flower. Ha 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 ha, these materials can all be used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. Black tiger liquid, mysterious yin grass, evil charmstone, dark demon venom. These materials can all be used to cultivate chaos demon refining insects. Lin Feng was delighted. Whether it was the Emperor Archaic or the chaos demon refining insects, they had extremely high requirements for insect materials. They wouldn't eat normal insect materials at all. They only ate certain high-grade insect materials, which were extremely rare. It was too difficult to find them. However, there were more than 2,000 types of insect materials in Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint storage ring. Among the 2,000 types of insect materials, Lin Feng found 3 that could be used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic. He found 4 types of insect materials that could be used to cultivate the Chaos Demon refining insects. The harvest was too great. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the depths of the storage ring. Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint storage ring had a space of its own. It was very large, and Lin Feng hadn't checked its depths yet. What is the fluctuation coming from? Could there be a powerful treasure in the depths of this place? Lin Feng was shocked. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the depths of the storage ring. Chapter 2549. The beast's roar startled Lin Feng. This beast's roar contained a monstrous might that could shake the heavens. Lin Feng's consciousness quickly entered the depths of the storage ring. From afar, he could see the black fog rolling in the depths of the storage ring. Within the black fog, there seemed to be a huge creature. Clang, 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 the sound of chains colliding could be heard. The huge creature's roar shook the heavens. It tried to break free from the chains again and again. However, after a few attempts, it failed. The huge creature was extremely terrifying. Its aura seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. What the hell is this? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt 2 cold gazes looking at him. The mysterious creature within the black fog was looking at him. The creature's aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng felt his heart palpitate. He did not know what kind of terrifying race this creature belonged to. Roar! All of a sudden, the living being roared again. This time, the creature charged out of the black fog and pounced towards Lin Feng. Waves of destructive power surged out. The storage ring was about to be shattered by that terrifying power. At this moment, Lin Feng finally saw clearly what kind of creature this was. This creature was actually a Cheong-Chi. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. The Cheong-Chi did not manage to touch Lin Feng. Because the length of the chains was not enough, it could not touch Lin Feng at all. This is a Cheong-Chi primordial spirit. Lin Feng looked at the chained Cheong-Chi in shock. This Cheong-Chi was not made of flesh and blood. It was just a primordial spirit. However, it was precisely because of this that Lin Feng was really excited. This Cheong-Chi primordial spirit was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had a Cheong-Chi primordial spirit among his 9 clones. Previously, the Cheong-Chi clone had evolved into a 2-headed Cheong-Chi. The 2-headed Cheong-Chi had been very useful to Lin Feng during his early stages of cultivation. It had helped Lin Feng avert danger many times. However, as Lin Feng's cultivation base rose, the 2-headed Cheong-Chi's ability was no longer enough to help Lin Feng. As such, it had been a long time since Lin Feng had used the 2-headed Cheong-Chi. Unless the 2-headed Cheong-Chi evolved again. The strength of this Cheong-Chi primordial spirit was too strong, and it was abnormally violent. Lin Feng's heart was pounding. The Cheong-Chi's primordial spirit was trapped. If it hadn't been trapped, it wouldn't have been easy to subdue it. I really didn't expect that there would be a Cheong-Chi origin spirit locked in the depths of this storage ring. What was the cultivation level of this Cheong-Chi origin spirit when it was alive? How could it be so terrifying? Could it be the origin spirit of a Cheong-Chi that was comparable to an Emperor Realm cultivator? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. After refining the Cheong-Chi origin spirit, the Cheong-Chi clone will definitely be able to evolve again. Perhaps it will obtain some unimaginable abilities. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded. He was also looking forward to it. The 9 Emperor clones actually had an extremely heaven-defying effect on cultivators. First, the 9 Emperor clones could help cultivators fight against enemies. Second, when the 9 Emperor clones evolved, The cultivator refining the 9 Emperor clones had a certain probability of obtaining some special abilities. These special abilities were generally related to the demon emperor that responded. The third point was also the most important one. After the 9 Emperor clones were completely refined, one would be able to sense the whereabouts of the 9 Emperor diagram. Lin Feng had been searching for the primordial spirit that could awaken the 9 Emperor clones. However, until now, Lin Feng had only awakened 5 Demon Emperor clones. There were still 4 Demon Emperor clones that had yet to awaken. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that this required luck. There was no point in being anxious. Lin Feng's divine will moved and the Cheongqi clone appeared in his storage ring. When the Cheongqi clone saw the Cheongqi origin spirit, it let out an earth-shattering roar and directly pounced on the Cheongqi origin spirit. The 9 Emperor clones had a very powerful ability. The 9 Emperor clones could suppress the primordial spirits of the corresponding beasts. This trapped Cheongqi origin spirit was extremely powerful. Even Lin Feng had a hard time suppressing it. However, the Cheongqi clone could easily suppress it. Everything had its own counter. This was the principle. There was no absolute invincibility in this world. The Cheongqi origin spirit was gradually being devoured by the Cheongqi clone. Crack, crack. Soon, another head popped out of the Cheongqi clone. This was the 3rd head of the Cheongqi clone. Then, the 4th head, the 5th head, the 6th head, and the 7th head popped out one after another. With each additional head, the Cheongqi clone's strength would increase greatly. Now, the Cheongqi clone's heads had increased from 2 to 7. There were 5 more heads. It was equivalent to going through 5 transformations. After the transformation, the Cheongqi clone's body surged with a majestic power. Lin Feng was astonished when he saw that strength. Great, this is great, even if Lin Feng had a strong mentality. At this moment, he could not help but be extremely excited. The Cheongqi clone's cultivation level after the transformation would definitely be of great help to him. When Lin Feng fought with an enemy, he could use the Cheongqi clone to fight at any time or even borrow the Cheongqi clone's power. Now that the Cheongqi clone had completed the transformation, it was great news for Lin Feng. The Cheongqi clone had also become one of Lin Feng's most powerful trump cards. Demon Emperor Cheongqi, demons wreak havoc in the heavens. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng only saw a flash of light, then he arrived in a mysterious world. The world was ancient, vast, and majestic, as if it was the absolute beginning era. A Cheongqi beast with 9 heads walked over from afar. The Cheongqi beast transformed into a man. It was an exceptionally handsome man, and that man should be Demon Emperor Cheongqi. I have an immortal celestial technique to pass down to the future generations. Demon Emperor Cheongqi looked at where Lin Feng was standing. This was a scene that had been imprinted countless years ago. Demon Emperor Cheongqi seemed to be looking at Lin Feng through the river of time. Supreme celestial technique? Could it be an immortal technique? Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. This was something he did not expect. Who would have thought that the Cheongqi clone had such a heaven-defying secret? Any immortal technique could be considered an immortal technique. Its power was unimaginable. Even the Primordial emperors had to take great risks and search for an immortal technique in all kinds of dangerous places. However, the Cheongqi clone that he had refined had an immortal technique hidden in it. The 9 emperors' clones were a whole. Since the Cheongqi clone had an immortal technique, it could only mean one thing. Could it be? Chapter 2550. Lin Feng could not help but feel excited at the thought of this. If the other 8 Demon Emperor clones also had immortal techniques passed down, then, when the 9 Demon Emperor clones were completely refined, he might even obtain 9 immortal techniques. Just thinking about it made him extremely excited. At this time, Demon Emperor Cheongqi began to demonstrate the immortal technique he wanted to impart to Lin Feng. This immortal technique was called Demon Chaos. Just from the name alone, one could tell how terrifying this immortal technique was. Lin Feng was studying the bestial chaos celestial technique. In the outside world, a storm was brewing. This was because the news of Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' death had already spread. Ever since Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints had arrived in the Nine States Great World, he had been extremely high profile. Of course, as a quasi-emperor who had reached the 90th stone step, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints had the qualifications to do so. In the entire Nine States Great World, there were probably only a few people who could defeat Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints was a top-notch expert even in the Heavenly Sage Great World, let alone the Nine States Great World. However, Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints had been killed this time, and there were tens of thousands of experts by his side. The myriad races were furious when they heard the news. They began to investigate the cause of Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' death. Ha 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 ha. It's good that he died. This is so satisfying. After entering the Nine Provinces Great World, the myriad races had put on airs of superiority, looking down on us cultivators from the Nine Provinces Great World. Now, do they know how powerful the cultivators from the Nine Provinces are? I wonder who did this. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints is such a terrifying existence with so many experts by his side. Yet, he was killed without a trace. It's hard to imagine who the culprit is. I heard that Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints' ancient ship entered the space-time reversal sea, where the Red Dust Immortal sect is based. They entered the space-time reversal sea? Can this be confirmed? It's not just hearsay, right? Of course it's true. These myriad races were so high profile. They entered the space-time reversal sea with great fanfare. Many cultivators saw them. Could it be that the Red World Fairy killed Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints? It's really possible. The Red World Fairy is the strongest person in our Nine Continents world. I'm guessing that this is what happened. Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints and the others entered the space-time reverse current and somehow got into a conflict with the Red World Fairy. Then, they were mercilessly killed by the Red World Fairy. That's really possible. These myriad races are arrogant and domineering. It's really possible that they've offended the Red World Fairy. All the cultivators of the Nine regions were discussing this matter. This was because Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints and the others had been killed in the space-time reversal sea region. Therefore, many people suspected that the Red World Fairy was behind this. Even the cultivators of the Nine regions thought so, let alone the cultivators of the myriad races. The people of the myriad races had long suspected that the Red World Fairy was behind this. Therefore, many people of the myriad races had gone to the Red Dust Immortal sect. The Red World Fairy had taken the blame for Lin Feng. This was something that Lin Feng hadn't expected. The myriad races have surrounded the Red Dust Immortal sect. They want an explanation. The myriad races think highly of themselves. After suffering such a big loss, they won't let it go. I heard that Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saints was escorting an extremely important treasure this time, and that treasure was also lost. Was it taken by the Red World Fairy? If that's the case, the myriad races will definitely pursue this matter to the end. Let's go and take a look at the Red Dust Immortal sect. The cultivators of the Nine regions also went to the Red Dust Immortal sect. Now, the eyes of the entire Nine regions great world were focused on the Red Dust Immortal sect. The myriad races, who were originally looking for Lin Feng, couldn't care less about this matter now. Compared to the current situation, Lin Feng's matter was not worth mentioning. The Red Dust Immortal sect was shrouded in immortal fog. That was a mysterious place that was protected by powerful restrictions. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard coming from the Red Dust Immortal sect. More than 100,000 myriad races cultivators surrounded the Red Dust Immortal sect. During this period, many myriad races cultivators had entered the Nine regions great world. The myriad races cultivators in front of them were about 1/3 of the myriad races cultivators who had entered the Nine regions great world. There were also many Nine regions cultivators around them. In addition to the Nine regions cultivators, there were also many extraterrestrial cultivators. The extraterrestrial world was vast and boundless. During this period of time, besides the myriad races cultivators who had come to the Nine regions one after another, many cultivators from other planets and even great worlds had also come to the Nine regions. However, these extraterrestrial cultivators were not as arrogant and domineering as the myriad races. It's said that an extremely terrifying expert is about to arrive. I heard that he had already become a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th step of the stone steps 175 million years ago. Now, he has been accumulating for 175 million years and is making his final preparations to become an emperor. That expert's cultivation can be described as unfathomable. A human cultivator told the news he had received. Hearing this cultivator's words, many people's expressions changed greatly. More than 100,000 experts from the myriad races had arrived. This force was already terrifying enough. Now, there was even a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th step 175 million years ago. The myriad races' strength was simply too great. Who could contend against the myriad races? The Red World Fairy? In many people's opinion, although the Red World Fairy was powerful, she was still far from being able to go against the myriad races. The myriad races won't directly destroy the Red Dust Immortal sect, right? A cultivator asked. Many people nodded solemnly, thinking that this might be possible. Whether or not they would destroy the Red Dust Immortal sect would be revealed when that expert from the myriad races arrived. Roar, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the clouds. In the distance, 9,000-meter-long black flood dragons pulled a divine chariot over. The chariot pulled by 9 dragons is here. Many people held their breaths. That was a quasi-emperor expert who had reached the 99th stone step 1,750,000 years ago. An expert of this level. Perhaps only a true great emperor would be able to suppress him. The 9 flood dragons finally stopped in the void. A man walked out of the bronze chariot. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. He looked very young. Many people were stunned when they saw him. He was too young. Greetings, my lord. The cultivators from the myriad races bowed to the man. The man nodded. Chapter 2551. For someone of Huangdao Wuji's age to be able to reach the 99th step of the Boundary Emperor realm, his talent was astonishing. Most Boundary Emperor realm experts who reached the 99th step of the stone steps had a lifespan of more than 10 million years. The Boundary Emperor realm was very special. It was extremely slow to cultivate. Moreover, this era was not a golden age for cultivation. Although the Heavenly Sage Great World did not reach the end of the cultivation era like the Nine States Great World, there were still some problems compared to its peak. Moreover, it was impossible to become a true great emperor in the Heavenly Sage Great World. Rumor had it that Huangdao Wuji could have broken through to the true great emperor realm long ago, but he was still accumulating his cultivation. This was because breaking through to the great emperor realm was too important. Once he succeeded, he would undergo a shocking transformation. First of all, his magic power would increase. It would be like a small pond suddenly turning into a vast ocean. Moreover, his lifespan would officially exceed 100 million years. Therefore, in theory, a great emperor realm expert could live for several eras. Of course, the prerequisite was that he would not die early. The future was full of changes. Even a great emperor realm expert could not guarantee that he would not die. Huangdao Wuji was extremely cautious now. He did not dare to break through to the great emperor realm rashly because if he failed, he would die without a grave. Therefore, Huangdao Wuji was still accumulating his cultivation. In the mortal world, there were very few cultivators who could fight against Huangdao Wuji. Now that Huangdao Wuji was outside the Red Dust Immortal sect, it caused a huge commotion. The cultivators of the Nine States Great World were naturally worried for the Red Dust Immortal sect. They were also worried for the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy was the most powerful person in the Nine States Great World. She was a peerless beauty in the Nine States Great World. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. The cultivators of the Nine States Great World naturally did not want their goddess to die in the hands of the myriad races. On the other hand, the cultivators of the myriad races hoped that Huangdao Wuji would kill immortal Venerable Hong Chen. This was because the myriad races suspected that the Red World Fairy had killed Heavenly Sovereign Nine Saint and tens of thousands of myriad races cultivators. The myriad races wanted to kill the Red World Fairy to establish their might. At the same time, They wanted to snatch back the heaven-shaking stone tablet and other treasures that belonged to the myriad races. "My lord, we've sealed off the Red Dust Immortal sect, but there's been no movement from the sect. What's your next plan?" an expert of the myriad races asked. "The sect master of the Red Dust Immortal sect is the Red World Fairy, right? It's said that she's a great beauty." Huang Dao Wuji's lips curled into an evil smile. This Emperor Wuji cultivates immortal Dao, evil Dao, and devil Dao. Among them, he cultivated an extremely powerful evil Dao divine ability called the Great Yin Seizing Technique. This was an extremely domineering dual cultivation technique. There were two types of dual cultivation techniques. The first was a dual cultivation technique that would benefit both parties. This kind of dual cultivation technique could increase the cultivation of both parties at the same time. The second type was where one side would benefit while the other would suffer extreme harm. This type of dual cultivation technique was also known as the absorption technique. Normally, yang or primordial yin would be taken from the other party. However, the yin seizing technique that Huang Dao Wuji cultivated was different. This great yin seizing art could not only forcibly seize the opponent's primordial yin force or primordial yang force, but it could also be used to seize the opponent's primordial yin force. Most importantly, this great yin seizing technique. It could steal a portion of the other party's cultivation. This was something that ordinary dual cultivation techniques could not compare to. It was obvious that Huang Dao Wuji had evil intentions towards immortal venerable Hong Chen. "That's right. I've also heard that the Red World Fairy is a great beauty. She's qualified to become my lord's servant," an expert of the myriad races hurriedly said. "Congratulations, my lord. You're about to take in a top-grade concubine." The experts of the myriad races congratulated Huang Dao Wuji. The cultivators of the 9 provinces wore gloomy expressions. Huang Dao Wuji had gone too far. How could he humiliate the Red World Fairy like this? "The Red World Fairy, I've arrived at your dojo. Shouldn't you come out to welcome me personally?" At this moment, Huang Dao Wuji spoke. His expression was extremely arrogant. He was indeed powerful and had the right to be arrogant. However, when they saw Huang Dao Wuji's insufferably arrogant look, many of them wished they could just stomp him to death. However, Huang Dao Wuji's cultivation was too strong. Many of them dared not speak up. "My master said that the deaths of the myriad races members were caused by someone else. It has nothing to do with the Red World Fairy. Cultivators of the myriad races, please leave the Red Dust Immortal sect's territory and don't disturb my master's cultivation," a voice came from the Red Dust Immortal sect. However, the female cultivator who spoke did not appear. "Do you think it's not true just because you say so? Who else could it be other than the Red World Fairy? What do you mean by the number 1 expert of the 9 provinces Great World? You dare to make a move but don't dare to admit it. Is this the so-called number 1 expert of the 9 provinces Great World? What a joke." The cultivators of the myriad races sneered. "The Red World Fairy, is this how you treat your guests? If you don't come out, I'll have to force my way in. Casualties will be inevitable. Do you want to see your boring disciples die here?" Huang Dao Wuji sneered. At this moment, the Red Dust Immortal sect was very quiet. No one responded to Huang Dao Wuji's threat. "The Red World Fairy, since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, I'll break your sect's restriction today and slaughter your entire sect. Let's see if you'll come out or not." Huang Dao Wuji's face darkened. Someone actually dared to look down on him like this. This made Huang Dao Wuji extremely angry. Boundless killing intent rose in his heart. Huang Dao Wuji walked step by step toward the Red Dust Immortal sect, intending to destroy the sect's restriction. "You want to see me?" However, at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was so ethereal. At some point in time, a young man who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old had appeared in the void. The boy had delicate features and was simply too beautiful. It was none other than the Red World Fairy, who was disguised as a man. "Ha ha ha ha, the Red World Fairy, you've finally come out. Today, I'll suppress you and make you my servant." Huang Dao Wuji laughed loudly. He opened his palm and slapped at the Red World Fairy. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? Only death awaits you," the Red World Fairy said indifferently. "You think you can do that?" Huang Dao Wuji looked at the Red World Fairy mockingly. Clearly, he did not think much of the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy raised her right hand and gently slashed at the void. Boundless holy light surged. It was so dazzling that the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings could not open their eyes. When the holy light dissipated, the Red World Fairy had disappeared without a trace. Huang Dao Wuji was the only one left standing. "How can this be? I'm going to die just like that." Huang Dao Wuji laughed bitterly. Pu. Then, a wound appeared on his forehead. Chapter 2552. Dead. Huang Dao Wuji is dead. One move. Immortal Venerable Hong Chen used only one move to kill Huang Dao Wuji. Oh my god. Huang Dao Wuji was a boundary emperor who reached the 99th step, but he was killed by the Red World Fairy in one move. Isn't the Red World Fairy's cultivation a little too strong? Is the Red World Fairy already a great emperor? Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The Red World Fairy was too terrifying. She was so terrifying that it made their hearts tremble. "Let's leave this place quickly." The expressions of the cultivators changed. They didn't dare to stay outside the Red Dust Immortal sect. They were really worried that Immortal Venerable Hong Chen would kill them as well. The cultivators from Huang Dao Wuji's clan took Huang Dao Wuji's corpse away. The cultivators left one after another, not daring to stay a moment longer. "The Red World Fairy is much stronger than the rumors say," many people sighed. The Red World Fairy's combat strength was so terrifying that it made people pale. This was the first time the outside world knew how strong the Red World Fairy was. The news of Huang Dao Wuji being killed by the Red World Fairy in one move quickly spread throughout the 9 states. The Red World Fairy became the hot topic of discussion in the 9 states' great world. Now, countless people were talking about the Red World Fairy. Even some people in the secular world were talking about the Red World Fairy. The people in the secular world might not know what the Red World Fairy's strength meant to the world of cultivators. However, the people of the secular world knew that Immortal Venerable Red Dust was like a god. She was powerful, immortal, mysterious, and ethereal. Various places in the 9 states' great world started to build temples for the Red World Fairy. Powerful faith power was formed continuously. Then, the faith power was absorbed by the Red World Fairy. Heavenly Sage Great World. Heavenly Saints Alliance. This powerful alliance was made up of over 100 races. The races that joined the Heavenly Sacred Alliance were at least the king races among the myriad races. Therefore, the threshold to enter the Heavenly Sacred Alliance was extremely high. Not just any race could join. Currently, the representatives of the various races in the Heavenly Saints Alliance were having a meeting. Streaks of light appeared in the main hall of the Heavenly Saints Alliance. These silhouettes of light took on the appearance of cultivators. These silhouettes were manifested by the experts of the various races through special methods. Their true bodies did not come. First, Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was killed, and the heaven-shaking stone tablet and many other treasures were lost. Next, Huang Dao Wuji was insta-killed. Even for the myriad races, this was a major matter that needed to be resolved urgently. When has our myriad races ever suffered such a loss? What's more, it's a lowly human who dares to attack us. If we don't destroy that lowly human, how are we supposed to establish our might? An expert from the myriad races said coldly. But that lowly human's cultivation is too strong, someone said with a frown. Seems like we can only ask the primogenitor for help, someone else said. All right, then let's carry out the sacrifice and ask the primogenitor to kill that woman. The other upper echelons of the myriad races nodded. They wanted to kill the Red World Fairy no matter what. However, the strength that the Red World Fairy had displayed was too strong. They were extremely wary of her. Therefore, the upper echelons of the myriad races did not intend to do it themselves. Instead, they asked the primogenitor for help. The myriad races still had a few primogenitor-level experts. They had lived for several eras. Under normal circumstances, these primogenitors would not appear. Unless something major happened. Now, killing the Red World Fairy was a major matter in the eyes of the upper echelons of the myriad races. Moreover, it was something that needed to be done urgently. After the upper echelons of the myriad races discussed the countermeasures, they planned to carry out the sacrifice and communicate with the primogenitor. At this moment, a mysterious world suddenly appeared in the main hall. Behind this world were countless stars. This seemed to be a starry world. 5 hazy silhouettes appeared in this world. Lord Primogenitor, looking at the 5 hazy silhouettes, the upper echelons of the myriad races bowed. Dispense with the formalities. An old voice sounded from the hazy world. The upper echelons of the myriad races stood up. We already know what happened in the 9 states great world. The person who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints was indeed not the Red World Fairy. However, someone concealed the heavenly secrets and prevented us from sensing Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints' call. The person who concealed the heavenly secrets should be the Red World Fairy. The primogenitor sitting in the middle said, "Patriarch, please take action and kill the Red World Fairy. When the time comes, search the Red World Fairy's soul and find out who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saint." One of the upper echelons of the myriad races said, "Of course the Red World Fairy has to die. However, now is not the time. This woman knows the secret of the door of everlasting life. We are guessing that she will be searching for the door of everlasting life. When the time comes, we will follow her. Once we find the door of everlasting life, we will kill her." One of the primogenitors said, "What? The secret of the door of everlasting life?" The upper echelons of the myriad races were extremely shocked. They also wanted to tag along. There were too many secrets in the depths of the door of everlasting life. The biggest secret was naturally the secret of immortality. However, the upper echelons of the myriad races knew that they could only dream about it. The 5 primogenitors would not bring them along. If they brought them along, they might be discovered by the Red World Fairy in advance. The Red World Fairy was such a powerful existence that even the slightest disturbance would alarm her. As for who killed Heavenly Sovereign 9 Saints, it would be too disappointing if you can't find any clues on such a small matter. The primogenitor on the left said. The upper echelons of the myriad races broke out in cold sweat. If the 5 primogenitors thought that they were incompetent, then there would be many people from the families behind them who wanted to replace them. This subordinate will definitely find out who that person is. When the time comes, he will be torn into pieces. The upper echelons of the myriad races hurriedly said. The 5 primogenitors nodded. Then, the mysterious world disappeared, and the 5 primogenitors concealed their figures. The outside world was abuzz with the news of Huang Dao Wuji's instant death, but Lin Feng was completely unaware of it. He had entered a deep state of enlightenment. He had been comprehending the powerful immortal technique, demons wreaking havoc. After half a month of seclusion, Lin Feng finally succeeded in comprehending the powerful immortal technique. During this time, the news of Huang Dao Wuji's instant death did not calm down. Instead, it became more and more intense. Lin Feng also heard about it after coming out of seclusion. "I didn't expect the Red World Fairy to be so powerful." Lin Feng was shocked. Boom. Not long after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, a terrifying aura spread out from the secret chamber where the fire Qilin was in seclusion. Lightning filled the sky above the 9 heavens. The fire Qilin was about to undergo a tribulation. If it succeeded, the fire Qilin would undergo another transformation. Chapter 2553. This tribulation was too important for the fire Qilin because it had refined the sacred bone of the fire Qilin clan's progenitor. This sacred bone would bring about earth-shaking changes to the fire Qilin. It might allow the fire Qilin to grow into a peak expert. Ha 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 ha, I'm finally going to transcend tribulation. The fire Qilin laughed loudly and rushed out of the secret room, then flew into the sky. Following that, lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck the fire Qilin. Many people in the Dragon Gate were watching the fire Qilin transcending tribulation. All kinds of lightning bolts came down. However, the fire Qilin was very powerful. No matter how the lightning bolts descended, it easily blocked them. 2,800 lightning bolts came down one after another. In the end, the fire Chiline's body was damaged and the lightning bolts began to harm its body. The fire Chiline urged its sacred bone. When the sacred bone descended, all the attacks were neutralized. In the end, the fire Chiline successfully transcended tribulation. After transcending the lightning tribulation, a mysterious change happened to the fire Chiline's body. This change made Lin Feng raise his eyebrows. The fire Chiline's cultivation had obviously improved greatly. The fire Chiline recuperated for 3 days and recovered from its injuries. Lin Feng planned to return to the southern immortal island. He estimated that the heaven-shaking stele might appear soon. He needed to wait for the changes in the southern immortal island. Before going to the southern immortal island, Lin Feng went to the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon kingdom to see Princess Xueli and Nazha. After seeing Lin Feng, Princess Xueli and Nazha were very happy. After staying in the ancestral land of the deep-sea demon kingdom for a few days, Lin Feng and the fire Chiline rushed to the southern immortal sea domain. Currently, the southern immortal sea domain was surging like a storm. During this time, the attention of the 9 prefectures was focused on the southern immortal sea domain. This was because there was news that the southern immortal sea domain was about to change. The heaven-shaking stele was about to appear. It seemed like someone had purposely released this news in advance in order to attract more experts and cause chaos. The ancient starship Shenyuan sailed on the sea. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the cabin and studied the ancient ship All Saints. The All Saints ancient ship was very extraordinary. It was also an ancient ship with a great origin. It was densely covered with monarch runes. Those emperor runes were extremely powerful. The only difference between this ancient ship and the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship was that it didn't have the giant spirit stone cannon on the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. This giant spirit stone cannon was a treasure passed down from the Bronze Age. Until now, it was almost impossible to find the inheritance. The one that Lin Feng had was given to him by the Empress. This ancient ship is extraordinary and can repair itself. If we can install a giant spirit stone cannon like the one on the Shenyuan ancient ship, it will become the second Shenyuan ancient ship, Fire Chiline said. Lin Feng said, it won't be easy, because it's very difficult to find such a huge spirit stone cannon. Perhaps there are still such huge spirit stone cannons in some places, but we can't find them. Indeed, such a powerful giant spirit stone cannon is too rare. The fire Chiline nodded. At this moment, the black fog outside suddenly surged. The sky gradually darkened. A cold and gloomy aura filled the air, and the entire world seemed to have turned into a purgatory. What happened? Fire Chiline frowned. Not good, it's the ship of curses. Lin Feng walked out of the cabin, and his expression changed drastically. Although the ship of curses had yet to appear, the current scene was exactly the same as when it had first appeared. What? The rumored ship of curses? It actually exists. Fire Chiline's expression changed when he heard the words ship of curses. The ship of curses was definitely something that both humans and gods feared. Anything that was related to curses would definitely bring endless disasters. That's right, it's the ship of curses, Lin Feng said solemnly. Swoosh. The ancient starship Shenyuan quickly rushed forward. Its speed had reached the extreme. It was as fast as lightning. It was inconceivably fast. Rumble, at this moment, an ancient ship that emitted an evil aura rushed out of the black fog. It was none other than the ship of curses. It really is the ship of curses. Fire Chiline took a deep breath when he saw the flag of the ancient ship. He also felt that this was a tricky situation. Now that they had been targeted by the ship of curses, it was simply a disaster. Kid, you can't run away. You're destined to become a part of the ship of curses. The captain of the ship of curses walked out of the cabin and looked coldly at Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since the ship of curses has a new crew member. Kid, don't run away. Hurry up and join us. We have immortal bodies. Come quickly and become one of us. All the crew members of the ship of curses shouted, their voices sinister and terrifying. There were many cursed creatures, and they often had the ability to live forever. For example, the crow that Lin Feng had encountered earlier had also been cursed. It had lost its sense of self and could never escape from the shackles of curses. It was the same for the creatures on the ship of curses. However, the captain of the ship of curses was too powerful. Although all the people on the ship were cursed, the captain of the ship of curses had reversed fate and allowed all of them to regain their consciousness. Even though they had regained consciousness, they were still in pain. They were always in a state of extreme hunger. However, no matter how much they ate, they would never feel satisfied. Their bodies did not feel pain, but their souls seemed to be imprisoned in purgatory, as if they were going through purgatory's torture. The creatures on the ship of curses were in great pain. Many times, they even wanted to die. However, they could not die. Why do you keep staring at me? Believe it or not, I'll summon the Red World Fairy. Then, you'll be crying, threatened Lin Feng. Hearing the name the Red World Fairy, the captain of the ship of curses narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You're just a nobody. Do you think you can get the Red World Fairy to help you? Don't flatter yourself. Ha ha ha, that's right. Kid, stop bragging. You're bragging." The crew of the ship of curses sneered loudly. These guys are really not easy to fool, Lin Feng frowned. Then, he drove the ancient starship Shenyuan with all his strength and rushed into the distance, trying to get rid of the ship of curses. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge wave rolled in front of him, and then a huge tentacle appeared. Chapter 2554. This was the tentacle of the deep-sea monster. This undead sea monster had been awakening since the appearance of the ship of curse. Its strength was abnormally terrifying. However, Lin Feng was no longer the same as before. His cultivation base had greatly improved. Facing the attack of the deep-sea monster, he directly brought out the 5-dragon wheel. Asterisk puff. Asterisk after the 5-dragon wheel flew out, its power was so powerful that it directly tore apart the huge tentacle of the deep-sea monster. A loud bang resounded. The huge tentacle of the deep-sea monster collapsed with a loud bang. Screech. The deep-sea monster was injured. The sea monster let out a painful roar. Its huge body rolled violently in the sea. Every time it rolled, huge waves would roll up in the sea. The waves were monstrous. The deep-sea monster erupted with an extremely tyrannical attack power. Numerous tentacles rushed out of the sea and smashed towards the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Whoosh! The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship's speed was pushed to the extreme. It quickly rushed forward while constantly avoiding the mountain-like tentacles of the deep-sea monster. If it was really impossible to avoid, Lin Feng would bring out the 5-dragon wheel, an immortal weapon, to attack the deep-sea monster's tentacles. Although the 5-dragon wheel was incomplete, its power was still extremely tyrannical. Moreover, the deep-sea monster was made of flesh and blood. How could it resist the power of the 5-dragon wheel? Finally, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship got rid of the deep-sea monster. You can really escape. The ship of curse chased after them. The captain of the ship of curse looked coldly at Lin Feng. With his cultivation base, it was too easy to catch up with Lin Feng. However, the captain of the ship of curse could not leave the ship of curse. Therefore, he could only drive the ship of curse to chase after Lin Feng. The ship of curse and Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship were of the same level. Therefore, it was not easy for the ship of curse to catch up with Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. It doesn't matter if I'm not here. Why are you so persistent? Lin Feng said. Those who have obtained the Tu Shi ancient coin must board the boat of curse. This is our mission. Since you have obtained the Tu Shi ancient coin, there is naturally a place for you on the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. Lin Feng said helplessly, this Tu Shi ancient coin is not mine. It was secretly given to me by that mysterious woman. I didn't want it. I was also tricked by that woman. This Tu Shi ancient coin turned into a pattern and was branded on my arm. How about we make a deal? When I see that woman, I will return this Tu Shi ancient coin to its original owner. At that time, you can go and find trouble with that woman. The captain couldn't help but roll his eyes before snappily saying, The Tushi ancient coin is connected to your bloodline, so it belongs to you. No one else can take it unless they kill you. F***ck. Lin Feng could not help but curse in a low voice. This Tushi ancient coin was too strange. He had a bad feeling about this. Could it be that there was no way to get rid of the Tushi ancient coin? Had he gotten rid of the boat of curse? After that woman disappeared, he had never seen her again. He had no idea where she went. As for the fact that the Tushi ancient coin recorded the secret of the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng simply laughed it off. The door of everlasting life, the Supreme Divine Court, and the heaven-shaking stele. They were known as the three biggest secrets of the myriad of worlds. The heaven-shaking stele would occasionally appear. It was real. Some top experts had seen the door of everlasting life before, such as the four giants of the Primordial era. It was rumored that some ancient saint emperors, such as Pangu and Nua, had seen it before. At this time, Lin Feng's senior sister Shui Linglong had seen it before in her previous life. Perhaps the Red World Fairy had seen it before too. The only thing that no one had seen before was the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the Tushi ancient country's monarch might have seen the Supreme Divine Court, but there was too little information about it. Therefore, the idea of using the Tushi ancient coin to find the Supreme Divine Court and obtain the countless opportunities in the Supreme Divine Court sounded too ethereal and unrealistic. Right now, Lin Feng only wanted to solve the problem in front of him. As for the Supreme Divine Court and opportunities, he didn't care at all. The boat of curse was too terrifying. It was an extremely terrible thing to be remembered by the captain of the boat of curse. Lin Feng didn't want to be remembered by this guy all the time. Who knew when he would be caught by this guy? When that time came, he wouldn't be able to leave the boat of curse even if he wanted to. The two sides fled for 10 days and 10 nights, but Lin Feng still couldn't get rid of the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. "Kid, don't waste your time. Last time, you were lucky enough to escape because the Red World Fairy helped you. This time, without the Red World Fairy's help, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. It's too early to boast. If you want to catch me, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do so." Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. "You're overestimating yourself. If it weren't for the fact that you can't leave the boat of curse, you would have been suppressed a long time ago." The captain of the boat of curse looked at Lin Feng with disdain. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the captain of the boat of curse. He was focused on refining the ancient city. Although the ancient ship was suppressed, there was an extremely powerful divine sense imprint inside. This divine sense imprint was most likely left behind by a great emperor. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin worked together to fight against the divine sense imprint. If Lin Feng wanted to refine the ancient city, he would have to destroy the divine sense imprint first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to refine the ancient ship. With Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin working together, the two of them narrowly escaped death. Finally, they destroyed the divine sense imprint inside the ship. After that, Lin Feng started refining the all-holy ship. He and the Fire Chelin boarded the ancient ship, while the deity's clone controlled the ancient ship, the Shenyuan, to intercept the boat of curse. A large number of high-grade origin crystals burned. Lin Feng burned 10 million high-grade origin crystals in one go. These high-grade origin crystals were equivalent to 100 billion ordinary origin crystals. With so many high-grade origin crystals burning, the ancient ship's emperor imprints were activated. Asterisk boom boom boom. Asterisk the huge spirit stone cannons fired one huge spirit stone cannonball after another. At the same time, the ancient ship's emperor imprints were also activated. Monarch runes began to twist and contort as they unleashed devastating attacks. Break. The captain of the boat of curse had a cold expression. He condensed a dazzling blade light, wanting to split the ancient ship apart. However, the emperor imprints on the ancient ship blocked it. Go! Chapter 2555. Oh! This ancient ship is quite interesting. It can actually withstand my attack. The captain of the ship of curse was surprised. At this moment, a shadow gradually emerged from the deep sea. The shadow was none other than the deep sea monster hidden in the deep sea. Go and capture that brat. the captain of the ship of curse ordered. Rumble. Upon receiving the order, the deep-sea monster's huge body suddenly flipped over and quickly left. Soon, it disappeared without a trace as it chased after Lin Feng. Meanwhile, the ship of curse rammed into the ancient ship, the Shenyuan Starry Sky. Spirit stone cannons were fired continuously. Emperor runes intertwined and bombarded the ship of curse. Buzz, at this moment, a huge light shield suddenly rose from the ship of curse. This was a curse light shield formed by the power of curse. This curse light shield protected the ship of curse. When the densely packed attacks bombarded the ship of curse, all the attacks were blocked by the curse light shield outside the ship of curse. The ship of curses slammed into the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan again and again. At the same time, the captain of the ship of curse began to attack the ancient ship. The captain of the ship of curse's cultivation base was too strong. He continued to attack the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Coupled with the cooperation of the ship of curse, the ancient ship's defensive restrictions began to crack. Boom! Boom! All kinds of powerful attacks bombarded the ship. These attacks bombarded the ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions, causing the ancient starry sky ship's defensive restrictions to gradually crumble. Bang! Along with a violent explosion, the defensive restrictions of the ancient starship Shenyuan blew up. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship was completely exposed. Break! The captain of the ship of curse attacked. A huge energy palm condensed and slammed into the ancient ship. In an instant, the ancient ship was almost destroyed. Destroy it completely, the captain of the ship of curse sneered. Just as he was about to destroy the ancient ship jumped through the void and escaped. Do you think you can escape? The captain of the boat of curse sneered and was about to chase after them. At this moment, a voice resounded, the boat of curses, which has been asleep for countless years, has awakened again. The captain raised his brows after hearing this. He didn't chase after the ancient ship. In his eyes, it was only an ancient ship. It didn't matter whether it was destroyed or not. But now, someone actually recognized the boat of curse, which made him very surprised. On the distant sea surface, a lightning mink walked over step by step with its hands behind its back. Who are you? The captain of the boat of curse looked at the lightning mink coldly. The lightning mink's aura was not strong, and it did not look particularly powerful. However, the captain of the boat of curse felt that there was something wrong with the lightning mink. The captain of the boat of curse had seen a glimpse of the true meaning of fate. Therefore, he was able to sense some unimaginable things. However, he couldn't sense where the problem was. Because he couldn't see through the lightning mink, the captain of the boat of curse felt that the lightning mink was not simple. You can call me Grandpa Martin, the lightning mink said in a calm manner. The lightning mink was none other than Grandpa Martin. It had been attacked by his honor earlier, but it had not died. It was still living a carefree life. It was just that his honor had been deceived by Grandpa Martin. What, Grandpa Martin? Isn't it just a lightning mink? How dare you boast shamelessly in front of our captain? Are you tired of living? The crew on the boat of curse began to shout loudly. They were very dissatisfied. Grandpa Martin said indifferently, "Since you dare to call yourself Grandpa, I naturally have the ability to do so. You cursed fellows, do you want to get rid of the curse on you? You can get rid of the curse on us." The crew members on the boat of curse cried out in surprise. They looked at Grandpa Martin with burning eyes. They wished that they could invite Grandpa Martin to help them get rid of the curse on their ship. Of course, Grandpa Martin said with a complacent expression. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like an old swindler. You're just boasting shamelessly. The captain of the boat of curse sneered. He did not believe that Grandpa Martin had the ability to get rid of the curse on them. The Tushi ancient emperor was indeed a heaven-defying figure back then. He dug out his heart and cursed all of you who had obtained the Tushi ancient emperor. There's almost no way to get rid of such a blood curse. However, nothing in this world is absolute. I'm sure all of you know this. Grandpa Martin said indifferently. Stop playing tricks here. I now have the Tao of Destiny. Once I reach perfection in the Tao of Destiny, I'll be able to get rid of the curse on the boat of curse. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. The great art of destiny is indeed a powerful ability. If the great art of destiny reaches perfection, it'll be able to get rid of the curse on the boat of curse. However, do you think you have the time to do so? Grandpa Martin sneered and said, the 5 decays of heaven and man have already appeared. The battle of Armageddon is not far away. You're a cursed creature of this era. If this era is destroyed, you'll be destroyed along with it. The captain of the boat of curse's expression turned gloomy. Grandpa Martin's words were indeed what he was worried about. The era was about to be destroyed. What if the great art of destiny was not cultivated to perfection by then? At that time, only death would await them. Who would want to die if they could live? What's your plan? The captain of the boat of curse asked coldly. The Supreme Court. Let's find the Supreme Court first. Grandpa Martin said. No one knows where the Supreme Court is. Although there are rumors that the Chushi ancient coins contain the secrets of the Supreme Court, we haven't discovered any of them after so many years of research. The captain of the boat of curse said coldly. That's because you haven't collected all 1,000 Chushi ancient coins. As long as you collect all the coins and gather all the crew members, we'll be able to find the Supreme Court. Grandpa Martin said. Does that mean that kid is the key? The captain of the boat of curse's eyes flashed coldly. He's indeed the key. When the time comes, we'll have to sacrifice him to get rid of the curse. Grandpa Martin said. Chapter 2556. He's a descendant of the Imperial Sovereign clan. His bloodline is very special. As for why we're using him as a sacrifice, now is not the time to tell you. What you need to do now is capture him. Of course, the Imperial Sovereign clan is not to be trifled with. If we sacrifice that brat, any random member of the Imperial Sovereign clan could kill us all. Grandpa Martin said. Aren't the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor's clan already dead? The captain of the ship of curses clearly knew a thing or two about the Sovereign Emperor's clan. It was an ancient and mysterious clan. Merely describing them as powerful was an understatement. They were filled with too many mysteries and unknowns. To the outside world, the Sovereign Emperor's clan had always been a mythical race. There are many things that are both true and false. Who knows if they're really dead? Grandpa Martin said indifferently. The captain of the ship of curses said. Who cares about his background? The Armageddon War is coming. When that time comes, a catastrophe will befall us. Who will care about anything else? Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Martin suddenly burst into laughter. That's right. This is what a great man should be like. As the saying goes, the times create heroes. Now, we need to survive the Armageddon War and obtain endless benefits. When the next era begins, we'll be able to become ancestors and saints. Grandpa Martin said. What's your goal? Asked the captain of the ship of curses. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This lightning mink was extremely strange. He was suspicious of Grandpa Martin. There's something I need in the Supreme Celestial Court, said Grandpa Martin. What's your background? Asked the captain of the ship of curses. He couldn't help but be curious about Grandpa Martin's background. Who am I? I can't tell you. It's a secret, said Grandpa Martin mysteriously. Grandpa Martin wasn't afraid of the ship of curses at all. He directly boarded the ship of curses. Swoosh, the ancient ship, All Saints, was flying rapidly in the sea. Linfeng was currently rushing to the southern Immortal Isles. The captain of the ship of curses was too terrifying. Being targeted by that guy was simply a disaster. Fortunately, he had finally gotten rid of the captain. How thrilling, said the fire Chiline. The captain of the ship of curses is a huge problem. I wonder if I can get my cheap master to deal with him. Linfeng couldn't help rubbing his chin. Linfeng had seen Grandpa Tortoise in action before, insta-killing his honor in a single move. Linfeng had the impression that his teacher was even stronger than Hong Chen, the Celestial Master. If he could ask Mr. Tortoise for help, they might be able to get rid of the captain of the boat of curses. Of course, the premise was that Master Tortoise had to help him. Many times, Linfeng felt that Master Tortoise was unreliable. Your master? I heard from an old ancestor of the demon race that your master's background is not simple, said the Qilin. Even though Mr. Tortoise was Lin Feng's teacher, Lin Feng didn't know much about him. The southern deity sea domain is too far away from the reincarnation immortal sect. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. The Qilin said. Let's deal with this crisis first. I'll ask my master when I return to the reincarnation immortal sect. Lin Feng said. He could only pray that nothing would happen for the time being. He prayed that the captain of the ship of curses would stop for a while he was in the southern deity sea domain. Please don't appear again. Roar. Suddenly, a deep roar came from the depths of the sea. Then, the sea water surged into the depths of the sea. A powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped the ancient ship, All Saints. Deep sea monster. Lin Feng and the Qilin walked out of the cabin and saw the terrifying existence in the depths of the sea. Its huge tentacles were like huge mountains. This existence was unkillable. No matter how many times it was killed, it could be resurrected. Perhaps this was the legendary undead creature. The undead creature was one of the most mysterious and strange creatures in the world. Rumble. The tentacles of the deep-sea monster that were as thick as mountains reached out of the water and smashed towards the ancient ship. There were too many tentacles. There were more than 100 of them. It was impossible to defend against all of them. What are you waiting for? Run! Lin Feng shouted. Without thinking, he turned around and fled. F*CK, wait for me, the Qilin shouted and rushed out as well. Bang bang bang, the densely packed tentacles smashed onto the ancient ship. All Saints was smashed into smithereens. F*CK your sister, my ancient ship. Yi Futian sneered. Looking at the destroyed ancient ship, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was an ancient ship that was not much weaker than the Shenyuan ancient ship. But it was destroyed just like that. Whoosh. Lin Feng hadn't thought the holy ship would come out of the sea. The keel is not broken, Lin Feng was shocked. Although All Saints was smashed into smithereens by the deep-sea monster, the keel was still intact. The keel of a ship was equivalent to the spine of a person. It was the most important part of the ship. If the keel was damaged, the ship would be damaged as well. For an ancient ship of this grade, as long as the keel was not destroyed, then, there was still a chance to repair it. Lin Feng quickly stored the smashed ancient ship into a glass bottle and sealed it. Then, he fled with the Qilin. Bang bang bang, the deep-sea monster unleashed its might. Numerous tentacles as thick as mountains smashed towards Lin Feng and the Qilin. The two of them dodged pathetically. The huge tentacles smashed the void. The deep-sea monster kept roaring. The ocean within 100 miles was turbulent. Many cultivators on the ocean thought that a fortuitous encounter had appeared and quickly flew over. Deep-sea monster. It's a deep-sea monster. Run! When the cultivators who had hurried over saw the deep-sea monster, their faces turned pale with fright. They quickly fled in all directions. In the ocean, who did not know about the deep-sea monster? Now that they had encountered this undead creature, they had no other choice but to flee. When the fleeing cultivators realized that the deep-sea monster ignored them and was chasing after a cultivator and a flame creature, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they could not help but mourn for Lin Feng and the Qilin who were being chased by the deep-sea monster. Chapter 2557. The deep-sea monster's cultivation was indeed terrifying, and Lin Feng felt that it was troublesome. A creature like the deep-sea monster was extremely talented. In addition, it was an undead creature that had lived for countless years. It would be strange if it was not strong. Lin Feng and Fire Qilin were forced into a difficult situation by the deep-sea monster. Suddenly, the deep-sea behemoth displayed a powerful consummate skill. The deep-sea behemoth opened its bloody maw. Then, it spat out energy shells one after another. Those energy shells were called vitality shells. They were a very powerful technique of the deep-sea monster. The impact of the vitality shell's explosion was extremely terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng and Fire Qilin did not dare to fight it head-on. What they needed to do now was to get rid of the deep-sea monster, not to get entangled with it here. The deep-sea monster was already chasing after them. If the boat of curse caught up with them, wouldn't they be dead meat? Lin Feng and Fire Chelin dodged the deep-sea monster's attacks in mid-air. They dodged the vitality shell's attacks. However, they were hit by the deep-sea monster's huge tentacles. Bam! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and Fire Chelin were sent flying. Barf! Both of them spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the deep-sea monster opened its bloody mouth and sucked. A powerful devouring force surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and Fire Chelin again. Their bodies flew uncontrollably towards the body of the deep-sea monster. "This big guy wants to devour us directly," Fire Chelin said with a gloomy expression. "Let's fight it." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's fight to the death." Fire Chelin nodded. Boom! As a terrifying aura spread out, Lin Feng and Fire Chelin both took out their treasures. Lin Feng took out the 5-dragon wheel. On the other hand, the Fire Chelin took out a bronze artifact. It was a demonic saber made of bronze, and it emitted a tyrannical wave. Clearly, it was also an extremely extraordinary magic treasure. Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin controlled the 5-dragon wheel and the devil blade respectively to attack the deep-sea monster. Poof! Pu! With two ripping sounds, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin's attacks landed on the monster's body. The body of the deep-sea monster was directly torn apart. Blood gushed out. However, the deep-sea monster's body was too huge, and its body's defense was actually very strong. Originally, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin had planned to use the 5-dragon wheel and the demonic blade to cut the monster's body in half. However, the two magic treasures were only able to create a 10-meter-long wound before they were caught by the monster's wound. The body of the deep-sea monster contained extremely powerful strength, and it could easily control every inch of its body. Screech! At this time, the deep-sea monster suddenly opened its bloody mouth and let out a sharp, ear-piercing cry. This was a soul attack. The deep-sea monster's soul attack was too sudden, and Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin were not prepared at all. After being hit by the deep-sea monster's soul attack, Lin Feng felt that his head was about to split open. His body quickly fell towards the bloody mouth of the deep-sea monster. The Fire Chelin was in the same situation. After being hit by the soul attack, its perception of the outside world was almost blank, and it could not control its own body and quickly fell. The situation could be said to be very dangerous. Seeing that Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin were about to be swallowed by the deep-sea monster. Suddenly, Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin's painful eyes became clear. Lin Feng mastered the Lu Ya stargazing chart, a powerful soul-type god art. The Fire Chelin also had its own powerful means. It also resolved the deep-sea monster's soul attack. Therefore, they quickly regained consciousness and then shot out, dodging the monster's attack. "Attack this big guy's eyes," Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. He began to activate his Saint Bone. Lin Feng basically would not use this Saint Bone, because the Saint Bone consumed a lot of his body. Of course, there was another reason. This beast bone that merged with his chest, in Lin Feng's eyes, was one of his biggest secrets. It was also his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to expose it. But now, it was a moment of life and death. The deep-sea monster was too terrifying, and he could not afford to worry about other things. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, a tyrannical wave swept through the world. The Saint Bone in Lin Feng's chest was activated by him. The Saint Bone released an unusually powerful power. The Saint Light pierced through the void and swept toward one of the deep-sea monster's eyes. The monster's eyes also swept out a powerful beam of light. The deep-sea monster was really terrifying, and even its eyes could release such a powerful attack. It was really terrifying. Like Lin Feng, the Fire Chelin also released the power of the Saint Bone. It had refined a piece of the Fire Chelin ancestors' Saint Bone. The power of that Saint Bone was extremely tyrannical. The deep-sea monster's other eye also swept out a beam of light and blasted toward the Fire Chelin. Bang! Bang! The attacks from both sides collided. The deep-sea monster blocked Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin's attacks. This made Lin Feng and the Fire Chelin turn pale with fright. The deep-sea monster was too powerful. With their cultivation base, they could not fight against the deep-sea monster. Only a powerhouse like the Red World Fairy could fight against the deep-sea monster. I thought this guy was in the Boundary Emperor realm, but now it seems that he is much stronger than those Boundary Emperor realm cultivators who have reached the 99th step of the stone steps. He should be infinitely close to the Great Emperor realm. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The deep-sea monster was too terrifying. Coupled with its huge body, it had a natural advantage in strength. Perhaps only a true Great Emperor could suppress it. Otherwise, no one would be a match for the deep-sea monster. At this moment, numerous tiny tentacles suddenly shot out from the deep-sea monster's bloody mouth. Each tentacle was about the thickness of an infant's arm. Who would have thought that the deep-sea monster's mouth would have so many tentacles? Lin Feng and the fire Qilin wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The dense tentacles wrapped around Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin's attacks were also interrupted. "We're dead for sure." The fire Qilin could not help but wail. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. The deep-sea monster was about to swallow Lin Feng and the fire Qilin when an immortal sword flew over from afar. Phut. Chapter 2558. A celestial sword streaked across the sky, but Lin Feng didn't know who it was. The other party was very mysterious and didn't show his true body. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin escaped and quickly retreated. Then, they began to summon their magic treasures, the 5-dragon wheel and the devil saber. Puff. Puff. The 5-dragon wheel and the devil saber dealt a second blow to the monster's body and tore open the wound that was about to close. Screech. Screech. After the tentacles that shot out from its bloody mouth were cut off, the deep-sea monster roared again and again. The monster was extremely angry. Its killing intent was monstrous. It had suffered extremely serious injuries, so it was completely enraged. The monster couldn't see the attacker, so it began to attack Lin Feng, the fire Qilin, and the immortal sword. The immortal sword was really too terrifying. The void trembled slightly. Dense amounts of sword chi condensed and shot out in all directions. It was accompanied by a series of tearing sounds. The giant tentacles of the deep-sea monster were chopped off one after another. The sword technique of the mysterious sword expert was really superb and unbelievably powerful. It shocked Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. They successfully got rid of the monster and quickly rushed into the distance. "Senior, thank you for saving us. We will remember your kindness in our hearts," Lin Feng and the fire Qilin shouted loudly. Then, they tore open the void and disappeared without a trace. The immortal sword also tore open the void and quickly disappeared. The immortal sword appeared thousands of miles away and finally fell into the scabbard on the back of a cultivator carrying a sword. This cultivator looked to be in his 30s or 40s and held a large wine gourd in his hand. As he drank, he chanted an ancient poem. "Don't you see the water of the yellow river flowing from the sky and not returning to the sea? Don't you see the sad white hair in the bright mirror, like black hair in the morning and snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. I am born to be useful. Money will come back after it is spent. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure. Drink 300 cups at once. Center Fuzi, Dan Choshing, when you drink, don't stop. Sing a song with you, please listen to me. Bells, drums, dishes, and jade are not expensive. I only hope that you will be drunk forever and not wake up. Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. Only those who drink leave their names behind. In the past, the king of Chen held a banquet in peace and joy, drinking 10,000 cups of wine. Master, why do you say that you have less money? You must take the right price. Multicolored horses, 1,000 gold fur coat, will be exchanged for fine wine, together with you, the sorrow of eternity. This ancient poem was indescribably heroic and imposing. The ancient poem recited by this man turned out to be an ancient poem left by the legendary wine sword immortal, Li Taixian. She then looked at his outfit. He was dressed in white with a long sword on his back and a wine gourd in his hand. His unrestrained appearance was too similar to the rumored liquor sword immortal, Li Taixian. However, who was this person? But no one knew. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin flew for over 1,000 miles before letting out a sigh of relief. This was truly a narrow escape. If it weren't for the mysterious cultivator's help, escaping from the deep-sea monster would not have been an easy task. The deep-sea monster's strength was too tyrannical. This made Lin Feng feel even more dignified. Even such a tyrannical existence like the deep-sea monster had to obey the command of the captain of the boat of curse. He really wondered what kind of cultivation level the captain of the boat of curse had. Could he be a martial emperor expert? Lin Feng couldn't help but think in shock. That night, thunder and lightning intersected. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin took shelter from the rain on an island. It should be the deep-sea monster stirring up trouble. It must be searching for me, Lin Feng said. Now that he had completely concealed his aura, even the deep-sea monster couldn't sense his aura. The fire Qilin said, "This deep-sea monster is really powerful. However, when I become stronger in the future, I must eat this guy." It's said that after eating the source of undead creatures, you can obtain the ability to be immortal. There's such a saying. Lin Feng said in surprise. However, he snorted at this saying. This saying has always existed. When the time comes, we'll know, the fire Qilin said. Lin Feng said, "The deep-sea monster's body is so huge. You definitely won't be able to finish it. When the time comes, I'll eat it with you." "Of course, no problem. When the time comes, we'll have a feast of deep-sea monsters," the fire Qilin said while drooling. Rumble. At this moment, thunder and lightning intersected. The storm on the sea grew more and more violent. One after another, cultivators landed on the island to take shelter from the rain. Many people were worried because they knew that the deep-sea monster was wreaking havoc in the sea. They were worried that they would suffer a calamity because of it. Fortunately, the deep-sea monster hadn't appeared in the sea yet. Lin Feng sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. "By the way, Demon Lord, I have something to ask you," Lin Feng said. "What is it?" The Demon Lord replied indifferently. "When you broke through to the martial emperor realm, how many of the 3,000 great Daos did you cultivate?" Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord was surprised. "Why do you ask?" "I have some doubts because there is a saying that one needs to learn 3,000 great Daos to reach the martial emperor realm. However, there are other sayings that say that one doesn't need to learn so many great Daos." Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. To reach the martial emperor realm, one needs to learn 3,000 great Daos. Actually, that's not wrong. The Demon Lord said, "The 3,000 great Daos are the foundation of the Dao. When breaking through to the martial emperor realm, one needs to learn more than 3,000 great Daos. Of course, that doesn't mean that one can't break through to the martial emperor realm just because they don't know enough. That's not correct either. It varies from person to person. Some people cultivate 399 of the 3,000 great Daos, but some people cultivate 2,999 of the 3,000 great Daos, leaving only the last one uncultivated. In that case, it's very likely that the cultivator still can't break through to the martial emperor realm because they need to cultivate 3,000 great Daos. Only when they cultivate 3,000 great Daos at the same time can they break through to the martial emperor realm." "I see. I understand now." Breaking through to the martial emperor realm varies from person to person. There's no standard that defines what it takes to break through to the martial emperor realm. Lin Feng immediately understood what the Demon Lord meant. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly. When he broke through to the martial emperor realm, how many of the 3,000 great Daos would he need to learn? If that was the case, breaking through to the martial emperor realm would be too difficult. In this era, it was almost impossible to collect 3,000 great Daos. Swoosh. At that moment, a woman in black entered the cave where Lin Feng and the fire Qilin were resting. She had an enchanting figure. She was wearing a bamboo hat, so her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. After entering the cave, she took off her bamboo hat. Chapter 2559. Lin Feng had a deep impression of this woman, and he hated her so much that he gnashed his teeth in anger. This woman was none other than the woman who had secretly placed the Chu-Shi ancient coin on his body and then used a secret technique to brand the Chu-Shi ancient coin on his body. Originally, the deep-sea monster was after this woman. However, After being tricked by this woman, the deep-sea monster changed its target to Lin Feng. "Long time no see. How are you?" The woman smiled faintly. She was extremely beautiful, and it was a kind of breathtaking beauty. Coupled with her perfect figure, she was simply a masterpiece of the heavens. However, this woman was good at scheming. This made Lin Feng have a terrible impression of her. "Who are you?" Lin Feng looked coldly at the woman. He wanted to know the woman's identity. Since she was able to obtain the Tushi ancient coin, her background was definitely not ordinary. "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can help you solve the problem brought about by the Tushi ancient coin," the woman said. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He sneered and said, "Do you think I will believe your nonsense? Back then, I kindly took you in, but you schemed against me. There is a saying, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. This saying is really true. Every man for himself. If you were in that situation, you would have made the same choice as me," the woman said. "However, there is no such thing as if in this world." Lin Feng looked coldly at the woman and said, "I only know that you schemed against me. We should let go of the grudges from back then. Now, we should look forward. At this time, you will realize that the scenery ahead is actually so beautiful," the woman said. "What a glib tongue." Lin Feng could not help but mock. The woman smiled and ignored Lin Feng's sarcasm. She said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Murong Yuchan. Of course, I know who you are. You're Lin Feng. Your name is well known in the 9 regions." Lin Feng said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't have the intention to reminisce with you. Now, let's talk about how to solve the problem of the Tushi ancient coins. I only need to take away your Tushi ancient coin. At that time, the curse formed by you and the Tushi ancient coin will be separated from your karma. At that time, you will no longer be troubled." Murong Yuchan said. "Do you think I should believe you?" Lin Feng said indifferently. This woman's thoughts were too sinister. He had to be on guard against her. Otherwise, if she sold him, he might even help her count the money. "You don't have to be so wary of me. I don't have any malice towards you now," Murong Yuchan said with a pitiful look on her face. That look was really very moving. However, Lin Feng would not be bewitched by her beauty. Women were poison. Beautiful women were even more so. Sometimes, when one admired beautiful women, one had to be on guard against being poisoned at all times. "Why? Are you afraid?" Murong Yuchan said indifferently as she looked at Lin Feng with contempt. Surprisingly, that woman was looking down on him. How could Lin Feng accept that? He sneered and said, "Provocation is useless against me. However, I can satisfy you. Let's do it now. I hope we can solve this matter as soon as possible." "All right." Murong Yuchan nodded. Then, she began to condense seals. Then, she began to chant incantations. One by one, the seals were condensed and the incantations were chanted. Then, Lin Feng felt that the Tushi ancient coin imprinted on his arm had disappeared. A Tushi ancient coin flew out and floated in the air. "Come here." The woman reached out to grab the Tushi ancient coin. A strong suction force surged out and shrouded the Tushi ancient coin. Lin Feng could finally heave a sigh of relief. This time, he had solved the problem of the Tushi ancient coin. However, what happened next made his heart sink. The Tushi ancient coin did not fly to the woman. Instead, it turned into a brand again. It was imprinted on his arm. Not good. The Tushi ancient coins were just too strange. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. This gave Lin Feng a headache. Murong Yuchan obviously could not solve the problem that the Tushi ancient coin brought to Lin Feng. What's going on? Murong Yuechan's expression turned ugly. Lin Feng's expression turned even uglier. However, he sighed and said, "It seems like the captain of the boat of curses is right. My fate is already connected to the Tushi ancient coin. It can't be reversed. It can't be changed. Let me think of another way." Murong Yuchan said. "What other way can there be?" Lin Feng said speechlessly. "I'll come and find you again," Murong Yuchan said and left in the rain. Lin Feng did not stop her. This woman was not simple. Earlier, he wanted to suppress Murong Yuchan. However, when Lin Feng had that thought, he vaguely felt that there was a terrifying power hibernating in Murong Yuchan's body. That power made his heart palpitate. Murong Yuchan was a woman full of secrets. Therefore, Lin Feng did not make a move on her. After Murong Yuchan left, the fire Qilin said, "There's a terrifying power hibernating in this woman's body. That power doesn't seem to belong to her. Could it be the power of a bloodline inheritance?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "Doesn't seem like it." The fire Qilin shook its head. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin did not talk about Murong Yuchan for long. The deep-sea monster wreaked havoc for an entire night. The next day, the sky cleared up. Many cultivators left the island one after another. Lin Feng and the fire Qilin also came out from their shelter and continued their journey to the southern Immortal Island. On the way, the ancient ship Shenyuan flew back. Lin Feng felt his heart ache when he saw the severely damaged ancient ship. Fortunately, the ship's keel was not destroyed. It could be repaired slowly. After putting away the ancient starship Shenyuan, Lin Feng and the fire Qilin did not encounter any danger along the way. They returned to the southern Immortal Island. "Hey, look, isn't that Lin Feng who disappeared for a while?" After returning to the southern Immortal Island, many people saw Lin Feng and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Previously, the matter at the Red Dust Immortal sect had caused an uproar. The myriad races did not have time to care about Lin Feng. However, the matter at the Red Dust Immortal sect had gradually calmed down. Therefore, many cultivators began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. At this time, Lin Feng actually returned to the southern Immortal Island. This was something that many people did not expect. Chapter 2560. Because of what happened at the Red Dust Immortal sect, the myriad races had lost all their dignity. Therefore, they urgently needed to do something to regain their dignity. Not long ago, Lin Feng's killing of more than 10 experts from the Silver Wing race had caused a huge commotion. In addition, Lin Feng was ranked first on the prodigy roll. Therefore, many people from the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng to regain their dignity. Of course, in addition to this, many people had their eyes on Lin Feng's wealth, inheritance, Dharma treasures, and other things. Lin Feng was rich. This was something that everyone knew. In the eyes of the myriad races, Lin Feng was simply a fat sheep. Naturally, they wanted a piece of this meat. Now that Lin Feng had returned to the southern Immortal Isles, it could be said that he had caused a huge commotion. The news of his return quickly spread throughout the southern Immortal Isles. Lin Feng clearly ran away. Why did he come back? What is he trying to do? If it were me, I would definitely not come to this troublesome place. Now, I don't know how many people want to take his life. Yes, the myriad races need something to establish their prestige. Killing Lin Feng is obviously a good choice. Most importantly, Lin Feng has a lot of powerful inheritances and powerful Dharma treasures. His endless wealth is all coveted. This is troublesome. After returning to the southern Immortal Isles, it won't be so easy to leave. The cultivators of the 9 continents were discussing this matter. They felt that Lin Feng should not return to the southern Immortal Isles at this time because the southern Immortal Isles was now a troublesome place. Now that a large number of cultivators from the myriad races had gathered in the southern Immortal Isles, Lin Feng's return was simply suicide. This brat is really reckless. He came at the right time. Many cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Now, the streets of the southern Immortal Isles were empty as everyone came to watch Lin Feng. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out as a cultivator from the myriad races walked over with a giant axe in his hand. The cultivator was 7 to 8 meters tall and had 2 pairs of giant horns on his head. This was the Giant Horn Clan, one of the 10,000 clans. This clan was exceptionally ferocious, and their strength was also exceptionally tyrannical. Boundless strength. Is that the Demon King of Strength, Zhao Yuanba? Some of the cultivators from the myriad races were shocked and seemed to recognize the identity of this cultivator. His words immediately caused a great uproar among the myriad races. This was an exceptionally terrifying existence. Even among the myriad races, He was renowned for a long time. This person was many times more powerful than Gongsun Shuo, who had been killed by Lin Feng. What? Was he the demon king Zhao Yuanba? I heard that before entering the 9 continents, Zhao Yuanba encountered a powerful void beast. That void beast was an overlord of the starry sky. It was invincible in the starry sky, but it was killed by Zhao Yuanba's axe. A cultivator of the human race said aloud. This matter had spread to a small area in the 9 regions, and not many people knew about it. However, this cultivator of the human race happened to know. Hearing this, the expressions of the cultivators of the 9 regions changed. This Zhao Yuanba was too powerful, right? Now that Zhao Yuanba was coming from afar, it was obvious that he was targeting Lin Feng and wanted to kill Lin Feng here. Many people began to worry for Lin Feng. Are you that Lin Feng? Zhao Yuanba looked coldly at Lin Feng. His huge body gave off a suffocating pressure. There was no one within 10 meters of Zhao Yuanba, because no one could withstand the powerful aura emitted from his body. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you need something from me?" Zhao Yuanba immediately laughed sinisterly. "Brat, I'll give you a chance. End it yourself. That way, you can die a quick death." Zhao Yuanba was very arrogant. He did not put Lin Feng in his eyes, and his words were full of contempt and disdain. In his opinion, Lin Feng was not a threat to him. From the beginning to the end, Zhao Yuanba did not treat Lin Feng as an opponent on the same level. "A trash like you dares to be so impudent in front of me?" Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yuanba with disdain with his hands behind his back. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that Lin Feng would look down on Zhao Yuanba like this. This brat dares to be so arrogant in front of Zhao Yuanba. He simply doesn't know how to write the word death. Just wait and see. Zhao Yuanba will break every bone in his body. Zhao Yuanba likes to use this method to kill his opponents. The cultivators of the 10,000 races sneered. They felt that Lin Feng was simply courting death. Daring to be so arrogant in front of Zhao Yuanba was no different from a dead man. The cultivators of the 9 regions smiled wryly. They felt that Lin Feng was going to face a great disaster today, and it was difficult for him to escape. "You lowly cultivator, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're simply courting death. I won't kill you, but I'll crush every bone in your body into powder. Then, I'll pull out your soul and throw you into purgatory. You'll never be able to reincarnate." Zhao Yuanba's face was filled with malevolence. He directly walked towards Lin Feng and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. A terrifying power suddenly erupted. The aura emitted from Zhao Yuanba's body. It made many people feel suffocated. That brat won't be killed by Zhao Yuanba's palm strike, right? Feeling the terror of Zhao Yuanba's attack, many people could not help but exclaim. The strength that Zhao Yuanba displayed was simply too heaven-defying. It was simply shocking. Look, that brat is actually not moving. Could it be that Zhao Yuanba scared him silly? When the cultivators of the 10,000 races saw that Lin Feng was not moving, they could not help but ridicule him. The faces of the cultivators of the 9 continents turned ugly. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Just as Zhao Yuanba's palm strike was about to hit Lin Feng's body. At this moment, everyone saw that Lin Feng had made his move. Lin Feng's fist struck towards Zhao Yuanba. Zhao Yuanba was 7 to 8 meters tall. He was like a giant beast. Lin Feng's body size and Zhao Yuanba's body size formed a strong contrast. However, it was precisely because of this that such a confrontation. It was more visually impactful. Bang! Everyone heard the violent sound of the collision. It was as if 2 ancient mountains had fiercely collided. Originally, many people thought that facing Zhao Yuanba's attack, Lin Feng would be crippled even if he did not die. However, they soon realized that they were gravely mistaken. After Lin Feng and Zhao Yuanba collided, Lin Feng stood in place without moving, while Zhao Yuanba was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Zhao Yuanba's arm was broken by Lin Feng's punch. Chapter 2561. Clang. A loud sound was heard. Zhao Yuanba fell to the ground. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Zhao Yuanbar's face was distorted. He had actually been sent flying by a human cultivator with a single punch. Furthermore, he had sustained quite a serious injury. How could Zhao Yuanbar accept this? Zhao Yuanbar was not the only one who could not accept this. The other cultivators of the myriad races also could not accept this scene. This was simply too unbelievable. Zhao Yuanbar was a famous expert among the myriad races. He was at the Boundary Emperor realm. In addition, Zhao Yuanbar was from the Giant Horn clan and had an unparalleled physical body. Therefore, Zhao Yuanbar could often challenge those of a higher realm. With such a powerful cultivation, he was actually injured by a human with a single punch. This was a huge blow to the confidence of the myriad races. Amazing, he's really amazing. Lin Feng's cultivation is too terrifying. Has this guy really only cultivated for 30 years? Even an old antique who has cultivated for 3 million years wouldn't have such combat strength, right? I really don't know how this guy cultivates. He's a peerless monster, a genius. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were abnormally excited. Now, the conflicts between the myriad races and the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were increasing. The myriad races were powerful and were full of contempt for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. This was especially so for the human race. They would often say that the human race was just livestock that they had raised in the past. The human cultivators were extremely sullen. During this period of time, Lin Feng killed more than 10 experts of the Silver Wing clan, causing the human race's reputation to soar. Then, the Red World Fairy instantly killed Huang Dao Wuji, who had reached the 99th step of the stone stairs, causing the entire 9 prefectures to be in an uproar. Especially the human cultivators, they were extremely excited. Because the Red World Fairy was a human. However, as the events outside the Red Dust Immortal sect gradually calmed down, the myriad races became even more arrogant. This made the cultivators of the 9 prefectures extremely angry, but they were no match for the myriad races. Lin Feng's reappearance and his ability to defeat the famous expert of the myriad races, Zhao Yuanbar, greatly boosted the morale of the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Especially the humans, they were extremely excited. I already told you that you're trash, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Lin Feng looked at Zhao Yuanbar mockingly. I'll chop you into pieces. Zhao Yuanbar's roar shook the heavens. He jumped up, holding the giant axe in his hand. He chopped towards Lin Feng. Shua! Lin Feng's body shot out, turning into a saber light. Lin Feng had already cultivated the heaven-splitting divine ability to the great perfection stage. His divine will moved. His body could turn into a peerless saber light that could split the world. The speed of Lin Feng's blade light was simply too fast. Zhao Yuanbar didn't even have time to react before the blade light arrived in front of him. Pu! A tearing sound was heard. Zhao Yuanbar's body was directly torn into 2 by Lin Feng's blade aura. Zhao Yuanbar's body fell to the ground, dead. The blade light once again turned into Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng's hands were behind his back, his clothes were as white as snow, his black hair was loose, dancing in the wind. He was simply too handsome. At this moment, thousands of girls were captivated. Seconds. Instant kill. Among the crowd, sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng, they were all astonished. Zhao Yuanbar. Such a terrifying existence. He was actually instantly killed by Lin Feng. This was something that no one had expected. On the side of the 9 continents side, countless people were shouting loudly. Their previous grievances were all swept away. On the other hand, the faces of the 10,000 races cultivators were extremely ugly. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Lin Feng looked around at the densely packed 10,000 races cultivators. However, all the 10,000 races cultivators who met Lin Feng's gaze quickly looked away, afraid that Lin Feng would think that they were provoking him. A bunch of trash, don't you even have the courage to come out and fight? Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 races cultivators with contempt. The densely packed 10,000 races cultivators were extremely sullen. They were unusually angry. Usually, the 10,000 races were high and mighty, looking down on the other races. In the eyes of the 10,000 races, the human race was the lowest race. But now, a human cultivator insulted the 10,000 races like this, making the 10,000 races cultivators unable to accept it. This kind of sullenness made many people almost go crazy. However, thinking of Lin Feng's powerful cultivation, no one dared to fight with Lin Feng. Because they didn't want to die. What a bunch of cowards, saying that the other races are lowly. I think you guys are the lowliest. You don't even have the right to carry my shoes. Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 races cultivators mockingly. The 10,000 races cultivators were filled with righteous indignation, but in the face of Lin Feng's mockery, no one dared to refute. I'm now living in the southern Immortal Isles. Cultivators of the 10,000 races can come and challenge me. I'll kill one if one comes. I'll kill 10 if 10 come. I'll kill 10 until all of you tremble in fear and kneel on the ground and beg for mercy when you see me, Lin Feng said with a sneer. His words were too arrogant, and he didn't take the 10,000 races seriously at all. However, after the 9 provinces cultivators heard it, they felt their blood boil. Especially the human races cultivators, they felt the same way. Because Lin Feng was a human. When the experts of our race arrive, I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. Some 10,000 races cultivators couldn't help but say coldly. I'll wait, but you won't be able to see that day. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he slapped out with his palm. A huge energy handprint condensed and descended from the sky, blasting toward that 10,000 races cultivator. No, don't kill me. I'm not provoking you. Please spare me. That 10,000 races cultivator cried out in horror. Lin Feng ignored his pleas. Bang! In the next moment, that 10,000 races cultivator was directly killed. The surrounding 10,000 races cultivators were all frightened by Lin Feng's methods and kept quiet out of fear. Many of the 10,000 races' bodies were trembling, afraid that Lin Feng would start a massacre. I'm waiting for the experts of the 10,000 races to challenge me because I want to prove my Dao through killing. I want to step on the white bones of the 10,000 races to reach the peak of cultivation. Lin Feng's voice was cold, and his voice spread over the huge southern Immortal Isles. Everyone heard Lin Feng's words. Many experts of the 10,000 races were enraged, and their killing intent surged. A brat from a lowly race actually dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know what's good for him. This kid deserves to be killed. Let's wait a little longer. It's not our turn to make a move yet. That would be beneath our dignity. Let's wait for the experts of the younger generation to come and deal with him. Some experts of the 10,000 races middle generation and older generation were secretly communicating. 3 days later, a group of experts of the 10,000 races arrived at the southern Immortal Isles. Chapter 2562. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was very arrogant. Of course, he was also very powerful. He was one of the most famous geniuses among the myriad races. His twin bloodlines were enough to shock the world. After arriving at the southern Immortal Isles, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan heard about the recent events. Is Lin Feng still on the island? Very well. Send him the congratulatory gift I prepared. Also, tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the arena of life and death in the central square in 10 days. He can choose not to go, but if he wants to live, he'll have to kneel down and beg me. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan said indifferently. Yes, young master. One of the cultivators from the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan responded and left quickly. In Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion for the past few days. He was preparing for the upcoming battle. Lin Feng knew that the myriad races would not let him go so easily. Since he had challenged the myriad races, there would definitely be experts from the myriad races who would come out to accept his challenge. Just as Lin Feng had said, he wanted to step on the bones of the myriad races and enter the Dao through killing. This was the key to mastering the White Tiger aura. Is Lin Feng here? My young master has something for you. At this moment, a cold voice came from outside. Many people had been gathering outside Lin Feng's residence. There were cultivators from both the myriad races and the 9 prefectures. These people were the spies of the various major factions. After seeing the cultivator who had shouted, a cultivator from the myriad races said in surprise, "It's the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. Is the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan going to make a move?" The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan is a powerful figure. His cultivation is unfathomable. Many experts of the older generation are no match for him. Now that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan is about to take action, things will get interesting. A cultivator from the myriad races sneered. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan is one of the top experts among the younger generation of the myriad races. If he makes a move, Lin Feng will definitely die. Another cultivator from the myriad races said. When Lin Feng heard the commotion outside, he walked out with the fire Chileen. The fire Chileen curled its lips and asked, "What gift?" Lin Feng also looked at this cultivator from the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan in surprise, wondering what this young man wanted to give him. The Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan cultivator looked arrogant. He waved his right hand and more than 100 human heads fell to the ground. These were the heads of the cultivators who had clashed with them in the beginning. After these cultivators were killed by them, his head had been chopped off. Now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan sent the heads of these people to Lin Feng. Seeing so many heads, the cultivators of the myriad races burst into laughter. "No wonder you are the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn clan. You are so domineering. The fate of these dead people is Lin Feng's future." The cultivators of the myriad races all looked at Lin Feng indifferently. They stared coldly at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures looked terrible. The people of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan killed people at will in the 9 prefectures world. Did they really not take the cultivators of the 9 prefectures seriously? "Why did you kill them?" Lin Feng asked coldly. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan looked arrogant. "Our young master can kill whoever he wants. He doesn't need a reason." What he said was extremely arrogant. He completely ignored the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng stepped out and punched at the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Feng to attack him. He quickly retreated, trying to avoid Lin Feng's attack. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not avoid Lin Feng's attack. "I just followed the young master's order to give you something. Why did you kill me?" The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan asked with a terrible expression. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I can kill whoever I want. I don't need a reason." The cultivator from the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan had just said those words in an arrogant manner. This time, Lin Feng said the same thing. His reply was extremely domineering. Lin Feng's way of doing things was even more domineering. If he said he would kill without hesitation. He killed without hesitation. "If you dare to kill me, our young master will definitely make you die a horrible death." The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan roared angrily, trying to threaten Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not care about the cultivator's threat at all. His expression was extremely cold as he punched out with his terrifying palm. The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan had a fierce look in his eyes. He also attacked with all his strength, trying to fight against Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan was sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. He fell to the ground and died. Lin Feng slashed out a sword chi with his right hand and directly beheaded the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan bullied us humans. He killed our human cultivators and even cut off their heads. How despicable! I must behead this man to avenge our dead human cultivators. Now that I have beheaded the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan, who dares to help me send this head to the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan? Said Lin Feng, grabbing the Golden Eagle and Dragonhorn cultivator's head. As the saying went, envoys were not killed in a confrontation. Lin Feng killed the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragonhorn clan. His intention was clear. He would fight the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan to the death. Damn it, let me do it. Many cultivators were infected, and one by one, they fought to be the first to offer up their heads. They might encounter danger if they went to deliver the head, but no one cared about that. A middle-aged cultivator said, "Let's go together. The more people we have, the stronger we are. We don't have to worry about the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan." That's right. Let's go together. Soon, these cultivators brought the head of the cultivator of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan to the residence of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. "Lin Feng, I will kill you." 2 hours later, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's exasperated voice came from the courtyard of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. It did not take long for the news to spread like wildfire. Many people were shocked. No one expected the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan to fight Lin Feng to the death before the Silver-Winged clan did anything. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were inquiring about the strength of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. As for the cultivators of the myriad races, they were waiting for a good show. They knew how terrifying the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was. Lin Feng was indeed powerful. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the myriad races, the current Lin Feng was not among the top geniuses of the myriad races. Chapter 2563. The news that Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan were about to fight to the death spread like wildfire. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar. Not only were the practitioners of the Southern Immortal Sea territory talking about it, but also the practitioners from all over the 9 provinces world. After the incident in the Red Dust Immortal sect, all the clans had been looking for a chance to establish their power, and the practitioners of 9 provinces wanted to see if there was a practitioner on their side who could become the leader of 9 provinces in the future. This duel attracted a lot of attention. The Red World Fairy's strength proved that the peak combat strength of 9 provinces was not worse than that of the 10,000 clans. The duel between Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was to test the cultivation of the younger generation of both sides. I've seen Lin Feng fight, and he's extremely powerful. I don't know what cultivation the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan has, but no matter how powerful he is, it's not easy for him to defeat Lin Feng. That's right. Even a master like the Qing Emperor was defeated by Lin Feng in the Battle of the Heavenly Legends list. Let's wait and see. By then, Lin Feng will definitely kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan and show the power of our human tribe. The practitioners of the human tribe were talking about Lin Feng. They were very confident in him. These lowly practitioners don't know how powerful the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan is. Let's wait and see. Soon, they will know how stupid and ridiculous they are. All the practitioners of the 10,000 clans sneered and despised Lin Feng. In their opinion, Lin Feng would definitely die. On the boat of curse. Lin Feng is really a troublemaker. He's going against the practitioners of the 10,000 clans. Don't die in their hands. The captain of the boat of curse looked very gloomy. Looks like I need to make a trip to the Southern Deity Isles. I can't let that kid die. Otherwise, our plan will be ruined. I've met that kid a few times. If he's not dead, I'll find a way to lure him out. Once he comes out, he'll have no choice but to board the ship. The corners of Grandpa Martin's mouth curled into a sneer. Ha 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 ha, then I'll have to trouble Grandpa Martin to make this trip. The captain of the boat of curse laughed out loud. At the same time, many experts began to make their way to the Southern Immortal Isles. Of course, the forces that were further away from the South Sea world would not be able to make it to the Southern Immortal Sea domain. They were all waiting for news of this battle. Is this guy not worried about the upcoming battle at all? Many people stood in the distant void and looked at the courtyard where Lin Feng lived. However, at this moment, the onlookers were speechless. This was because Lin Feng, Fire Chilene, Bibi, and Dragon Rabbit were eating barbecue in front of a bonfire. There were only a few days left before the battle of life and death. Not only did Lin Feng not adjust his condition, he even had the mood to leisurely eat barbecue. Many people wanted to pry open Lin Feng's head to see what Lin Feng was thinking. Soon, The news spread that Lin Feng did not care about the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan at all. He thought it was too easy to kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, so he was eating barbecue with the people around him. Lin Feng is really arrogant. Many people could not help but talk about it when they heard the news. However, another piece of news came out that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had been fooling around every day. He did not care about the battle with Lin Feng at all. He also despised Lin Feng very much. When the outsiders found out about this, they wondered if this was a strategy adopted by Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan to provoke each other on purpose. However, in fact, the truth was that neither Lin Feng nor the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan took this battle seriously. They were confident that they could defeat each other. The Qing Emperor is here. He is dressed in cyan. He looks like the real Qing Emperor. After coming out of the Jojo Wonderland, the Qing Emperor has become more and more otherworldly. On this day, the Qing Emperor came to the southern Immortal Isles, which caused quite a stir. The Qing Emperor was a holy spirit. However, he was born in the 9 provinces, so he was also a cultivator of the 9 provinces. Lin Feng can defeat all the geniuses of the 10,000 clans. The Qing Emperor said this after he came to the southern Immortal Isles. The Qing Emperor was defeated by Lin Feng, but the Qing Emperor was very broad-minded. He did not hate Lin Feng. Instead, he admired and respected Lin Feng very much. Now, he publicly supported Lin Feng. He was the first top genius in the 9 provinces to publicly support Lin Feng. This was almost the same as Lin Feng. It was equivalent to declaring war on the younger generation of the 10,000 clans. What's the Qing Emperor? He only knows how to flatter himself. He's just a lowly creature transformed from a stone. Does he really think he's a big shot? On the same day, the cultivators of the 10,000 clans sneered in response to the Qing Emperor's words. They sneered at the Qing Emperor. No one among the younger generation of the 10,000 clans is a match for Lin Feng. This young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan doesn't know what's important. His courting death by challenging Lin Feng, another genius had arrived. He was also supporting Lin Feng. Gongzi Yu. It's him. He is the son of the Heavenly Devil Emperor. The Heavenly Devil clan is also a branch of the 10,000 clans, right? I didn't expect him to support Lin Feng. Many people were shocked. Gongzi Yu's support for Lin Feng shocked many people. Gongzi Yu? I remember now. Isn't he just a bastard? Ha ha ha. Someone from the Heavenly Devil clan said with disdain and mockery. He's just a little bastard born from a drunken stupor. His status in the Heavenly Devil clan is extremely low. Even the Heavenly Devil clan doesn't acknowledge the existence of this little bastard. That's why they wanted to kill him. However, they didn't expect that little bastard, Gongzi Yu, to escape to the 9 prefectures and hide there for so many years. He's just a little bastard with a lowly bloodline. What makes him think he's qualified to comment on the matters of the 10,000 clans? Gongzi Yu's matter had caused quite a stir. Many people knew that he was the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, but they didn't know about Gongzi Yu's other matters. But now, Gongzi Yu had been insulted as a little bastard, which was truly earth-shattering. Many other geniuses arrived as well, such as Bai Wanyu and the son of the Heavenly Demon Emperor. Even the top geniuses of the 10 great immortal sects arrived, such as Dugu Di Tian and Wu Chenkuan. People from the Yarrow ancestral land also arrived. A cultivator with a pair of ox horns on his forehead sneered and said, "The cultivators of the 10,000 clans don't have anything to be arrogant about. Back then, my ancestor went to the heavenly sage great world and turned it upside down. In the end, not only did the people of the heavenly sage great world not dare to say anything, they even apologized to my ancestor and compensated him with countless natural treasures. Only then did my ancestor leave the heavenly sage great world." This news was very explosive. If it was true, it would cause a huge commotion. Chapter 2564. The myriad races are indeed a bunch of cowards. Do you think this matter won't happen just because you don't admit it? What a joke. My ancestors' illustrious battle achievements back then were all imprinted in the crystal ball. Do you need me to play a part of it? the horned cultivator said with a sneer. His identity was very extraordinary. It was said that he was the successor of the great sage who pacifies heaven. The great sage who pacifies heaven, the bull demon king, had a great background. He was a saint of the demon race. In the past, he was also a figure so powerful that heaven and earth paled in comparison. This lineage has the most powerful bloodline inheritance of the demon race. I originally thought that the inheritance had long been broken. I didn't expect that there were still descendants who survived. Someone said, feeling very shocked. He thought of some of the deeds of the great sage who pacifies heaven, the bull demon king. It was said that back then, he was also a powerhouse who shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even immortals and Buddhas had to retreat when they saw him. Now, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven had appeared and told some of his ancestors' glorious deeds. In the end, the myriad races sent people to appease this descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. This descendant still had some rationality and didn't spread the things imprinted in the crystal ball for everyone to see. If it was really spread out, at that time, the old antiques of the myriad races would probably jump out to kill him. Lin Feng met the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. He was an old friend of the fire Qilin. Now, he was looking for Lin Feng and the fire Qilin. Brother Qilin, it seems that you've obtained a great opportunity after leaving the demon race's ancestral land. Your aura is so much stronger than before. After seeing the fire Qilin, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven said with a smile. His figure was very tall and sturdy, giving off an oppressive feeling. His cultivation was also very powerful, and he had long undergone a deep bloodline awakening. This is the gadfly, the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven. Don't look at this little calf's age, his cultivation is very terrifying. The fire Qilin introduced the descendant of the great sage who pacifies heaven to Lin Feng. He introduced the gadfly to Lin Feng in the tone of an elder introducing a junior. The gadfly immediately rolled his eyes. I treat you as my brother. King treat me as your eldest nephew. You can't be so ungrateful. Now, the gadfly had the urge to slap the fire. Endure it. Endure. The gadfly reassured himself. Nice to meet you, brother Niu. Lin Feng cupped his fists towards Niu Meng. Nice to meet you, brother Lin Feng. Niu Meng also cupped his fists towards Lin Feng. The Niu Meng temporarily stayed with Lin Feng. He was very familiar with the fire Qilin because they had always been together when they were in the demon race's ancestral land. Moreover, they had gone out to train together several times and experienced more than one life and death battle. They had a tacit understanding. A few more people are coming. Little Peng King, Kong Yu, Feng Yaoao, said the gadfly. Lin Feng was surprised, but then he was delighted. These were all old friends from the martial heaven continent. Needless to say, the Little Rock King and Lin Feng were friends who had gone through life and death. Kong Yu was the nephew of the Peacock King. As for the relationship between Feng Yaoao and Lin Feng, needless to say, she was Lin Feng's confidant and one of Lin Feng's favorite women. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived at the southern Immortal Isles. Some were very low-key, while others were very high-profile. On the 4th day, the Little Rock King and the others arrived. There were about a dozen people with them, and they were all elites of the demon race. Lin Feng didn't know many people, so the Niu Meng introduced him to everyone. Many of the elites of the demon race were kind to Lin Feng when they saw him. They had heard a lot about Lin Feng's relationship with the demon race from the fire Qilin, the Little Rock King, and the others. Big brother Feng, do you still remember me? A beautiful young woman looked at Lin Feng. Her eyes were very beautiful. You are Little Moon. Lin Feng looked at the young woman in front of him. He wasn't sure. Little Moon was the descendant of the Demon Emperor. Back then, she had been rescued by Lin Feng. In order to escort Little Moon back to the demon race, she had narrowly escaped death. However, he hadn't seen Little Moon for many years. Big brother Feng, you still remember me? The young woman exclaimed in surprise. She jumped up and down. Her beautiful eyes were like crescent moons. She was very cute. Of course I remember you. It's been many years since we last met. The little girl from back then has grown up. Lin Feng rubbed Little Moon's head. Soon after, Gongzi Yu also came to Lin Feng's place. He had met Gongzi Yu before, but Gongzi Yu didn't live here. The Qing Emperor said he wanted to have a gathering. He knows I'm familiar with you, so he sent me to invite you. Gongzi Yu said. Of course, no problem. Lin Feng nodded. The southern Immortal Isles also had a myriad flower building. It was very lively here. Now that a holy maiden had come to myriad flower building, it caused a huge commotion. The saintesses of the 10,000 flower building were all devastatingly beautiful, overshadowing the moon and putting the flowers to shame. The holy maiden's name was Hua Luoyu. She was dressed in white, and her figure was tall and alluring. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and she could charm thousands of male cultivators. Most of the time, the appearance of these peerless beauties would cause a bigger commotion than the appearance of other prodigies. At night, Lin Feng, many prodigies of the devil race, and Gongzi Yu went to Myriad Flower Building for a banquet. Niumang said, I heard that Hua Luoyu isn't a human. She's not a devil race either. Her origins are very mysterious. A devil race prodigy said. I heard that an immortal nascent soul descended from the sky on a rainy afternoon when flowers were blooming. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Hua Luoyu to have such a background. An immortal nascent soul that descended from the sky. Was it nurtured by heaven and earth? When they arrived at Myriad Flower Building, someone led Lin Feng and the others to a private room. The Qing Emperor, Bai Wanyu, the great demonic god, and Murong Feiyan were all present. These four were the top 13 of the prodigy ranking. In addition, there was another person that surprised Lin Feng. It was actually Little Fairy, who was nurtured by the Green Lotus. Every time Lin Feng saw Little Fairy, he felt that she had changed a lot. Of course, this was a change in temperament and not in appearance. The current Little Fairy had lost some of her childishness and gained an otherworldly immortal aura. In these years, Little Fairy had become even stronger. Everyone bowed to each other and then found a place to sit. After the great demonic god saw Lin Feng, he was no longer as hostile as before. The two of them didn't have much enmity. Although they had fought a few times, the hostility between them had gradually faded as time passed. I heard that Brother Lin has been very relaxed these days. It seems that you are determined to win this battle, the Qing Emperor said with a smile. He was very otherworldly, like a banished immortal. Lin Feng said, the blood of the 10,000 races will help me attain my Tao. Then let's toast to Brother Lin's victory the day after tomorrow, the Qing Emperor said with a smile and raised his cup first. The others also raised their cups and everyone drank it in one gulp. Everyone gathered together and chatted very congenially. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from outside. Chapter 2565. Lin Feng and the others had talked about Hua Luoyu when they arrived. They did not expect Hua Luoyu to come to their private room. Fairy, please come in, Qing Emperor said. The door to the private room opened. Then, a white-clothed woman walked into the private room. This white-clothed woman had a graceful figure, a beautiful face, and a pitiful temperament. She was indeed a top-grade beauty. This white-clothed woman was none other than Hua Luoyu. Hua Luoyu entered the private room and bowed slightly. Qing Emperor said with a smile, Fairy, you don't have to be so polite. Hua Luoyu smiled faintly. I heard that fellow Taoists were gathering here, so I took the liberty to come. I hope I didn't disturb you. Haha, of course we didn't disturb you. It's our honor to have Fairy here. I still have a seat here. Fairy, please take a seat. The gadfly said with a laugh. Perverted cow, the fire Chelene beside Lin Feng could not help but slander. Many thanks. Hua Luoyu was natural and unrestrained. She sat on a seat beside the gadfly and then toasted everyone. Everyone raised their cups and drank the wine together. Hua Luoyu said with a smile, those people from the myriad races are also gathering in the Myriad Flower Building. The fire Chelene curled its lips and said, those fellows are definitely up to no good when they gather together. They're all full of evil tricks. Hearing the fire Chelene's words, everyone smiled. Which of the myriad races experts are here? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He was now quite interested in the younger generation of cultivators from the myriad races. Entering the Tao through killing was naturally not a slogan. Lin Feng wanted to step on the blood of the myriad races cultivators to achieve his own Tao. The battle with the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn race was just the beginning. But it was far from the end. This is Lin Feng and Lin Gongzi, right? Hua Luoyu looked at Lin Feng and revealed a charming smile. Yes. Lin Feng smiled faintly. Hua Luoyu said, there are about 30 young cultivators from the myriad races. There's the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn race. Apart from him, there are also several powerful figures, such as Mu Daoyang of the nine-headed insect race and Wu Qianshan of the nine eyes race. After I kill the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, these guys better not be able to hold back their tentacles. At that time, I will kill them all. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. After the gathering was over, everyone walked out of the 10,000 Flowers building. When they arrived at the hall on the first floor, they attracted a lot of attention. Did you see that? That's Lin Feng. The day after tomorrow, he will fight against the young master of the Golden Eagle clan. There are many top-notch geniuses here. Even the Azure the Arch is here. Is that the great demonic god? I didn't expect him to come to this gathering. The great demon god belongs to the demon god clan. He's not a cultivator of the 9 prefectures, right? Although his ancestral home is not the 9 prefectures, it is said that the great demon god was born and raised in the 9 prefectures. Later, he was sealed in stone, so he can be considered half a cultivator of the 9 prefectures. Hey, look. Aren't those the myriad races cultivators? While these cultivators were talking, someone suddenly pointed to the second floor. They saw a group of cultivators from the myriad races walking down the stairs from the second floor. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Many people sighed. On one side were the geniuses of the myriad races, and on the other side were the geniuses of the 9 prefectures. When the two sides met, it would not be peaceful. The cultivators from the myriad races walked down the stairs. A cold voice suddenly came from the cultivators of the myriad races. Gongzi Yu, long time no see, a man shrouded in darkness said. His body was covered by the black fog, so no one could see what he looked like. However, Gongzi Yu's pupils contracted violently when he saw this person. He clenched his fists tightly. His breathing became extremely rapid, and his eyes flashed with endless coldness. Lin Feng was very surprised to see Gongzi Yu's change. Very few things could make Gongzi Yu so angry. Obviously, Gongzi Yu was suppressing his emotions. Who was this person? Why did Gongzi Yu suddenly lose control after seeing this person? What's wrong? My good little brother, why aren't you talking to your elder brother? At the very least, you should pay your respects to your elder brother, the mysterious cultivator said. His words caused everyone's expression to change slightly. The mysterious cultivator turned out to be Gongzi Yu's elder brother. Didn't that mean that the mysterious cultivator was the son of the Sky Demon Emperor? The Sky Demon Emperor was a living great emperor who had lived for countless years. There were even rumors saying that the Sky Demon Emperor was infinitely close to becoming an immortal. Very good, you've come to the 9 prefectures. Gongzi Yu's voice was extremely cold. What happened back then? Does Gongzi Yu hate his brother? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng didn't know much about Gongzi Yu, but he had heard some things about Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu's mother didn't seem to have a very high status, and Gongzi Yu had escaped to the Qianwu continent. As for what happened back then, no one knew. Gongzi Yu had never mentioned those things. Perhaps it was a secret that Gongzi Yu didn't want to touch upon. My good little brother, your attitude doesn't seem like you're welcoming your elder brother. We brothers haven't seen each other for so many years, shouldn't you be happy to see your elder brother? Gongzi Yu's elder brother smiled faintly. He still didn't reveal his appearance, as if he didn't want others to see his appearance. Gongzi Yu snorted, ignoring his elder brother. My good little brother, you're a member of the Sky Demon race. Your bloodline is noble. How can you mix with these lowly cultivators of the 9 prefectures? Gongzi Yu's elder brother said indifferently. This person was called Gongzi Nai, and he was extremely arrogant and didn't put Lin Feng and the others in his eyes at all. Fuck, how can you say that? The Fire Chelin immediately cursed. What the hell is this? Running here to act all high and mighty? The gadfly was also infuriated, and smoke was rising from his head. I won't talk to lowly races. That's an insult to myself. Those lowly races shouldn't talk to me in vain. You're not worthy. Gongzi Nai's expression was incomparably arrogant. Many people were filled with righteous indignation, and they really wanted to punch him to death. It's not up to you to meddle in my affairs, Gongzi Yu said with an indifferent expression. You're like a naughty child right now, throwing a tantrum with your elder brother. My good little brother, you should listen to your elder brother. Otherwise, if your elder brother gets angry, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 2566. Young Master Nai was truly hated. Even Lin Feng had the intention of killing him with one punch. This guy was simply abominable. However, Lin Feng held it in and did not flare up. This was Gongzi Yu's matter, and he hoped to leave it to Gongzi Yu to deal with. I don't have an elder brother like you, Gongzi Yu said coldly. My good little brother, you've really hurt me by saying that. Today, I want to see if you've made any progress in your cultivation, young Master Nai said with a faint smile. He stepped toward Gongzi Yu, wanting to attack Gongzi Yu. What? You still want to F*King attack? Don't F*King show off in front of Grandpa Nyo. When Grandpa Nyo's ancestor stepped on thousands of races, your F*King ancestor was still in some corner. The gadfly glanced coldly at young Master Nai, his eyes filled with coldness. He had been holding back his anger. This was because young Master Nai was too arrogant. Now that the gadfly's temper had risen, he naturally would not be courteous to young Master Nai. Lowly race, all you can do is talk. Young Master Nai looked at the gadfly contemptuously. Some people think they're very noble, but they don't know how lowly they are. I remember that the ancestor of a certain race was a slave enslaved by the primitive demons. The Fire Chelin pursed its lips. The race that the Fire Chelin was talking about was naturally the Heavenly Fiend race. For an extremely long time, the Heavenly Fiend race had been the slaves of the primitive demons. It was only by chance that the Heavenly Fiend race broke free from the primitive demons' control. Gongzi Yu had long severed ties with the Heavenly Fiend race, so he did not feel that there was anything wrong with the Fire Chelin's words. However, young Master Nai was unusually angry when he heard this. He was noble and looked down on other races, high and mighty. Now, the Fire Chelin had mentioned this matter. This was the humiliation of the Heavenly Fiend race, something that young Master Nai did not want to remember. Reckless thing, how dare you make up lies to slander my Heavenly Fiend race? Today, I'll finish you off. Young Master Nai's expression was indifferent. He leaped out and charged toward the Fire Chelin an attempt to destroy it. Whoosh! Gongzi Yu's figure flashed and intercepted Gongzini. He coldly said, if you want to fight, I can accompany you to the end. Hey, my good little brother, are you going to fight with your elder brother? You've really grown up. Not bad, not bad. Now, I suddenly don't feel like fighting anymore. Let's find a chance to have a private chat. Young Master Nai smiled faintly. His emotions had returned to normal. This person was extremely terrifying and could easily manipulate his emotions. Gongzi Yu frowned but did not say anything. Let's go. There's no need to continue entangling with these lowly people, said a young genius of the 10,000 clans. He looked at Lin Feng and the others disdainfully. These top geniuses of the myriad races were all very arrogant. He completely did not put the cultivators of 9 regions in his eyes. This kind of attitude was too hateful. Lin Feng, enjoy your last moments. Then, wash your neck clean. When I kill you, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my path of enlightenment. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master looked at Lin Feng with a contemptuous and disdainful expression. He was not targeting Lin Feng on purpose. Instead, it was a disdain and contempt that emanated from his bones. Lin Feng had never been in Lin Feng's eyes. When the time comes, we'll know what the consequences will be. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Of course. Countless people will see how I stomped you under my feet and cut off your head. Ha 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 ha. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master suddenly laughed. There was an indescribable arrogance and wildness in his laughter. The cultivators of the myriad races left together. Lin Feng and the others did not stay and quickly left as well. In the next 2 days, the battle between Lin Feng and the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master became a hot topic. Almost everyone was talking about it. The myriad races attached great importance to this matter. They urgently needed to establish their prestige. As a rising star of the human race, Lin Feng was also a top expert. Killing Lin Feng was definitely the best way to establish their prestige. On the eve of the battle, late at night, the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's residence. An old man with his hands behind his back was looking at a painting of a tiger and a dragon hanging on the wall. This old man was the great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. This time, it was he who led the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan to 9 regions. The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master entered the hall and saluted the old man. The great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan said, "This Lin Feng is not simple. Don't be careless." "Yes." The Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan's young master replied, but there was contempt in his tone. Apparently, he did not take Lin Feng's matter seriously. He was even thinking about where to go to have fun after killing Lin Feng tomorrow. This stone is called the Blood Drop Stone. It contains a drop of our ancestors' blood essence. Take it with you in case you need it. The great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan took out a blood-stained stone and handed it to the young master. At the sight of the stone, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed the stone and said with a smile, "First Elder, you love me so much. I will make good use of this blood drop stone." The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan knew how precious this blood drop stone was. Although he did not need it to deal with Lin Feng, he might need it in the future. This was a great treasure. Naturally, he had to keep it well. The next day, early in the morning, the Southern Fairy Isles was bustling with noise and excitement. Because today was the day of the life-and-death battle between Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. The practitioners of 9 regions and the myriad races all rushed to the square. Many members of the Oceanic tribe even transformed into human form and blended into the crowd. They went to the central square to watch the life-and-death battle. The practitioners of 9 regions supported Lin Feng. The practitioners of the myriad races supported the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan had not started fighting yet. The practitioners of 9 regions and the myriad races had already started cursing at each other. There were several conflicts. Some of the conflicts were so intense that they could not be stopped. "The geniuses of the myriad races are here," many people exclaimed. The top geniuses of the myriad races had arrived. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was the center of attention. Perhaps some people were more powerful than the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, but today, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was the main character. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was very arrogant. He landed on the arena and looked around. "Where is Lin Feng? Why isn't he here yet? I am here. Why don't you come here and accept your death?" Chapter 2567. Don't be so arrogant. You might be slapped in the face later. The cultivators of 9 states sneered at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. "Do you lowly existences have the right to speak to me?" The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan glanced contemptuously at the cultivators of 9 states. His contemptuous eyes made people gnash their teeth in anger. "Damn it. He's such a bully. I can't help it. I really want to beat him to death." Many people were so angry that smoke was coming out of their heads. "Lin Feng, come out and die. Don't make me wait for too long," the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared. His voice resounded over the entire southern Immortal Isles. Everyone could feel the pride from the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Perhaps, in the eyes of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, It was not pride but confidence in his own strength. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? However, you won't even have a chance to be reincarnated because I will destroy your soul. A sneer came from afar. Dozens of figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lin Feng. There were many people behind Lin Feng, such as Qing Emperor, Gongzi Yu, Feng Yaoreo, Niu Meng, Fire Qilin, and so on. Lin Feng is here. The battle between the geniuses of the myriad races and 9 states is about to begin. Many people became excited when they saw Lin Feng. The battle had not yet begun, but the two sides were already at daggers drawn. This battle was bound to be exciting. Lin Feng landed on the arena and walked toward the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan step by step. Lin Feng was very aggressive and took the initiative to attack. In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. Normally, a piece of trash like you is not qualified to be my opponent. I was simply too bored, so I decided to have some fun with you. Lin Feng looked indifferently at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Everyone was stunned. They thought that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was arrogant enough. But now that he had seen Lin Feng, he knew what it meant to be crazy and arrogant. The arrogance of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan was nothing in front of Lin Feng. The eyes of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan were filled with killing intent. He stared coldly at Lin Feng and said, "You are courting death. Today, I will let you know the price of angering me." Golden Eagle Claw. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan jumped up and charged at Lin Feng. His right hand was clenched into an eagle's claw. Then, his right hand turned into a golden eagle claw. It was incomparably sharp and grabbed at Lin Feng. This was one of the unique skills of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. It was said that when this skill was cultivated to the peak, it could easily kill a giant dragon or a divine phoenix. This showed how powerful this skill was. Looks like young Eagle Master wants to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used such a powerful absolute art. Young Master Ying, are you trying to insta-kill that brat? The practitioners of all clans laughed. These practitioners also knew how powerful the Golden Eagle Claw was. Therefore, when they saw the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan use this divine skill, they all knew that Lin Feng was going to die. They knew that Lin Feng would definitely die this time. There was no way he could escape from this calamity. The practitioners of Jojo frowned slightly. Although they were far away, they could still feel a terrifying aura from this divine skill. Many people were shocked by the aura. This divine skill that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan used was absolutely terrifying. When the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was about to hit Lin Feng moved. He directly operated the arm of dragon and elephant and punched at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The physical body of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was extremely terrifying. The Golden Eagle Claw was also an application of the physical body. In fact, it was equivalent to the arm turning into a sharp claw. Then, this divine skill was displayed. That was why this divine skill was so powerful. However, Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Even if the old ancestor of the Golden Eagle group was resurrected, he might not be able to compete with Lin Feng in terms of physical strength, let alone atavism. Bang! With a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan collide violently. The damage caused by that collision was simply too terrifying. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was sent flying. Crack, crack. After atavism, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's right hand was broken. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had such a powerful cultivation and even displayed the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's unique skill. However, he was still sent flying by Lin Feng's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too incredible, wasn't it? Amazing, really amazing. When everyone came to their senses, an earth-shattering discussion broke out among the cultivators of the 9 states. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so arrogant before. He had all kinds of contempt and disdain for the cultivators of the 9 states. This made the cultivators of the 9 states extremely sullen, but now, he was beaten by Lin Feng until he spat out blood. That was really satisfying. On the other hand, the myriad races seemed to be more silent. The cultivators of the myriad races found it hard to accept the scene in front of them. They could not believe what they saw with their eyes. Trash is trash. With this little cultivation, I can crush you to death with just a finger. Is this the standard of the myriad races? You keep saying that the other races are lowly races. I think the lowliest ones should be the cultivators of the myriad races. You obviously have no strength, but you still want to pretend to be powerful. Lin Feng curled his lips and looked disdainful. His words were sarcastic, and he even included the myriad races. If Lin Feng had been defeated by the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, he would have been ridiculed and laughed at by others. However, Lin Feng had made the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan spit out blood with one move. Naturally, no one could refute his words. Although the cultivators of the myriad races hated Lin Feng so much that they could not wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces, they could only endure it for now. The son of the heavenly demon emperor shouted, "Brother Eagle, don't fight this kid in close combat. His physical body is very strong. You will be at a disadvantage if you fight him in close combat. Use your magic power to suppress him and you will definitely be able to kill him." "Damn, son of the heavenly demon emperor, you bastard." Many people began to curse the son of the heavenly demon emperor. They hated this guy for pointing out Lin Feng's weakness. However, the son of the heavenly demon emperor only sneered and ignored the people around him. Hearing the son of the heavenly demon emperor's words, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan showed a cold killing intent. The magic power in his body was monstrous. It surged endlessly. Chapter 2568. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a destructive power surged out of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. That power was like a huge wave that could drown the world. It was surging and terrifying. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was condensing a divine ability to suppress Lin Feng. Doomsday Sea. Suddenly, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan let out a long cry. In an instant, a vast sea was formed. It stretched as far as the eye could see. In the vast sea, destructive power pervades the world. That vast sea was not simple. It contained the power to destroy the world. It was called the Doomsday Sea. It was rumored that this divine ability was related to the legendary Doomsday Battle. It was a supreme divine ability created by a brilliant genius after watching some images of the Doomsday Battle. Therefore, the lethality of this divine ability was extremely terrifying. It was powerful to the point that it was shocking. After the Doomsday Sea was formed, it directly suppressed Lin Feng. The aura of the end of the world frightened and horrified countless cultivators who were watching the battle. It's actually this divine ability. It's one of the 3 great immortal skills passed down from the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. What? This is an immortal skill. Then that boy is definitely going to die. The cultivators of all clans exclaimed one after another. Their faces were filled with shock. They knew very well how powerful an immortal skill was. Now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was using his powerful magic power to attack Lin Feng. Was there any suspense in this battle? This is an immortal skill. Can Lin Feng withstand the immortal skill's attack? On the other hand, the cultivators of the 9 regions were all panicking and extremely worried. They were well aware of the power of immortal skills. Now that Lin Feng was facing the immortal skills attack, it could be said that he was in big trouble. I have cultivated this immortal skill for many years and have comprehended its mysteries. What do you have to fight me? The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's face was full of cold killing intent. His pair of cold eyes stared coldly at Lin Feng, revealing a murderous intent. After using this immortal skill, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's confidence seemed to have been restored. He was coldly looking at Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with an ice-cold light. The Doomsday Sea he condensed had already enveloped Lin Feng. Then, He immediately moved towards Lin Feng to oppress him. Facing the attack of the Doomsday Sea, Lin Feng's face was full of disdain. It was just an immortal skill. It was not like he did not know it. Lin Feng immediately used the Bestial Chaos Celestial skill. It was a complete celestial skill from one of the 9 Emperor's clones, Cheung Chi's clone. Lin Feng had already mastered that skill a long time ago, but he hadn't had the opportunity to use it yet. Now, he could use it. 10,000 monsters rule the 3 realms. Monsters turn the heavens upside down. A series of low and deep voices resounded throughout the world. A mysterious world appeared behind Lin Feng. That world was filled with endless demonic chi. In that world filled with demonic chi, one after another, illusory figures appeared. Those figures could not be seen clearly, but they all emitted powerful demonic chi. They seemed to be experts from the history of the demonic race. At that moment, a man walked out of those illusory figures. That man was the Cheung Chi Saint Emperor Lin Feng had seen before. He appeared and threw a punch at the Doomsday Sea descending from the sky. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking sound of collision, the surrounding space began to collapse. The immortal skill passed down by the Cheung Chi Saint Emperor was extremely terrifying. That was because the illusory figure of the Cheung Chi Saint Emperor had smashed open the Doomsday Sea with one punch. They were all immortal skills, but there was a huge difference between them. Obviously, Lin Feng's immortal skill was much more powerful than that of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Lin Feng flew out of the cracked Doomsday Sea and threw a punch at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Only then did the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan come to his senses, but he found it hard to accept. The immortal skill he had cultivated painstakingly. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to break it so easily. Didn't they say that this guy's Dharma power was not good enough? Why was his Dharma power not good enough? The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was too naive. Lin Feng's Dharma power might not be as good as some of the top geniuses, but it did not mean that his Dharma power was weak. On the contrary, Lin Feng's Dharma power was extremely strong. Besides, Lin Feng had studied so many powerful spells and techniques. He had studied dozens of the 3,000 types of Great Tao. These were the foundation of the Great Ways, which could make up for the lack of Dharma power. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan knew how horrible Lin Feng's close combat was, so he wanted to retreat quickly. He did not want to fight with Lin Feng in close combat. The best choice was to keep a distance from Lin Feng and then fight with him. However, at this time, Lin Feng had come to the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan at lightning speed. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had no time to dodge. Therefore, he had to block Lin Feng's punch. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was directly sent flying. His whole arm and half of his body exploded. Blood and bones were everywhere. It was a miserable sight. It's too horrible. It's a total crush. Everyone looked at the duel in the arena in shock. This was a scene that no one had ever thought of before. Most people thought that this duel would be a close one. It wasn't a one-sided situation like the one before him. The most important thing was that they did not know Lin Feng's cultivation. Lin Feng was no longer the Lin Feng he used to be. Unless he was facing a heaven-defying existence, Lin Feng would be afraid of Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, why would Lin Feng be afraid? Seeing that the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was almost beaten to death by Lin Feng, the cultivators of the 9 regions were naturally excited. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so arrogant before. He was so arrogant. He completely looked down on the cultivators of the 9 regions. But now, he was almost beaten to death by Lin Feng. He was slapped in the face so quickly. It was really satisfying. The cultivators of all clans were silent, and their faces were gloomy. The cultivators of the 10,000 clans had underestimated Lin Feng's cultivation level. Now they knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. "You're too weak. I shouldn't have agreed to this life-and-death duel with you, because it's an insult to me." With his hands behind his back, Lin Feng looked at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan contemptuously. The cultivators of all clans were so aggrieved that they wanted to die. All the cultivators of all clans glared at Lin Feng, because when Lin Feng humiliated the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan, he was also humiliating all clans. Chapter 2569. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng, you little bastard. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are so wrong. You are still far from being able to defeat me. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared as if he had gone mad. His eyes turned blood red. He looked at Lin Feng with endless hatred and killing intent. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan hated Lin Feng so much that nothing in the world could wash it away. What? You trash. Do you have any other moves? You have used all of them. Lin Feng looked at the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan with contempt. His indifferent tone showed that he did not take the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan seriously at all. Boy, you are too arrogant. Don't shoot yourself in the foot. Who knows, you might end up crying later. Some practitioners of the myriad clans sneered. What are you trash muttering about down there? What? Do you want to fight? I can give you trash a chance. Come at me together. I can suppress all of you by myself. Lin Feng said arrogantly. Lin Feng's words enraged the practitioners of the myriad clans. He looked down on them too much. When had the myriad clans ever been humiliated like this? However, none of the practitioners of the myriad clans really flew up to the arena to fight against Lin Feng together with the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The myriad races valued face the most, and dignity was especially important. Now Lin Feng and the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan were having a life-and-death duel. What did they mean by going up? Did they want to attack Lin Feng together? The practitioners of the myriad clans could not afford to lose face like this. Bloodline. Awakening. Ancestral. At this moment, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan roared. Crack, crack. The sound of bones rubbing came from his body. He was activating his ancestral blood. In the blink of an eye, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan finished the transformation. His body turned into a giant golden eagle more than 10 meters long. This giant golden eagle had a huge golden dragon horn. However, this giant eagle was missing a wing. This was because when he transformed, his arms would turn into wings. However, in the fight just now, Lin Feng directly destroyed the right arm of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Although he had lost an arm, he was still very powerful. After atavism, his body exuded an aura that could destroy the world. It was so terrifying that it shocked and moved people. Of course, Lin Feng did not feel that way. Although the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was powerful, he was no match for Lin Feng at all. Even though he had returned to his ancestral state, he was still no match for Lin Feng. He had absolute confidence in his own cultivation. Brat, prepare to die. The young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan sneered and flew directly toward Lin Feng. His wings slashed out streaks of terrifying cold light toward Lin Feng. It was unknown what kind of attack the cold light was, but it was extremely powerful and directly tore through the void. At the same time, from the dragon horns of the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan, streaks of destructive golden light beams shot out. This was one of the racial talents of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The golden light streaks shot out from the dragon horn were also extremely powerful. Finally, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan also shot out streaks of lightning from his mouth. The three attacks locked onto Lin Feng. The void around Lin Feng collapsed. What a powerful attack! Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. After atavism, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan suppressed Lin Feng with his racial magic. At the same time, his real body flew toward Lin Feng, his sharp claws grabbing at Lin Feng. If the two racial magic could kill Lin Feng, it would be much easier. However, if they could not kill Lin Feng, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan thought that Lin Feng would be exhausted. Then, his real body would be able to attack Lin Feng. His sharp claws could directly crush Lin Feng's head. By then, Lin Feng would have no choice but to die. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had rich combat experience, and his plan was very good. Many practitioners among the thousands of clans also saw through the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's plan. They could not help getting excited. Such a series of attacks. It was enough to make Lin Feng run for his life. They seemed to have already seen Lin Feng dying in the hands of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The practitioners of the 9 states frowned slightly. They felt that the situation was very unfavorable for Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng's battle strength was incredible, he was still very strong. However, the fight between practitioners was always changing. Lin Feng was able to crush the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan just now. But now, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan might be able to suppress Lin Feng. Soon, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan rushed to Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's head with his sharp claws, and the magic he used before was bombarded toward Lin Feng. Under normal circumstances, Lin Feng should first resist the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. However, at this time, everyone found that Lin Feng did not deliberately resolve the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Dense runes appeared on the surface of Lin Feng's body. It was a rune condensed from the powerful magical power immunity divine ability. When the magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan hit Lin Feng, all the attacks were blocked by Lin Feng's magic immunity. How is this possible? Seeing this, many people could not help but cry out in surprise. The magic attack of the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was so powerful, but now it was easily resolved by Lin Feng. It was simply too inconceivable. Even the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan was shocked. At this time, Lin Feng grabbed the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan's claw. Then, with a sudden force, he directly smashed the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan to the ground. Clang, clang, clang. One blow after another. The arena was shaking violently. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan tried to break free again and again, but he could not get rid of Lin Feng's big hand. The powerful impact seriously injured the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. The cultivators who were watching the battle below, no matter whether they were from the myriad tribes, the 9 provinces, or the oceanic tribes, were all stunned. Now, they were all staring blankly at what was happening in the arena. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan had just undergone atavism, but he was still vulnerable in front of Lin Feng. How terrifying was Lin Feng's cultivation base? Boom! Suddenly, the young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan opened his mouth and spat out a golden ball of energy toward Lin Feng. The ball of energy contained a destructive power, which surprised Lin Feng slightly. He quickly dodged the attack. The young master of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan took the opportunity to break free. Lin Feng, you little bastard, I will fight you to the death. Chapter 2570. The blood drop stone contained the blood essence of a great emperor ancestor of the Golden Eagles and Dragon Horn clan. Once activated, it could unleash unimaginable power. Lin Feng frowned at the sight of the blood drop stone. He could sense a terrifying aura coming from it. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what that bloodstone was, Lin Feng knew that it contained a terrifying amount of power. It's the dripping bloodstone. Rumor has it that the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan has some dripping bloodstones. Those stones contain the blood of an ancestor of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. That's why the dripping bloodstone can unleash part of that ancestor's power. It's that terrifying. The cultivators of the myriad races discussed excitedly. Once such a powerful blood drop stone was used, its power would be unleashed. At that time, would Lin Feng be able to fight against such a terrifying strength? No one believed that Lin Feng had the strength to resist the attack of a great emperor. Use my blood essence as the source to awaken the ancestor's power in the blood drop stone. The young master of the Golden Eagles and Dragon Horn clan prayed devoutly, then spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence burned, and all the energy poured into the blood drop stone. Instantly, the blood drop stone emitted powerful ripples. Hum. A blood-red beam of light shot out. A figure vaguely appeared in the blood-red light pillar. The figure was extremely blurry. However, when that figure appeared, a powerful aura spread out between heaven and earth. Emperor's aura. It was the aura of a great emperor. It was the aura of a great emperor. Thump, thump. Many of the spectators couldn't withstand the terrifying aura. They knelt on the ground, their faces pale with horror. As expected of the blood drop stone. It can release Emperor's aura. Just wait and see, that kid is dead for sure. The cultivators of the myriad races cried out. Emperor's aura filled the air, enveloping Lin Feng. Despicable creature, you deserve to die, said the mysterious being standing in the middle of the blood-red light. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes flashed with killing intent. That mysterious being seemed to be the ancestor of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Of course, no matter how powerful it was in the past, it was only a mark now. You've been dead for who knows how many years, yet you still dare to boast shamelessly in front of me. Today, I'll let you die thoroughly. Lin Feng sneered and walked toward the cultivators of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. Is Lin Feng trying to take on the Emperor's might head-on? The cultivators of the 9 regions all looked at Lin Feng in shock. He's simply overestimating himself. The cultivators of the myriad races sneered and looked at Lin Feng with disdain. They felt that Lin Feng was courting death. Blaspheming the great existence, you lowly creature will walk towards destruction. The mysterious existence in the blood-colored light pillar said coldly. The next moment, he stepped out. No one could see what he looked like. They could only see a blurry face. But the pressure emanating from that being's body, they could clearly feel it. The powerful emperors might press down on Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, their body would not be able to move in the face of such tyrannical emperor's might. But Lin Feng's face was full of a sneer in the face of this terrifying emperor's might. Lin Feng immediately used his epoch haki. Haki versus emperor's might. Boom, in an instant. Lin Feng's haki collided with the emperor's might from the mysterious being's body. The powerful emperor's might and Lin Feng's haki both disappeared. Then, Lin Feng swung his right fist and activated the Dracophant arm. He threw a punch at the mysterious being. You're courting death, the mysterious being shouted coldly and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Bang, 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 bang. The being's power was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng was pushed back by the first blow. The mysterious being jumped up and quickly charged at Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He activated the 5 devouring martial spirits. His strength increased by 5 times. The Dracophant arm's power increased by 5 times. Bang! The 2 sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng sent the mysterious being flying with a punch. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they watched everything that was happening on the stage. That shadow. It was imprinted by the fallen great emperor of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. And it was integrated with the great emperor's blood. It could release terrifying emperor's might and exert part of the great emperor's strength. But now, it was sent flying by Lin Feng with a punch. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng naturally knew where his advantage was. His biggest advantage was his unparalleled physical body. He could suppress the great emperor's shadow of the Golden Eagle and Dragon Horn clan. It was also because of his physical body. If they were to distance themselves and compete in spiritual power, Lin Feng would not be his match even if his cultivation was 100 times stronger. That was the great emperor's shadow. Its strength was unparalleled. It was enough to make anyone despair. Lin Feng knew how to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He quickly moved forward and did not give the great emperor's shadow a chance to get rid of him. Violent power burst out. Lin Feng threw punch after punch at the great emperor's shadow. The great emperor's shadow could not get rid of Lin Feng. He was too close to Lin Feng. He could not condense a superpower to deal with Lin Feng. The great emperor's shadow could only take Lin Feng's attacks head-on. But under Lin Feng's violent attacks, the great emperor's shadow could not hold on any longer. He was like a human-shaped dragon. After throwing out hundreds of punches, The great emperor's shadow could only parry and could not fight back. Bang! In the end, the great emperor's shadow exploded. Heavens, this person is going to defy the heavens. Countless cultivators from the myriad races looked at Lin Feng with deep fear. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. The cultivators of 9 provinces were in an uproar. It was too terrifying. It was so exciting. What was there to be arrogant about? Lin Feng had destroyed the great emperor's shadow of the myriad races. One could imagine that when Lin Feng broke through to the great emperor realm in the future, he might be able to dominate the heavenly sage great world. Run, seeing Lin Feng kill the great emperor's shadow, the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan only had one thought left in his mind. He had to get out of the arena as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die. Where do you think you're going? Lin Feng sneered. He raised his right hand and slashed out a 100-meter-long blade light. The blade light slashed at the young master of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Little bastard, I dare you, roared the great elder of the Golden Eagle Dragon Horn clan. Old bastard, why wouldn't I dare? I'll kill him in front of you today. What can you do to me? Said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. His blade then moved towards the old man. Puff!